Welcome all, the skies are blue, a racetrack where the walls are too. After 3 hours of exciting racing at Silverstone, it's time to double down on that action and get 6 hours ahead of us here at the Glen. This wonderful 5.5 kilometer circuit is sure to be thrilling and exciting for today's races, as we have a field packed full of GT4 and GT3 cars. It's going to be one heck of an event ahead of us, and it is sure to be downright exciting. 6 hours will see trials and tribulations. It will double the stress on the drivers. It will put more effort into their rigs, and we may see a couple failures here and there, but that's part of racing. My name is Kian Butler, and I'm joined today in the commentary booth by Zach Sweeney for what will be some brilliant action. Zach.
Yeah, hello everyone. Welcome into the broadcast, and well, I am thoroughly looking forward to getting this racing action underway. Of course, 3 hours, you thought that was a lot. Well, we are going to double it and go for 6 here at Watkins Glen, which, to be fair, is a very prestigious racetrack, a very, very fun one indeed, and we have got many, an abundance of some of the sim racing community's best. I mean, we've got some huge names in this championship, and it should be a lot of fun to see how they battle around Watkins.
Yeah, the track first covering sports top division in 1957 will be an historic occasion, historic event, and this time around, this is going to be quite the field, as you mentioned, Zach, as we have had a series of championships throughout the year, and the top places from those have been placed into this Grand Finals event. Zach, why don't you explain how the drivers and teams have been chosen for these events?
Well, of course, with a lot of focus in sim racing on the big prestige teams, the likes of Team Red Lion and BS Competition and the likes of those guys, VCO and SimGrid thought, well, you know what? Let's give some of the underdogs a little bit of a go. Those that maybe want to work their way through the ranks and have their name on the big spotlight scene, and that's what they've sort of tried to campaign for here for the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals. So they reached out to some of the SimGrid hosts top 10 communities, the likes of VGTR Endurance, SOP Motorsports, Formula Racing League, the Sim Racing Collective, just to name a couple, and said, right guys, start a championship, and we're going to give some of the championship contenders, the championship winners in those respective championships, a slot to race on the big stage in the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals, and that's where we are today. So the likes of those communities that hosted their championships, the top 3 in their respect in each of the championships, managed to get themselves a surefire slam dunk stamped position on the GT3 field. Then we had P4 and 5 in the respective championships then have a spot in the GT4 grid, and then 6, 7, 8 had a chance to win their own sort of wild card entry, if you like, in the GT4 Play-Offs, which we had a few weeks ago before the season had started. So we have got a multitude of champions, of runners-up, of people from all over sim racing on ACC here to battle it out for the top spot here at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, and it should be exciting stuff in round 1, of course, because we are coming off the back of the race at Silverstone. Qualifying was won out in GT3 by SCL Esports, followed by Italian Job and Veloce in 3rd place. Now, the race had some ups and downs for those teams, and Veloce ended up taking the win in that one, with both 2nd and 3rd being occupied by teams that qualified outside the top 4. And interestingly, Unicorns of Love did maintain P4 overall. Now, any of those names stick out to you, Zach, and do you see them having a similar result, or are there any ones that weren't mentioned there that could come up and work their way back into the championship?
Well, obviously we had a bit of a talk before the broadcast in regards to the entry list, and I was like, hang on, we've got some good names in this one. Obviously, the big one, I think, Veloce. Everyone sort of knows them as a big staple, particularly sort of in on the ACC side of things. See them almost everywhere. They have got a sensational lineup of drivers. Aidan Walsingham, Grantas Caracas, and Luke Whitehead are 3 honestly top tier ACC drivers. I've commented on all of them over the course of many broadcasts and many championships. They are definitely going to be one to look out for. But then you've also got into the GT4's virtual drivers by TX3, sat 2nd in the championship after their result a couple of weeks ago. They are everywhere, across all of the platforms in sim racing, and there are just so many names that you can pick out. Unicorns of Love, Rocket Sim Sport, you can see them everywhere in so many disciplines. Simply Race Esports, of course, as well. And not only sort of do we have some big names, we, as we say, we've got some up and comers as well, some unknowns that have really sort of, I think, thrown some spanners into the works.
Yeah, and it has been, as you mentioned, we are running a dual field here, so GT3 and GT4. The whole GT4 field bar 2 running the Alpine, so that seems to be the favorite car in the group. Now, Absolute Motorsport, as you mentioned, took the win in round 1 after setting it on pole. 2nd and 3rd place, again, were occupied by teams that did not qualify in that top 3, whereas actually Apex qualified P4 and P2 and sat 4th at the end of that race. Now, just to explain qualifying for you guys here real quick, we have 3 sessions here, all run within the same overarching session, as you will. We have 7 minutes ahead of us right now of GT4 qualifying, where they blast out their times as fast as possible, as you can see there, just taking that chicane to the best of their ability. At the end of those 7 minutes, all positions from P11 to the back of the field will be set. The top 10 will advance to Q3. Now Q2 will be the same thing again for GT3 cars, and then Q3, the shootout, will consist of a single flying lap for each car mandated. And that will be a combined of the top 10 of GT3 and GT4. Now, it's worth noting that if you do more than one flying lap, you will be disqualified from that qualifying session. So what kind of stresses do you think are going through the drivers' heads as they're going to be putting in that super pole time?
A lot. Qualifying, of course, it's not the be-all and end-all, but, here at Watkins Glen, there is a lot of carnage to be expected in the opening lap. So having a good track position is going to be quite vital, and not even just from sort of a physical point of view on the, in terms of the track position side of things, that mental confidence that you have, if you can take pole position, you can, you start the race strong, you start it with your, your head up high, your chest thrusted forward, and you go into that race with confidence, knowing that you are one of the quickest teams on the field, or so far the quickest team on the field. But right now, I think at this stage in qualifying, while they have only got 3 laps to do it, use the first one, sight it out. Second one, push a little bit more. Third one, just try and push the limits as you can, but don't take too many risks, because we've got a huge field of drivers here, and you only need you just need to get inside the top 10. So for the drivers, the championship fighters, I suppose, of Absolute Motorsport who want to aspire for that championship, you need to just put in a safety blanket, just get yourself inside the top 10. Don't stress too much, don't push the limits too much, because one mistake and you could be maybe starting from a potential pole position to 23rd.
Yeah, and I think we're actually already hitting the end of that first part of the session. So, it's already showing just how tight the margins these drivers are taking. Because every lap, it's going to be rubbering in. Every lap, the fuel load's going to be decreasing. The tires will be wearing, but they will also be, they'll slowly be rubbering in, warming up, getting to temp. That is the end of Q1. So it looks like then already that Romanali, Simonov, Nürnberger are your top 3. And we have set that top 10 that will be going into that qualifying shootout. Now we're about to have a look at this wonderful map of this track. This is going to be absolutely splendid. We're looking right now at that inner loop chicane in the back section that flows into that outer loop, left-hander of the chute, up the toe, through the boot, the heel, and look at that shot. You can see here the back section that leads onto that start-finish straight, and the heel, the blue walls. How iconic are those blue walls?
Very, to be fair. Certain tracks have their characteristics as such, and obviously Watkins Glen, you can tell it's Watkins Glen by sort of the curbs, and then the whole aesthetic of the circuit is very, very beautiful indeed. And it just gets even better when you've got some of sim racing's best, and to be fair, some of the best looking cars in motorsport in the form of these GT3s now hurtling their way around upstate New York. And well, now we get to see these guys batter their way through and take their shot at some qualifying positions. Of course, for those underdogs, they're going to be looking to maybe throw a spanner into the works, get themselves into that top 10 shootout. Obviously, as I say, for the championship contenders, it's all about solidifying, just getting a lap in, because it's all decided in a few moments' time when we head to the shootout.
Yeah, and you can see all of those cars. Look how stunning they look. The livery work is absolutely splendid. Notable ones to point out, for example, we're on board currently with Rocket Simsport, which is a team that is run by Jensen Button and counters their real-life GT3 entries as we're heading for that back section. These cars are going to be quite tight. That will aid in some sections, because it is quite a power circuit in sections where slipstream will be beneficial. But of course, as you go through those smaller, tighter corners, you might find a bit of a wash. You can see the weaving going to keep tires in temperature, and we're going to ride on board with Rocket Sim Sport with Robbie Stapleford, the number 22 in the GT3 category. As we come through the right-hander then, to start the lap, you can see the inside and the outside, how much curb he's already taking as we get ready to cross the line now. And he's going to be already starting his braking point around the 200 mark. Take it nice and close through the 90. Run it out as much as curb as possible without violating track limits. Keep it nice and tight, and you can run this one a little bit wider through second section, but apex it as best you can. A little bit off camber there as we come back through the back straight. As he starts to slide up that inner loop, we're getting a slight slipstream from the car ahead, but not enough to really generate too much dirty air. At around the 200 meter mark again, cutting those curves as much as possible while trying to keep 4 tires within track limits. A little bit of oversteer through there, and then as we go for the outer loop and down towards the chute, you can take a good amount of curb here. You want to sight the braking marker just off of that, the wall on the right hand side where it dips back in the escape road through the chute as we get ready to go through the toe. And again, it's going to be about the 150 mark, 100 meter mark for the brakes. Keep it nice and tight. This corner feels like it goes on longer than you expect it to, so sometimes you can get on the power a little bit early and find yourself washing wide. That looked like a good line there from the Rocket Sim Sport driver, as again, this corner here, off camber on the apex, but cambers up on the outside again, so you can carry a little bit more speed than you might think through the left-hander here. This one is quite tight and leads into a tight section of wall on the outside, so you really want to sight it well, as he has done, taking the curb, trying to stay off the grass to maximize your traction as we come through the last sector in the back section here. The left-hander looks clean. Through the right-hander, he's got a 143.0 to beat. Will Robbie Staple be able to come across the line and better that? 142.4, now the fastest lap as he crosses the line, and it's a 143 dead, 143.1. So a good lap from Robbie Stapleford so far, but still has some more to do.
Yeah, I think a little bit of time on the table, but look at that fight for pole position. Provisionally, of course, with the shootout yet to come. Only a tenth of a second between the two Lamborghinis at the front of the field, looking very, very strong indeed. But as we're waiting for the first few lap times to obviously come in, now we're going to start to piece together a bit of a picture as to who's where, who's what, and how quick each of these manufacturers are. So far, seems to be a fairly McLaren-dominated top 10, with Hoffman at the moment hanging on, only by a couple of tenths of a second though. So far, it seems to be a very, very close qualifying. As you can see there, a sensational lap from a South African that moves himself up into second place overall. But yeah, very competitive lap times being put in, marginal stuff between each position.
Indeed, the Lamborghini seems to be the car that is putting in the best lap times right now. We're on board with the number 11 coming through the right-hander, Jose Alejandro Perez for Regular Racing, as he gets ready to cross the line. Where will Perez sit then? The number 11 crosses the line and goes to P10. So right now on the fringes of that drop zone for the Superpole, Whitehead we're on board with now, number 55 for Veloce Esports, doing a good job through the left-hander to keep a nice tight one. He's only down by 93 thousandths of a second so far, and that top three separated by less than a tenth.
Yeah, not much in it whatsoever. These guys really bringing their A game, of course, trying to solidify themselves in that top 10, which is vital, especially in a grid as competitive as this. Less than, just over half a second separating the top 10, showcasing just how competitive this is. Luke Whitehead goes to that provisional pole position. Jentel Van Zielen for DC Sim Racing, and this, we're being told, is looking to improve. It needs about a 4/10 improvement to get themselves inside that all-important top 10.
Yeah, this could be tricky though, because he's struggling in the dirty air a little bit through these last couple of corners. You can see him start to wash out on the exit of the corner. It's going to be a bump draft down the line. He's 4 times up where he is currently. He jumps in the P7, 7 tenths behind P1. He's currently made it into that top 10 shootout, and it looks like the session is coming to a close. So this looks to be more or less our grid for now. We have a couple of drivers still finishing up their laps.
Nice lap time right at the end, of course, from Van Zielen. Those are the laps that we talk about when it comes to qualifying in regards to bringing one out of the bag right at the death of the session. Really nice stuff, and obviously gave himself and his team the best foot going forward into that Super Pole session that we've got coming up in just a second. Waiting for Buczek to finish their run, of course, at the moment. Only 1.4 seconds off the provisional pole time and down in P21. I mean, we talk about them as if, they're slow or anything, or they're down in 22nd place. There's only a second and a half in it here, and this is mightily impressive.
Yeah, and there's so little margins that you can gain so much time. Some drivers may have been conservative and they're not kind of a good, a good run in their last couple of runs there. Some of them may have just had a little mistake that puts them off. These margins are so tight because one of the things about sim racing is that you can basically have unlimited practice in the lead up to an event. Your only limitation is your time.
Yes, that is true, of course. Contrary to real-world motorsports, where you maybe only get a few laps, especially when it comes to endurance, because you have to share the car with 2-3 other people and refine the setup. So with these guys, they get countless hours upon hours of practice time in their car, refining their setups, working with their teammates. But then when you get into the session, all of those hundreds, maybe more hours, hundreds of laps of practice, they all go they're in the past. You've got to forget about them, well, obviously to an extent, because they don't matter now. You don't get a restart. You have 7 minutes of qualifying to put a lap time that gets you inside the top 10. The pressure is then on. It's not practice anymore. It's go time, and the pressure then skyrockets because this is it. There are no do-overs.
There are no do-overs. Those are words that drivers have to keep in their heads for this last session, because they get 1 flying lap here. They get 2 out laps, so if they do mess up their first preparation period, they don't find the gap they want, they can duck into the pits and give it another shot, but one flying lap, and this will be combined between GT3 and GT4, so traffic could prove crucial. We may see those gaps in the top 10 spread as they might get caught out on their laps. This is going to be a really interesting qualifying session to watch, because it's going to be all about finding the right gap in the flow, the right pocket of track, and getting into the zone as quickly as possible.
Yeah, that preparation lap, there we go, I'll speak English eventually, is going to be vital. These guys, you know, when we've got 20 cars on the field of varying speeds as well, the GT3s, the GT4s out there, hopefully sort of these guys are going to settle into a nice uniform. The GT3s can go first sort of thing, and then the GT4s will go after them, and hope there's not a lot of overlap. But when there are so many cars on quite a tight and twisty track, that at times it can get messy. So look out for those that are best at sort of their traffic management, their awareness, their planning are going to be the ones to succeed, because you can be as quick as you like, but if you get caught in traffic and lose a second on your lap, that is going to be the difference between 1st and 10th.
Yeah, and it's not so much an issue for the GT4 drivers because they will be the traffic, but they will also have to be conscious of drivers potentially being quite ambitious in their ability to minimize lap time as they pass them. And it is a track with a fair few straights. The corners here are quite long though as well, so it's very easy to find yourself caught out in one of those corners.
Of course it is, and with you know, with it being so tight and twisty, and with it being very, very busy as well, you can see everyone queuing up at the end of pit lane. That's a very picturesque thing. A couple of people trying to jump the gun, wait for the green flag to signal them off. Luke Whitehead now just pulling out of his pit box. Thankfully, ACC is you know, nice enough to not have contact enabled during the pit lane, because I think that would be a very messy affair. But you can see the Veloce car, Luke Whitehead, getting straight down to business, does not want to mess around on this preparation lap, wants to get his head down, wants to settle into some clear space, and wants to put a good lap time down.
Yeah, and these GT3 drivers will be fighting to get ahead of the GT4 pack, and they'll be praying that there won't be any GT4 stragglers who decide to come out in about a minute's time, because they will compromise that lap of the GT3 drivers. They'll no doubt have their teammates looking at the broadcast, trying to spot a gap, even though there's a little bit of a delay, and you can see that the leader of the GT4 field currently, Michael Romanelli, and there you got Luke Whitehead for Veloce Esports passing the McLaren ahead, just finding that track position. If he can maintain this gap to the McLaren ahead, that could be a good little opportunity to get a bit of a toe in the areas where he needs it. But, you know, at the end of the day, if you're the fastest driver on track, you are going to want to be the fastest driver on track. And if you're following a driver ahead and they may make a mistake or two, it's very easy to get led by that mistake.
Don't overcomplicate it. Why would you risk it for the sake of a toe that might gain you 0.2 of a second? Which, don't get me wrong, if you can get it and it be, you know, a risk-free, only reward situation, then by all means, sure. But I don't really think we're going to see that at all. I mean, when there are so many risks and so many variables at play, simple it down, dumb it down as much as you can. Just try your best to get a lap where you were by yourself, where you're at one with the car, because yeah, maybe those 0.2 of a second could mean you get pole position, or could mean you get that extra position on the grid, but it could also mean that driver in front of you spins out, crashes, ruins your lap, and you start at the back end of the top 10 in your respective class. Why? Just for the sake of a couple of tenths of a second, play it safe. There are 6 hours of racing ahead of you. It's not going to be decided by you trying to get a slipstream in quali.
Yep, and it's go time. Luke Whitehead has started his flying lap. The number 55 down the back straight towards the inner loop now. That Lamborghini has been poised to take pole position in that first session that we had. Can he carry that form forward? The track will have only improved, even marginally, but from the first session that he had. A little bit of oversteer through that section there. It looked like he carried potentially a tiny bit too much speed, but we'll see how the lap turns out as he comes through the outer loop into the chute. Looks like a good braking point there, keeping it nice and tight to that inside curve, running it all the way out. A little bit on the grass there. He's going to be trying to eye up his braking mark and keep it nice and tight. Looks like he's carrying a slightly later apex. He's right on the throttle there, uses all the tarmac available. This is where that slipstream from the McLaren may buy him half a tenth or so down that back straight. He's going to be looking to brake around the 150 mark, keep it nice and tight. A little bit of oversteer on entry there. He corrects for it, keeps it nice and wide. That Lamborghini looks pretty put together so far, but we'll see how the rest of this lap pulls together. Late Apex once again, and he looks like he's just pushing everything he has out of this car. Luke Whitehead through the last couple of corners. That Veloce car has been quick. Will it be quicker? Will he be the car on pole? He has gone a little bit on the grass there. That looked like it might have compromised his entry in the last corner a little bit, but as he comes through that last corner there, it looks to be not much of an improvement. It was definitely slower than his previous time, as Michael Romanoli now, Absolute Motorsport has to lift. The number 204 in the GT4 is coming through that back sector. The first car in GT4 to do so. Let's see where this comes up. Through the left-hander then goes Michael Romanoli. That Alpine looks pretty put together so far. Right on the edge of the tarmac and the grass there. As he brings it to the curb, uses all the tarmac across the line. Michael Romanoli, can he improve? And again, it looks to be pretty similar. Actually, only 15 thousandths off of his previous lap time.
Yeah, only marginally quicker in that regard, but still obviously taking that provisional pole position for the class there. You can see Cody Sherritt for Geniuses Esports running in a very nice looking Lamborghini GT3 Evo. Getting told, of course, that their previous lap times they set in the previous part of the session do still carry forward into this part. I suppose this is more just an extra chance for them to improve. So if you're not able to put a lap time in this part of the session, don't worry, you're not going to start 10th as such, as we saw with Whitehead obviously making a bit of a mistake on his lap. He still has that 142.1 carry forward into this part. It's just down to the likes of Cody Sherritt and Richter to then improve and maybe top Veloce for pole position, getting told that this is a very, very strong lap as it stands from Sherritt.
Yeah, Genesis Esports will be looking on board, hoping for a clean and fast lap. You can see just a little margin he's leaving on the table. There's literally nothing separating the outside of his wheels and that grass. A little bit of puff of dust there coming up as he does dip into the grass. Again, super tight on corner entry, running as wide as possible. Cody Sherritt looks to be putting together a stonking lap through the right-hander. Can he hold it together? The number 33 will cross the line. Where will it put him? Oh, and he's just shy, 300ths of a second behind Whitehead, so still P2, but he's just made it a more solid P2 at this point.
Yeah, solidifying that position and still on the front row. It gives him plenty of opportunities going into the opening part of the race. Here you can see Michael Romagnoli for Absolute Motorsport would like to start the second round on a high after taking that victory last time out at Silverstone. Through the final corner, as it stands, only 5 thousandths of a second over Simonov, just in behind in P2, and it is a very slight improvement as well. 152.3 now is the benchmark for pole position.
Yeah, and that 1/10 crucially brought him pole position, as it looked like Simonov did manage to close the gap a little bit there and almost pipped him for his time, as Whitfoot now comes across the line and is 300ths of a second behind. So this field looks really tight in GT4, and it looks just as tight in GT3.
Does indeed. Luciano Vitfort putting in a very good lap time towards the back end of it. That look out for Vitfort over the course of the race. He is so well versed, obviously specializing in certain sims, but is very broad in his approach. He is mightily good when it comes to racing. I've never tipped him as a qualifying driver. He is all about that race. Look out for him over the course of the next 6 hours with this team, because he is going to be one to watch. He's starting in a good order. I would expect to see him be quite punchy in the opening laps.
Yeah, there are drivers who are just impressively incredible on their opening laps, able to make up grids, make up slots, as the other drivers are kind of stumbling over themselves. This is a really strong grid, but I wouldn't put it past the drivers to have a little bit of a kerfuffle at some point in that lap. Of course, being on pole position, being towards the front is going to be a blessing for those teams, whereas towards the middle and back of the pack, you may find yourself in a little bit of a collision. But we're going to see now, as this race looks to be pretty brilliant. Now, qualifying turned out quite well for the drivers involved. Luke Whitehead did take pole position in GT3. Absolute Motorsports, again, putting it on pole position like they did in round 1. And they look poised to be able to potentially convert that into a win. But again, it's going to be a case of 6 hours. How consistent are you? How good are you at avoiding mistakes? And what does your team's strategy look like?
Right, and it is a team effort. That is the thing. A lot of these teams, I think all of them, yeah, they're all fielding a 3-car team. So you sort of divvy that up however you like, maybe 2 hours, maybe alternating every time you change tyres or whatever it might be. But it is all about how you as a team approach this. That is the difference between a good and a great team. It's all great having good drivers, but are they a good team? Are they a great team? Do they have that chemistry? Do they work well together? Do they sit in the voice chat all race long and give them some support? Do they analyze the other team's lap times and relay that back to their driver? Or, are they able to do that? And also, how much preparation have they brought into this race? Because it's so easy to go in gun-ho. Oh, it's just a race. I'm driving around a racetrack. I can do that in my sleep. Well, yeah, but it's 6 hours at the Watkins Glen. Like, are you going to be able to do that? Are you going to be able to do that pace consistently over the course of those 6 hours? How about your fuel? How about your tyres? How are you going to save that? What about when traffic creeps into it? Are you prepared for that? Those are all the things where experience that you've built upon over races and years of practice will then be able to call upon. And that's why endurance racing is such an elite discipline, is because it is so difficult to master each and every single aspect of all of the different disciplines in motorsport. They all sort of coagulate together when it gets to endurance racing.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see how these teams split their drivers to start with. Now, normally you have maybe 1 or 2 drivers in a team that are at the absolute pace of the car. Obviously, setup is a compromise, so it's going to be interesting to see which drivers can deal with their team setup the best as possible. But ultimately, there is going to be that one driver who can just be a tiny bit more consistently quicker. Now, is that a driver that you'll put in the start, hope that you can keep it clean and maximize that stint? Or is that the sort of driver that you want to get into free air, maybe do an early stop to get them involved, and then let them maximize their pace across the stint without obstructions from other cars?
Right, yeah, and it is all about just settling into a rhythm, I think, especially sort of in the opening moments. It's so easy to get overwhelmed with all the cars around you, everything going on. You just have to have a clear, focused thought. I mean, for those on pole position, it might just be, all right, let's get ahead, let's get away, let's keep that pole position and let's settle into a race. For those in second or third, it might just be, all right, well, let's keep this good position, let's settle into this race. Or it might be, all right, I'm gonna get ahead of the car in front of me. Those amongst the pack, it might be, all right, I'm just gonna take a nice, easy, controlled thought to this race start. I'm not really gonna go for anything too much, but I might like to gain 1 or 2 places. It just allows you to really centralize all of those thoughts, all of the doubts and the hesitations in your mind, and it just allows you to zero in on something to focus on in the opening stage. And then once you've got the first 2 laps out the way and it's all sort of settled down a little bit, then you start focusing, all right, tires, fuel, strategy, consistency, settling into a rhythm, finding maybe even just a duo to work with. So many times in endurance racing, you'll see a group of 1, 2, 3 cars just in their own little bubble, working together with Slipstream on the same strategy, having that consistent run of form together. And that might be something that these teams aim for. But the bottom line is consistency. Keep it on the track, and to be fair, you might have a good chance at a top 10.
Yeah, it's all about consistency, keeping it out of the wall, and just trying to maximize your individual pace at that moment. Of course, there will be opportunities to pass and overtake, but it's 6 hours. The only time that you really want to be trying to do that is when you believe that you have a large pace advantage over the car ahead, and you're not going to benefit from towing them along, basically. Now, of course, as a racing driver, even as a sim racing driver, you're going to think that you are the fastest on track, because that's the only way that you can operate. You have to believe in your ability, in your potential. And so if you see a car ahead of you, you're going to try and pass them. Now, that's going to be potentially most critical at the start, because if you find yourself behind the driver, that can be potentially a bit sticky. Once you've passed them, they could be in the slipstream, they could carry along with you. That could end up being a bit of a situation where you are just not able to settle into your groove because you're a bit distracted by the cars around you.
Yeah, and obviously the best drivers are going to be the one to sort of ignore that as such, and not let other people's driving affect theirs, because that is such an easy thing to do, is mirroring the cars around you. You see a driver in front make a mistake, chances are your possibility of making that same mistake have gone up, because you're looking at what they do, using them as a reference, especially if you're tunnel visioned on that car. The best drivers will just be able to zoom out a little bit, look at their own driving as such in their cockpit, not focused on what other people are doing, and just being able to focus on themselves. And maybe not replicate the same mistakes of those around them, because you are going to be surrounded by other cars, right? You cannot get too caught up on what everyone else is doing, because your brain's just going to get fried if you're focusing on what every single one of the other million cars that are out on track doing across all the different categories. Stay in your cockpit, focus on your pedal movements, your steering wheel inputs, and just drive the car as all of these guys can do so well. They've all earned their spot to be on this grid. They know how to drive. They just need to hook it up and minimize their mistakes.
Yeah, and that's just going to be really essential towards the middle parts of this race. Now, of course, at the start and towards the end, you're going to want a little bit of information about what the cars are doing around you. Maybe not so much at the start, because it is really about settling into that group. But towards the end, obviously, if you're fighting for position and there's cars slowly creeping onto you, your team is going to be on the horn saying, all right, look, if we can find maybe a 10th or 2 a lap, we can probably keep it behind. And that goes into that team dynamic. Now, a lot of teams may have a dedicated race engineer to kind of walk them through their stints, make sure that the other drivers are there for their stints, try and maximize the performance over the stint. But one of the things that so many sim racers are really good at, because they basically started on their own before they were picked up by these teams, they're pretty good at sussing this stuff out themselves. And so it'll be interesting to see which teams have that kind of dedicated setup and potentially look a little bit more professional in the way that they handle their driver changes, that kind of stuff, and which teams will be a little bit more, able, free-flowing, take it in the opportunities that come, if a driver needs a bit of a break, switch it out early, try and maximize somebody else's stint. Again, strategy over 6 hours is really going to be that crucial factor.
Strategy, yeah, I mean, you can drive as quick as you want, but it's so difficult to outdrive a bad strategy. If you're having to come into the pit lane, 2 times more over the course of the race than your rivals, you're going to be losing a good minute and a half, 2 minutes worth of of race time. So maybe you're not as quick as the Veloces or those types of teams, but if you can be as clever as them and you can be as consistent, stay on the track, know your strategy. The whole point is to minimize the amount of time you spend in pit lane. That is the whole sort of bottom line of an endurance race, I think, is to just don't be in the pit lane. And of course, pit stops are a crucial factor of it, but the whole point of them is to sort of avoid going back for as long as you can, I suppose. So these teams, if they can just be as clever as those top guys and keep it as consistent, then they've got a very, very strong chance of maybe not a win, maybe not a top 5, but at the very least a good position relative for them. We have to remember we've got a plethora of different teams and drivers from all over ACC sim racing and all across the SimGrid communities that are here today. We have got a variety of skill levels. I mean, we've got big names like Veloce, but we have got some community sort of underdog teams out there, and a top 10 or a top 15 for them would be a huge result that they'd really cherish. So if they want to nail those results, they just have to get their head down from lap 1 and try and persist, because 6 hours is a long time. A lot can happen.
Yeah, a lot can happen. It'll be really about trying to keep your head down. It's so easy to spiral as soon as one thing goes wrong. You could get a little penalty for track limit violations, you could speed into the pit lane, and all of a sudden you find your consistency swirling, your ability to keep it together slipping away from you slowly. So it is going to be, in certain moments of this race, about handling the pressure of certain mistakes, of handling the pressure of people around you. And one of the other things that you can take note of here is that, it is quite a tight entry into the pits, for example. It is pretty much on the racing line. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some slow cars at points trying to go through there and putting some people off their line. The other thing as well to mention with the pits is that it is a relatively short pit. So where you would see at tracks like Spa, at tracks like Yas Marina, where they have quite long pits and the penalty for pitting can be quite devastating. Here, it's not so bad, so you can potentially get away with taking an extra stop if it means that you can, extend your tires out for a little bit more, if it means that you can keep the fuel a little bit lower for certain parts. So there is a little bit more to play in terms of minimizing the amount of time that you lose from your pit stops.
It is, even the trivial thing, just stopping for the pit lane mark, making sure you don't speed, stopping in your pit box. I remember when I used to do some ACC league racing, the amount of time I would lose by missing my pit box. Because you go in, you're driving down pit lane, you see a box, you turn in, you stop, and then you think, why are they not doing anything? And then you realise, and then you go into reverse and you go back, and then you stop again, and then it's like, okay, now they're working. And then you've lost 4, 5, 6 seconds from just nothing. Something that was completely avoidable, something that's so trivial, something you probably wouldn't even put too much practice into anyway, but something that can really change the tide of this race. Because when you've got teams in qualifying separated by half a tenth in qualifying, over the course of the race, they're going to be together in slipstream. 5, 6 second margin from you messing up your pit lane. I mean, obviously these guys aren't Zach Sweeney and good, but they are small mistakes that can happen. Those are things that add up. 6 hours, the GT3 is probably going to come in probably on every hour, plus or minus 5 minutes or so. They're going to be in the pit lane 5, 6 times over the course of this race, provided obviously everything goes well. Those are 5, 6 times where things can go drastically wrong.
Yeah, and it's 5, 6 times where you can find yourself undercut, overcut as well. It'll be quite interesting to see whether it'll be quicker for drivers to stay out and overcut on all tires but light fuel, or whether it'll be quicker for drivers to come in, slap on some fresh boots and put in the stock and lap and hopefully try and pass their competition. It will obviously offset you, because if you have roughly the same stint times, if you come in earlier, that's going to decrease your ability to adapt later in the race because you have one less lap to play with, and that stacks up if you do that throughout the race. If you start pitting 1 lap earlier each time compared to your rivals, you end up adding a lot of laps to your pit stops, and it'll just decreases the margin of play. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of these drivers trying to extend their pit stops as long as possible to start with, unless they're really being held up by a train.
Right, yeah, and circumstances, again, a really interesting thing, because these teams, these drivers will do their practice and they'll say, all right, we've got our little metaphorical great strategy on paper where we do this, we do that, we save fuel for this and that. Can you guarantee that everything is going to go well for each and every single lap of the 6 hours of racing? Is every circumstance going to mean that you can be on the dot with that strategy? Absolutely not. I can almost say with 99.9% guarantee that none of these teams are going to stick to their original strategy. The vague idea of it, sure, but maybe when Aidan Walsingham is held up by Wilmot at some point during the race, and he says, you know what, probably just going to have to come in a lap early just to get out of this, just to get that jump and to benefit my race. Those are the sort of the decisions that you have to make on the fly. They're like, okay, do we deviate off this strategy? Do we go a lap later, a lap longer? Can we do that? And what about when things go drastically wrong? What about when you're in a spin, when you're in an incident and your tyres are cooked and you've got to reset yourself back into the sequence of things? That is then when the great teams can still make a bad race average and still make it good. And those are the points that are really going to matter, because no one's going to have a perfect season. People are going to make mistakes over the course of this championship, but it's the ones that can minimize those mistakes and make the mistakes into not that bad that will be able to maximize their points in the championship.
Yeah, and of course it is a championship, so there are 3 rounds. The 3rd round will be held at Imola, and points go quite deep into this one. You get multiple points if you finish in the top 20. Beyond that, you get 1 point for reaching certain distances, and 62 points for P1. So there is quite a large swing of points available. So if you were to define something like Veloce having a disconnect and then struggling to get back in a quick enough time where they don't lose the laps, they find themselves towards the back of the pack. That's very easily going to swing it to somebody else, and that's, it's such a fresh championship. Sure, we have a rough idea of what cars' paces look like over a race distance from round 1, but this is really going to be where drivers and teams can solidify their positions in the championship and set themselves up for a good run into the 3rd and final round.
Right, and each round I think is a hop, skip and a jump from one to the next. Of course, these teams and drivers, they don't know what the next track is until they voted for it, until the track has won. So it almost makes that practice very, very difficult, because you then crunch, you find out the track, and then you've got to go and spam that out for the next couple of days. I mean, we only found out we were going to Watkins, I think, the other day or something like that. Not that long ago at all. So obviously for these guys, once that public vote goes live, they have to practice it. But from round 1 to round 2 to round 3, I mean, that's only 3 rounds long. Each round accounts for 1/3 of the overall championship positions, which means that each of them have a huge amount of weight in the overall championship. which means that, yeah, you do have to nail each and every single one of them in order to be competitive. There are no drop rounds or anything like that. So, you know, if you completely mess up one, chances are your championship hunt is over as such, because it's going to be that much more difficult to regain the points that you've lost. But if you can go from maybe a second to a fourth because of a small mistake, is that going to be the be-all and end-all? Maybe, but at least you've still got a chance. So yeah, if things go wrong and you fall down to the back of the field, still race, because even getting yourself scraping back into the top 10 in your respective class are points that might not mean too much at this stage, but in a few weeks' time when we head to the third and final round, or whatever track that might be, they could be the deciding factor between you and a championship, you and your, you know, your success in this series.
Yeah, my apologies. It was one of the qualifiers that was held at Imola, not the third round. So, like you say, the drivers don't know what track they'll be going to until pretty close before the race, and it does sort of lend to the malleability of some of these teams. You know, what does their baseline setup look like? How easy is that to adapt from track to track? And how well optimized can they make it for the track that's selected in the time that's allotted? That is one of the big things that teams need to come together to achieve in the time that leads up to the race. Somewhere where a race engineer can come in handy, you know, knowing the ins and outs of the car. But again, these drivers will know their cars because this is what they do. They are great at it, and they will be doing everything they can to jump on the track and say, hey, look, we're quick and we have a right to be here.
Right, and confidence is a big thing. Obviously, there's a fine line between confidence and arrogance. Coming in with an overconfident mindset, it's dangerous. Coming in with an underconfident mindset is also dangerous. The moment you've got doubts and hesitations, you immediately open yourself up for making mistakes. As soon as you 50-50 it and think, oh, do I go for it, do I not? That's when things can then get dangerous. When you then go, oh yeah, I'm 6 attempts back, I'll send that into the next braking zone, that's equally as dangerous. Finding that golden medium is going to be the best way to go about this race.
Yeah, it's measured understanding of what you're capable of. It's quiet confidence and just, you know, a mindset that says, I know that I'm quick, but I also know my limitations. And finding that happy medium between the two is going to be a challenge for all the drivers you see ahead. We are walking our way down that grid. As the session will start for the outlap in 1 minute time. It is a stunningly beautiful grid. Look at the variation in the cars. It is a Lamborghini top 3. Ferrari pips on P4. McLarens make up the majority of the rest of the top 10, apart from one more Lamborghini, the number 60 and P7. Beyond that, a single Audi, a single BMW. So a couple of teams looking to try a different way. And we can see if those cars can capitalize on race pace where they may have lacked potentially in qualifying pace.
Right, one lapping, or however many they did, probably 5-6 laps in quali. It's not going to equate to 6 hours worth of laps that we've got in the race. Don't sweat it. Made a mistake in qualifying, it's done, it's over. What can you do in the present now? Alright, yeah, I'm starting P15. Right in the middle of the pack. What can you do about it? Alright? Handle the carnage, handle the chaos, pick your way through. Turn anything you can into positive. If you're starting further back, say, sweet, it's only on the up. If you're starting towards the front, sweet, you're starting towards the front, you're starting this race well, you're starting in the middle, your race can go both ways. Focus on the positive. Focus on the positions that can be gained and not the ones that can be lost, or don't worry about the what-ifs or the should-haves or the could-haves or the would-haves. In qualifying, it's done, it's over, 6 hours ahead of you. Put your focus on that.
Yeah, put your focus on that. It's about what is happening in the 30 meters ahead of you and reacting to it. It's about putting one foot in front of the other and getting yourself across the line. This is endurance racing, and this is where it is so crucial to have a mindset that says, I'm going to be measured, I'm going to be calculated, and I'm going to maximize what I can offer. As we see the grid start to set off, the GT4s are dominated by those Alpines, and a couple of one or two cars there straggling away, the Mercedes, and I think it was potentially a BMW that was the other car that wasn't an Alpine. But you can see these, as Luke Whitehead, as Aiden Walsingham for Veloce Esports brings the car in P1 to bring it forward. Now we have seen a driver change here. I'm sure we've seen quite a few other drivers change out. So is that going to be a case of, you know, the driver who did qualify being the quickest over a lap, and then getting somebody who's a bit more, or not more consistent, but their focus is consistency, versus putting the fastest driver right off the bat in the car and then trying to maximize that first stint? It'll be interesting to see how these teams cope with that opening lap.
Yeah, some teams like to put the qualifying driver in the car first because they're the ones that have most recently been in the car. They're warmed up, they're acclimatized, they're ready to go. Some teams think, yeah, well, maybe they're too used to going flat out. We need someone that's going to be a little bit more reserved in the opening stage. Maybe it could just be the different mentalities. Maybe what the driver that did qualifying says, I'm not doing the start. No, get me out of this car, get someone else to do it, because it's such an overwhelming environment and it's such a huge responsibility that these drivers are taking onto their shoulders to kickstart this race. It can cast a shadow over the rest of the race if things go wrong. It can, you know, really boost them with confidence if it goes right, and that is a very big balance for some people to handle. And then obviously teams look at it and think, all right, say in this case of Veloce, Aidan Walsingham, very strong driver when it comes to consistency. Not to say that Luke Whitehead isn't as such, but Walsingham might have a little bit more experience with these race starts, might know how to quickly get the car into temperature. Whatever their reasons are, they've decided it through trial and scrutiny and trial and error as such. There you can see Walsingham at pole position, of course carrying a big amount of pressure, as I said, after coming off the back of that win last time out when we went to Silverstone, starting on pole position once again. Almost expected to come out on top in this race.
Yeah, now number 33, Sherritt, starting alongside him. This is a really close top 2, top 3, top 4. The whole field is really close, and all it takes is one little slip, one little wobble to drop you down, as these places are so close. It obviously, in a 6-hour race, the race isn't won in the first lap, but you can do a lot to help your chances of winning in that first lap.
Right, yeah. It's not won, but it can be helped. It's not lost, but it can be hindered, sort of thing. Those are the things that these guys are going to have on their mind as we approach the final corner to start this race. You'll see them grid up in their 2x2 formation. 6 hours of racing. What's to come?
What is to come? Once again, blue skies abound, so these drivers will be looking to have a nice track that will rubber in, that will get faster and faster. As we come around that last corner, they are doubling up. It'll be up to the green flag dropping to when these drivers get ready to go. Aidan Walsingham leads the pack for Veloce Racing. Cody Sherritt in P2 with number 33 is his closest challenger as they get ready to cross the line. And the foot sort of to the floor here in the Glen. That was a bit of a botch start for myself, but it wasn't a botch start for Aidan Walsingham as he controls the field into P1. Up the inside goes the Lamborghini. Sherritt drops down to P3. It looks relatively clean throughout the field. Not much of a scrap in most places. Some places they're going 3 wide there, as Kisser in number 14 Lamborghini has made his way to P2. Sherritt now on the backside of that Lamborghini will be looking to make up that place. He switches to the outside there, through the chicane and the back section. That's going to be quite tight. Can he hold it together? He squeezes the other Lamborghini and he gets the position back. That is a really strong recovery there for Sherritt, but Walsingham already starts to pull away.
Yeah, Walsingham with a great start at the front of the field, just made the most of the carnage and chaos. What a move, it must be said, from Kisser in the opener map. I think he might have just given Sherritt a little kiss as he went by as well. Bit of contact, but nothing too major. That is busy though, that is scary, very overwhelming. As we see the front end of the GT4s, Romagnoli leads Simonov at the fight amongst pretty much the Alpine Cup at this rate. But as you can see, as they tail the GT3s, the carnage and chaos that is about to unfold throughout the entirety of the field. So far, so good for our 2 race leaders.
Yeah, a little bit wider there from Simonov through that previous corner, but seems to be making up previously. Lars Kisser for Unicorns of Love in P3. Through the right-hander, he'll be looking to get back at Sherritt. Sherritt over a second behind already from Walsingham. That's probably been caused by that little scrap he had to have to get back past. Kisser is under pressure from Razor in the car behind. That is the first of the McLaren runners, the number 27. And behind that, the Ferrari makes its way to P5. So, again, still Lamborghini top 3, but that number 4 and number 5 slot has been occupied by 2 other cars, and they will be looking to try and maintain parity with the cars ahead and hopefully get into a situation where throughout the stint their car starts to expose some of the strengths that it may have left in qualifying.
Right, yeah, and again, just because everyone else is in a car doesn't mean you have to be. Just because, say, in the GT4s, the Alpine is the quickest car by far, if you get into the Alpine and you're 2 seconds off the pace, why do that to yourself? Get into a car that you can bed into, that you can be comfortable in, that you can extract the pace out of. Don't get into a car that you can only extract 65%. Get into a car that you can extract 85, 95, even 100% of its potential. If you're comfortable in a car, that's all that matters, because you're going to be the one that is going to be in it for the next 6 hours of racing, along with your teammates as such. Those where compromises and stuff happens, but let's look at this fight. We've got Nick Babin under pressure, and then back to very quickly to the GT3s, because Yara Hoffman trying to put a little bit of pressure on Delfante just ahead of him in a bit of a McLaren train here. 5 McLarens trying to carve their way through, and all of them fighting for some very decent positions inside the top 10.
Yeah, Delfante has been under pressure from the Revolt car, which it's colourful. That could be a little bit of a distracting tactic for them there, you know? But as they go down this back straight here, the 808 looks to be closing in slowly and slowly. P8 currently is quite good, but obviously that's a position that you want to improve on if you can.
Of course, yeah, these are racing drivers. Then they don't settle. Sell? No, absolutely not. If there's a chance for a win, if there's a chance for even one more place, bet your bottom dollar they're going to go for it. Obviously Hoffman at this stage in the race, think better of it, just bide your time a little bit. Back end of the GT4 field here, you can see Nürnberger fighting away with Benson. The Mercedes AMG GT4 you can see there, one of only 2 other cars that are different from an Alpine on this field, the other being Yarbowski in that 501 Maserati. But yeah, the majority of them are all in the Alpines. Here is Jeffrey Ritchie, a very, very strong driver, has teamed up with Aidan Walsingham as part of the Boomer squad. So obviously with Walsingham leading the way for Veloce in P1 and Jeffrey Ritchie inside the top 10 for Thomas Eng Sim Racing, they are 2 very, very strong drivers, and so far looking very, very strong in this race as well. So Jeffrey Ritchie himself is a very competent driver, as I say, has been part of championship winning teams in the past and is looking to find his way past the very, very colourful McLaren. Not quite close enough into the bus stop chicane, but it's all about biding your time. It's all about waiting for that gap. We're only 5 minutes into a 6-hour race. If it's 50-50, there's 0% chance of it coming off.
Yeah, you got to be measured in these parts of the race here. It looked like Booth in the number 40, as you can see there. He's trying to work his way forward. I'm pretty sure it's a GT3 car, but I may be wrong. He might have been caught up in the early stages. And 2 wide ahead go the Dietrich and Thompson. We were on board there with Thomas, and through the right hand, the 252 leads, and there's contact there just behind the 252. They both recovered it well, but elbows are starting to come out here, Zach.
Yeah, they are. These guys don't wait around at all. I think Bailey Thompson trying to pick his way past just in behind Dietrich, fighting with Thomas potentially just in behind there. You can see actually Bailey Thompson for 2S Esports, a very competent driver. Faster in the GT3s and in the GT4s it seems as well. Won the most recent Sim Racing Collective PC GT3 series on ACC and is so far trialling the GT4s and so far looking fairly strong up there amongst the top half of the field. But so far so good in terms of carnage. There you can see Charlie Booth in that 40 Lamborghini didn't get off to the best of starts in the GT3s and now has to probably spend the next 10 minutes just to get through the pack of GT4s that he once found himself behind.
Yeah, every second that Booth is stuck behind these GT4s is costing him, because that field is quite a bit slower than GT3s. Already the lead is about 15 seconds behind the trailing GT3 cars. So Booth has his work cut out for him to try and regain some time there. It'll be interesting to see how much he can close that gap up, as there seemed to be another GT3 car in the pits there. That seems to be the 66 Ferrari of Felipe.
Another one not off to the best of starts then, maybe a little bit of contact or mistakes at the back end of the field. Charlie Booth picking his way past some of the GT4s running side by side. Back to the front though, the Team Ballast Esports car of Leno Porco is fighting away with Pisano and Delfante, just either side of him, one in front, one behind. Team Ballast very strong as an outfit across sim racing, has competed in the top level across all different types of platforms and are right now fighting for what could well be a top 5 in the early stages of this 6 hours of Watkins Glen. Porco, I think, again, for these guys, it's all about settling into a rhythm. Do you fight too hard too now? Because right now, obviously, the gaps, they're not massive. The gaps between each drivers are probably the closest they're going to be for the majority of this race. Should you battle too hard now?
As we cut to the incident that caused Charlie Booth to fall back, it looks like he had a bit of a spin. a bit in the wall there, may have picked up some aero damage, but he seems to have been able to keep it out of the pits, so it should be hopefully recoverable for Booth as he tries to continue to work his way up through the GT4 field. We're on board with Leonardo Porco for Team Ballas Esport, the number 60 for Lamborghini. That's a fallacy calling a Lamborghini a Ferrari, but it's a Ferrari that he's chasing down, and that 858 seems to be quick. It is 1.7 seconds currently behind the McLaren ahead. Porco, though, will be wanting to be 1.7 seconds behind the McLaren ahead of that Ferrari, and he'll be thinking, okay, am I being held up? Can I get past? And when can I line this up?
Yeah,
we drop back to the triple.
That's naughty from the TX3 car.
That's the blue that you don't want to be going into. At least it was a tire barrier, so potentially a little bit less damage than the blue walls. But some drivers are already in the wars here.
Yes, these guys. I mean, to be fair, we've got 50-car grid out there. Things are going to happen. You know, it's not going to be all sunshine and rainbows, despite the fact that it is very sunny weather here in upstate New York. But for the most part, you know, these guys, there is going to be contact. There are going to be mistakes happen. And obviously for that Virtual Drivers by TX3 machine in that Alpine, spotted a gap that wasn't really there, made a little bit of a mistake, the gap closed and there was contact. It happens, it's racing, there's no malice in it, there's no bad driving as such, just a small little lapse in some concentration. Here's Luciano Wittfurt for Coolshark Racing in that 16 Alpine, of course qualified thanks to the TSRC 500 Endurance Championship, boasted some good results over the course of that respective championship, and at the moment is on the back of Campanella in the number 12, but a part of what is a very extensive train, all queuing up behind Simonov as Ramagnoli is able to build a bit of a gap ahead.
Yeah, and this will be really interesting to watch because one of the things that you can use to your advantage in the GT3 field, for example, is the different makes of cars. You know, you'll have strengths in certain areas of track, you'll have weaknesses in others, and you can try and exploit that, as we're likely to see Kissa try and exploit the weaknesses of Sherritt ahead. Sherritt has been maintaining his gap to Walsingham, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see that gap drop to 2 seconds if these guys start getting into a bit of a scuff here. The Genesis esports car ahead. It is a very nice livery, but for the left-hander, you can see right on the tail is Kissa. Now, is Kissa going to launch an attack, or I would almost say they're going to be working together to try and push back up towards the leader.
Surely you'd think so, because Aidan Walsingham and Veloce are the last team you want to let get away, right? If they can go into the final round with 2 wins under their belt, obviously it's early doors. Maybe Walsingham and his teammates might make some mistakes. We've still got strategy to play out or whatever. But at the moment, take this moment in isolation, work together. Luciano Wittfurt, though, has got absolutely no intention of working with Campanella as they fight side by side. This is for P30 overall, but will, in fact, be for 4th place in class. So Wittfurt to the outside of the bus stop chicane. It's going to be a brave move to make it, but he's got the agility, sails his way through. Nicely done. The fight back is on from the number 12 machine, but Wittfurt, very nicely done. Great respect between the two, and is now ahead of the Lightspeed Racing machine.
Yeah, one of those parts of the track where you can make overtakes, but it does compromise you quite a bit because obviously you're having to fit 2 cars through there. You can't take the lines that you want to, and you can see there just how much Babin has closed up behind in the 340 Alpine. That really shows that there are opportunities to pass. There are potentially heavy braking zones that you can try and utilize, but you know, every time you make a move in these early stages, it starts to leave you vulnerable to the cars around.
Right, yeah, and you know, you've got to think of not only the fight you've got now, but also the fights that you're going to have in 5, 10, 5 hours time. That are going to happen. You've got to prepare yourself for those and the consequences of each and every single overtake that you've got. Is it short-term gain into long-term loss? Is it short-term loss into long-term gain? All those types of things that you've got to be thinking about. Bailey Thompson already being awarded a 5-second time penalty for something. Obviously, we'll update you as soon as we get the information regarding that one. I'm supposing there's been a little bit of contact and he's got a slap on the wrist from the stewards.
Yeah, and that could hurt him, especially as the field is so tightly bound up. It may not be as big of an issue if you get a penalty of that little size towards the middle end of the race, but obviously if you get that early on, the field is so close. If you are forced to serve a penalty like that in the pits, then you'd lose quite a few places and have to do work that you wouldn't have to do otherwise.
Right, yeah, and so all you're doing by having those contacts and making those mistakes is slowing yourself down. But as I say, things happen, it's racing, no one's perfect. As you can see there, obviously that just came up onto the screen, into between cars 252 and 796. And it was the 252, the one driven by Bailey Thompson, that was awarded the blame for that one, and has only been given 5 seconds. I mean, it's not the be-all and end-all, it's not going to drastically destroy your race. It's stern enough to say, don't do that again, mate. But it's also light enough to, not completely ruin the race, because it's lap 1, early doors, things happen, things go wrong. Good penalty. Now, obviously, the aim for Thompson is to try and see how well he can outdrive it.
Yeah, and he's putting the pressure on. He's pulled the 1.5 second gap behind to jump back to Kisser. They seem to be working together, but that gap to Walsingham is slowly growing. 1.8 seconds is where it currently sits. These two are living it quite close, but as soon as Kisser decides, I'm quicker, I should be up with Walsingham, I need to get past you, that could open the door for the number 27 McLaren to jump in and get involved with these two.
Maybe so. Obviously, Lars Kisser is a very experienced sim racer, part of a very experienced sim racing team as well, of Unicorns of Love. I think they've been around for a good few years now, fighting in other VCO events, the likes of the Esports Racing League and the ERWC, I believe they did as well, and competed towards the top end in that. There's Nick Babin looking to the inside of Campanella, but not quite close enough, so I'm sure that Kisser knows what he's going to have to do in order to find his way past. How to best balance that situation, as you say, with the 27 McLaren fighting just behind them, could well bring themselves back into the mix. But also, I think their main goal is going to be, how can we best manage that gap, best close that gap to the front. Robbie Stelpuford for Rocket Simsport here, not off to the best of starts. I was about to say they've managed to improve their position, but in doing so, they've picked themselves up a nice, healthy 10-second time penalty.
Yeah, so Robbie will be potentially trying to get past the car ahead of number 808. It is quite a train here right now. It goes all the way down to P14, so these drivers all sort of working together, but all it takes is one of these drivers to start thinking, okay, I need to go a bit faster because I can get more pace out of the car than what the car ahead is doing. And as soon as that happens, it's anyone's game, so we can see position shuffle up and down in this train.
Right, yeah, especially when we've got, the cars in the background going side by side as well. I think that might have been Van Tielen and Cantinho going for 13th place between the two of them, as they cross the sector line only half a tenth apart from each other. Hoffman leading this train really well. Jeffrey Ritchie and Del Fante fighting for 7th, only 3 seconds ahead of this fight as well. So those two very, very close in their fight for 7th. There it is, Eric Del Fante, the Italian driver, fighting with Jeffrey Ritchie, who was able to seal the deal in his McLaren 720S. He's picked his way past quite nicely, bit of dust being kicked up, but so far so good. I mean, to be fair, bar a couple of anomalies, we've had a really nice clean start, a nice bedding in process for the initial 16 minutes.
Yeah, and so much more important to do that in these sorts of races where it is so long. It is up to you to try and keep it nice and clean, especially as the first driver. The worst feelings are being the first driver and fully putting your race on the line and leaving it out there and it just not working out. The only other feeling that can come close is having a brilliant race, being the last driver, being the anchor, and then finding yourself not really pulled together. This is battle for third in GT4. It is super close. Glitch Motorsport switches to the inside, heading into chicane. It could be quite tight. Across the nose goes Simonov, and they are still quite close, but a bit of a gap is built there between the two drivers after that move. We're on board still with Glitch Motorsport, the number 117 Alpine, as ahead he hunts down the number 1.
Still thinking, how can he sort of analyse his opponent? How can he best find the move? Because, of course, when we've got Rampinoli 3 seconds up the road there, you can just about see him going through the uphill right-hander. For Tringali, he's got to be saying, okay, how much are you slowing me down? How much am I going to gain from being in front of you? Are you going to be able to go for a counter-attack? Because if Tringali gets the move done and Simonov just says, all right, on that next lap, I'm just going to re-overtake you, mate, it's not a big deal, then they're just going to lose more and more time. Whereas if they both hunker down, they both say, all right, let's pause, let's have a ceasefire for a little while, and let's fight, to try and catch that 3-second gap, use each other's slipstream, because right now Ravignoli, he's all by himself, which has its perks. The one thing he is missing out on is slipstream, is working with another driver. And once we've got traffic now onto the scene as well, you can see some of the GT3 stragglers pushing their way through this part of the field. We could see a bit of a shake-up in terms of that 3-second lead.
Yeah, speaking of shake-ups, we're about to go back to a replay as we see on board here the number 500 just losing the control there and collecting the Audi. That's not going to be ideal for either of their races. It looked like an innocent spin, a little bit of an overcommitment to the corner, but that's not going to look so innocent to the other team. You know, it's obviously they're going to recognize it was a mistake, but it will have potentially hampered their race as well.
Absolutely, and small mistakes, big consequences as such. But there's still 5 hours, 42 minutes left to go. Let's see what the recovery could look like for Simonov and Tringale. Aim is going to be to try and close that gap to Ravignoli if they are able to. But yeah, at the moment, I think it is just, for us in the commentary booth as well, there is a chance for us to sort of see what's been going on and see who's going to be where in terms of strategy as such. Instant between cars 211 and 777 on lap 2. Only a warning, so they've let them off a little bit here.
Yeah, that will be a consequence of not too much damage being done in terms of position or time split to the cars around. Not too much of an issue. Speaking of, look at this. They were all about to go 3 wide. This is an artifact of that leader in that train being held up by some GT4 traffic as they start to make their way through. This is where time can be made or lost. As you can see there, the BMW fighting to get past that GT4. The Whipperman racing car has to look behind as the Lamborghini the Ferrari behind Catania is going to be potentially eyeing something up through the right-hander again. GT4 traffic are slowing down the Rocket SimSport team through the left-hander. It's really quite intense. It's going to be one of those trains that comes through, gets through the GT4 traffic, and it could see the swapping of some positions here.
Yeah, and that's the important thing of traffic. It gives and it can take as well. Patrichenko trying to carve his way past a couple of them, and it's all about, there's an opportunity to be had here, is there, right there from that McLaren. You can see Vantila getting himself underneath Catania. He saw a gap, he didn't hesitate, and he was able to obviously pick his way past quite nicely. In the end, it was the McLaren of Vantila that was able to get themselves ahead. Quite nicely done. And when a gap opens, don't hesitate, just go for the move as such, because they are going to open up in traffic. You can see that lead fight has closed to under half a second as well. Traffic can give, traffic can take. You just have to make sure you're doing the best job as to make sure you're on the receiving end of the benefits.
Yeah, and that was quite close there from Clean Racing Finland. You can see right on the tail of Healy ahead, but it was just a situation where the traffic forced him to tighten his apex up more than Healy, and as such he lost a little bit of time there. The traffic's starting to play a bit of a factor. It can be one of those factors that starts to spread the field. As you know, some of them, like the 303 there, get out of the way. Some of them stick on the racing line. You are really supposed to stick on the racing line to make yourself predictable for the cars around. But you know, it comes down to the driver. As you can see here, it sort of starts to form packs of 2 or 3 as they manage to follow each other through the GT4 traffic.
Yeah, so with some of them, their ideology is to work together. Some of them, it's like that. Leonardo Porco, Team Ballas into the wall, I think with Jeffrey Ritchie as well, bouncing their way off the barrier, off into the infield, rejoining. Don't do that. Oh my goodness me. Just able to pick a nice portion of the racing circuit, not really impeding anyone too much. There's more contact with another one of the Alpines. Oh, that is an awkward couple of corners for Leonardo Porco. I don't really know where to appoint the blame. Thankfully, I'm not a steward.
Yeah, just seen the consequence there of the GT4 cars getting into their own little scrap, and him not realizing that the car behind was actually starting to nose in on that corner. So he came across, it looked like there was some contact there, and then obviously he lost control. He did potentially take more of the damage from it, so the stewards could look at that, but this GT4 traffic really starting to throw a spanner in the works. It's 3 wide behind the car on board from DC Sim Racing, and it's a spin of damage there. Big crash, it looks like.
Yeah, Catania, I think, involved maybe in their run side-by-side with Hellman, side-by-side as well, between the two Alpines just ahead of us. But huge moment, and one of the worst parts of the track to have at Jack Oliver for virtual drivers by TX3, really struggling. Here is Tringali under pressure now. I think has just been passed by Luciano Wittfurt, or has actually just found himself past Luciano Wittfurt up into what is third place in the GT4s. A big shake-up through our first run of traffic, and, well, we've got a lot more of these to come.
Yeah, we're going to see on board to see what happens here. And yeah, it just seemed to be that GT4 traffic sort of, you know, getting into their own fight and then not realizing that his competitor was trying to nose in there. So it just looked a bit unfortunate. The rejoin, it's very tricky to rejoin in that section. I think he did a decent job of gauging the field at a part where he could rejoin, but we're just starting to see some of those incidents creep in. The TX3 driver incident there, that was also one that can have big repercussions, as TX3 currently sitting P2 in the GT4 Championship.
Right, and those are the moments that we talk about when it comes to, looking back in hindsight. In a few weeks' time, when we go to wherever we go, Silverstone, I've already been to Silverstone, when we go to the mystery track that they're going to vote on, and we start thinking about the championship, we could look back to that moment, and it could be said maybe that is the deciding factor for them. Maybe that is the points that are lost. Right now, virtual drivers by TX3 have to, over the course of the next 5 hours and 36 minutes, maximise their points, gain as many positions as they can, like Nick Babin is trying to do on the back of Luciano Wittfurt going into the 90. Wittfurt defends quite nicely. There's a bit of contact as the McLaren and the Ferrari pick their way past. It's caused a little bit of an upset. They could well run 3 wide into the S's. I think that is going to be Campanella picking his way past quite nicely. Great opportunistic racing.
Yeah, really good stuff there. And 3 wide into the GT3 car goes Babin. That just looked like a little bit of a touch there. This is really tricky for his fast sections because you don't necessarily know that there are 2 cars off to your side as Babin gets past there. He's done such a good job at the start of this race. It's just that little moment there when the field gets really compressed with all the traffic going through, as Dom Healy for Wild Things Racing, the number 79, off the track. Looks to be a spin there, and we're on board again with Wittfurt in the Cool Shark racing car. These two close together. The GT3 pack around, absolutely tantalizingly fighting their way through. This looks like it could be an opportunity for the BMW to launch an attack on the Ferrari. The McLaren sitting just behind, looking fancy. This is really action-packed stuff right now.
It is, as the car's parked on the left-hand side there. But, of course, the first round through traffic always gives a little bit of chaos, a little bit of carnage, a little bit of excitement. Hopefully it'll settle down a little bit after this, just so these teams and drivers can have a moment to breathe. But Wittfurt really getting involved and getting some fisticuffs moments with those around him. When you've got, you're fighting for position, these are decent positions in their class, and then you've also got some of the faster GT3 drivers who are also fighting for high positions in their respective class. You get a very big conflict of interest, with people not wanting to give up positions and not wanting to wait around, and not being as predictable because they're fighting. Let's have a look as to what's happened. And ow.
That looks like a really big incident there. The 79 car was pulled aside the last time we saw it around, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's still sitting in that area. Critical damage seems to have happened to that car, and that is really just a passenger, because he was behind another car. The car in front pulled away, and it was just at a point where Dom Healy couldn't really see what was happening ahead.
Yeah, I mean, not even Spider-Man is going to be able to react to that one. The cars pulled either side. He was too close to them. Obviously, no fault of his own. He's a racing driver. He's meant to stay as close to the cars in front as he can. As soon as they pulled out, boom, there was a car there. These GT4s, they're quick, don't get me wrong. And obviously the GT3s as well. They are all quick, but they're not that good. They're not miracle workers in terms of their aerodynamical braking capabilities. There's only so much they can do in order to avoid an incident. And when a car is 5 meters ahead of you and you're going 150 miles an hour, tough luck, mate. That is a firm no in terms of them getting out of the way. Here's Campanella fighting away with Tringali for what is still third place in the GT4 class. Agnoli really been able to make the most of this traffic situation and build an even bigger gap.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where traffic gives and takes, like you said, and it seems to be that certain drivers have been able to capitalize. We've seen some brilliant moves, double overtakes, collisions in this first set of traffic, and and still a yellow flag out for what I can only presume could be Dom Healy in that sector. As again, still on board with Fabrizio Campanelli for Ragioli Racing, the number 12 Alpine, doing a good job. These Alpines are one of those cars that seem to be the favorite here. I mean, it is almost a fully Alpine grid bar too, and that, which I was alluding to earlier, means that it really comes down to the driver, to the setup, because there's so little difference in performance between the cars because they're the same car.
Yeah, and that's then when setups and drivers make the big difference. I mean, you know, you can tweak the car to your liking, and yeah, that will make a fairly significant difference. But at the end of the day, they are fundamentally the same car. They will react the same. They will roughly be on the same wavelength in terms of pace. It is down to you as a team to make sure all of the drivers are up to speed in that car, are able to be consistent and be quick in that car. And at the end of the day, it is the driver that will then make the difference. And we love to see variety. I love to see variety. That's why I like the GT3s, because there are so many different manufacturers that take to it. All of them have their own little quirks and benefits and characteristics of each of the cars, and they still roughly come to the same conclusion in terms of lap times. But also that sort of that Alpine Cup as such that we've got going on in the GT4s also has its own sort of pros as well, because at the end of the day, yeah, it is down to you to make the best out of what you've been given.
As we can see race control there, the incident between the car 21 and 67 was deemed a racing incident, and as such no further action will be taken. Now, one of the interesting things about your selection of car here is that normally, you know, the car might be dominant around a single track, a car might be better suited for a certain type of track. Like you mentioned, the drivers don't know which tracks they're going to before they go to them, pretty much. So potentially the Alpine could just be the strongest GT4 car, or at least the most balanced GT4 car that can maximize well whichever track it goes to. GT3 seems to be a team preference kind of thing, and of course the Lamborghinis are doing quite well at this track, but that can very easily swing back and forth.
Of course again, yeah. I mean, when you've got different cars that have, as I say, got different characteristics, they are going to be better at different places. I mean, Silverstone, to be fair, in some capacity is fairly similar to Watkins. And that might well be why we're seeing similar teams be quite successful, the likes of Loche as such. Maybe because they are obviously just naturally quick themselves, but also because they have got a car underneath them that works with fast flowing you know, corners that you're not really on the brakes for too much longer than is Bailey Thompson under pressure from Nick Babin, who had a very, very good look into the bus stop chicane. Thompson now under a ton of pressure from Babin. Wow, I didn't even see that coming because he came from so far back.
Yeah, Babin looks to be traveling with moves at the speed of light, and he, of course, is one of those cars that is a bit quicker, maybe a bit out of position after the incidents that happened in that first passing of the GT3 cars. So he'll be looking to make places up. The car ahead is doing its best. Bailey Thompson for 2S Esports and 252. He's keeping him behind. He's got the 5-second penalty that he has to contend with as well. So it could be just an opportunity for Babin to stick behind, but that does seem to be quite a close battle. Another close battle so far. Still Delfante on the tail of Richie. ITJ setups, the number 179 McLaren. You can see these cars are starting to almost pull together. You see a trio of Lamborghinis leading the way. You have a quintet of McLarens in the standings. The Ferraris seem to be running in pairs. The Lamborghinis are the exception there. They're sort of stretched out. Nunes has done a good job to get up to P14 so far. But yeah, still on board with Delfante, and it seems to be a bit of a battle with McLaren's here.
Yeah, it definitely does. These guys not really been able to get away from each other too much in their respective battles. So you can see from Richie all the way down to Stapleford as we follow on with Delfante, who is trying to put a little bit of pressure on Jeffrey Ritchie as such, who did come to blows not too long ago in that slight issue that happened through the S's. We'll leave it at that, I suppose. There you can see Jentel Van Tielen fighting away with Harman, but also fighting away with the Virtual Drivers by TX3 GT4 entry as they contend, obviously, to fight back after that huge incident they had a little bit of time ago. But slowing down Van Tielen a little bit, but not too much. He was able to find his way through with little to no problems, and well, he's now just trying to settle his way in behind Helman and, well, pick his way past up into 12th overall, and, well, maybe what could be beyond that. I mean, there's still, to be fair, we're just over half an hour into this race. There's still some fairly small gaps here to contend with. I mean, the race is still very much wide open.
Yeah, 3.5 seconds seems to be, it can be marginally quite large at the front, but that's, if you make a small mistake, it's very easy to lose 3 seconds of cars behind. So Veloce, Aiden Walsingham in P1 doing a brilliant job so far, but little things like being stuck behind some GT4 cars, potentially making a mistake through the run, knock on wood, that could compromise his run so far, and that could leave him exposed to Sheridan and Kisser, who are still seemingly holding position, working together, trying to find their way back up to the Veloce car.
Yeah, I mean, on pace, yeah, maybe 3.5 seconds is a little bit tough to close. But one mistake from Walsingham, one, as you say, one bit of traffic issues that happens, boom, that's down, that's in the bin, that's gone. So yeah, always persist, never settle, always, sort of ask for more, and because it can be there. I mean, that Veloce car, worst comes to worst, could disconnect, and boom, yeah, that driver in second place might be lucky, but they weren't lucky to be in second. They fought to be in second, so there's always that chance that things can shine brightly your way. Here is Michael Romagnoli for Absolute Motorsport in the 204, of course, carrying forward that win from a few weeks ago, and would like to extend that again. It seems that we've got similar teams fighting towards the front in this championship, and as it stands, can't take anything away from the top two leading this race, because they qualified well, they've started well, they've continued in their stride.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, we had some incidents that seem to have mostly implicated the midfield runners, a couple of exceptions here and there. So being at the front allows you to, stretch your legs a bit, get yourself a bit of a gap, find nice, clean opportunities to pass traffic as it comes, and then set yourselves into a rhythm where you're focusing mainly on yourself. Of course, Delphante will be focusing a little bit on the car ahead, but he's got to drive his own race as well, and this will be helping his fuel and potentially his tyres as well.
Right, yeah, driving smooth will help your tyres, not ragging the car on the edge, not taking 10 million different attempts to turn to the apex always does help. But then sitting in the slipstream, you're asking less of the engine to do the same amount of work, which means that you are going to be saving fuel. You're driving more efficiently as they lap the Brabham Esports Alpine GT4, going through the fast right hand there at the back, at the mid part of the circuit, I should say. And yeah, sitting in behind a car, as long as you're not losing time, as long as you're not, as long as you haven't got the pace to chase the cars in front by yourself, then you're only going to be gaining in terms of shortening each of your stops or prolonging your stints for a little bit longer. There's always benefits to have in stretching your fuel as long as you can, provided you don't completely stop in order to save it. Here's the fight though between Dietrich and Lorenk. We've got a couple of penalties coming through. Thompson, Lorenk and Philippe have all had their own respective issues, and wow, it's like driving with a ball and chain around your ankles, but as soon as they stop, they're going to take 10 seconds to unhook that ball and chain, and then they'll be off again to run free. So yeah, you've got that 10 seconds that's to come when you've reached your first pit stop, but 10 seconds in the grand scheme of things, it's not that much.
Yeah, it's not too bad, and there's three ways a driver can really react to it. Way number one, okay, I got a penalty. I'm going to continue driving, I'm going to continue trying to be clean, and I'm going to continue my way forward. Number two is the way that nobody wants to react, which is, damn, I've got a 10-second penalty. I really need to do better, and then start losing a bit of confidence in yourself. The third way, which I think the majority of the drivers here will be reacting with, is, okay, I lost 10 seconds, I gotta find 10 seconds then. And we see sometimes that a driver with a penalty can be one of the quicker drivers on the track.
Yeah, I mean, they just say, all right, I've got a penalty, sweet, it just means I've got 10 seconds to make up as such, and they use that as fuel to motivate their driving. As we see this fight for second continue on between Sharat and Kisher. They lap one of the Alpines again. That's sort of going to be the pattern that we're settling into, more sporadic lapping as opposed to the big bunch that we saw at the first time round. Here's also another battle between Nunez and Loro for 14th place in the GT3s. The Simply Race Machine being fought by the Ragioli Racing 11 car. See the Audi R8 going defensive on this short run towards the next braking zone, but I didn't quite think anyone's going to be close enough to make a big difference. And no, they're not, but they have also got Chalukin in 16th as well, not a million miles away. So these guys have always got to be mindful of what's going on around them.
Yeah, Nunez seems to be a bit of a cork in a bottle. Being that Audi, it looks like it has a considerable straight line speed advantage and maybe lacks a little bit in the corners. So we could see quite an aggressive attack from Andrea Lauro behind. The McLaren behind as well could do something. As we talk about, an attack launched by Lauro didn't quite materialize, and that's going to leave him exposed to McLaren behind. He goes defensive to McLaren as Chalunkin now looks around the outside in turn 1. The Ferrari on the brakes tries to hold it, but can't do it. So a potential opportunistic look there from the Ferrari causes him to go down. And it's going to be the number 113 McLaren now to try and find a way potentially past Simply Race car, although Lauro looks to be coming back. That Ferrari looks to be trying to find a way. The McLaren goes quite defensive. It's going to be a move around the outside if he can get it done. We're on board with the bumper camera. It's laying on the brakes. He's taking the apex. McLaren holds position.
Just for now, nicely done from Chalukin. Great opportunistic stuff just to pick his way past when he saw the gap. And Andrea Lauro, they say offense is the best defense. Wasn't great of either, unfortunately, for Andrea Lauro in both of those particular occasions, but still plenty of racing to go, still plenty of opportunities to come. And well, that is unfortunate, but when you're second place in a 3-car train, it's so difficult to balance looking forwards and looking backwards. And now Chalukin is going to have to share that same burden as he picks his way up into 15th and sandwiching himself between both Nunez and of course Lauro's both in front and behind. Robbie Stapleford under pressure from Yuri Petrichenko in 11th place in that 110 BMW for Whipperman Racing. He's only about half a second off the back, but again, he's effectively 9.5 seconds in front thanks to Stapleford's 10-second penalty. But they're fighting for a decent milestone of being a top 10. Not a bad result.
Yeah, top 10's that first position where you feel like you've had a decent race. Top 5, even better. Top 3, okay, a little bit of a podium. Top 1, well, you've won it. And right now, Whipperman Racing doing a good job to hold that BMW in the line. Of course, it's one of only 2 BMWs running, the other down in P18. And it'd be cool to have a look at where the strengths of the BMW lie. Potentially, it looks like Petrichenko's about to get held up by his GT4 car into this bus stop in the back. So could lose some time there to Stapleford, as indeed it looks like potentially half a second to a second loss. He's going to have to go all around the outside. That will not be beneficial, and the same thing could happen again with this GT4 car that he's about to come up on the back of. It just looks like the Rocket SimSport car is getting a bit luckier with the traffic and dispatching in areas where it doesn't seem to impact as much. That run could come to an end here as it comes to a pack of 3 GT4 cars.
Yeah, GT4 traffic is, as we've said, already has taken a big turning point of this race, and it will probably continue to do so. Petrichenko trying to find his way through. You can see the Rocket SimSport car goes for the same gap on the inside, and he commits because he knows that unless he finds his way through quickly, then he's going to start to lose touch of that McLaren. And that's sort of the dynamic that we should expect to see, is if car goes for a gap, you go for a gap as well. Because, well, you know, if it's on, do it, because if you back out and you spend a corner behind a bit of traffic, that's a corner where you're going to be maybe half a second slower than the car in front. That's half a second that could be lost, and maybe an opportunity or even a position entirely that's out of the window because you know, you lacked commitment, or maybe because there was just some poor timing, some poor luck, because that happens when it comes to traffic. It gives and it takes. It goes both ways. It ebbs and flows, similar to probably this battle here behind Van der Molen, Sapar and Prochincha for the fight for 18.
Yeah, it's been a good race here so far. These guys are quite close. Up towards the front, it looks like Kissa has gotten past Sherritt and is closing that gap to the leader of the Veloce car. And but we're on board here with the 23. The McLaren looking to size up a move on the BMW, looks to be closing down this back section, could line something up in the bus stop. Matthias Sarempa in that 23 McLaren looks poised to launch one. There's a good differential in speed there, but he thinks better of it, just sets himself in the tail of that BMW, and looks at another spot on the track to pass. Of course, he's got the 500 Ferrari, who had that spin early on in the race, looking to recover. So this could go either way here.
Could well do. Let's see how it develops over the course of the rest of the race. Going to take another look as to the start of the race, where things really were very chaotic. I mean, when you've got 50 cars hunting their way towards a 90-degree right-hander key, and I think things are very much open to chaos.
Yeah, it was quite clean though. The 114 there, holding up the inside. Crucially, we saw that Kisser did get past and then got passed again by the Genesis Esports car up ahead. As you can see here, pretty clean the whole way through. There wasn't really much in the way of incidents, as you had Sherritt in the car ahead. We're on board still with this McLaren, and it looks potentially like we could have something here up the inside of the SimSport car, and oh, that will be where that 10-second penalty for the SimSport car got picked up. It just pushed him off the line, and that did crucially cost quite a few positions in that early stage of the race.
It did. Small mistake, but big consequences, unfortunately, and just showing how things had developed. Here is Petrochenko looking to go to the inside of Robbie Stapleford as they run their way towards the bus stop chicane. He's got to be brave on the brakes. It's not a done deal, but definitely a helping hand to have that inside line, and the Whipperman racing car finds his way up ahead into the top 10 and can now focus his attention forward. He's got 2.7 seconds up to Jeffrey Ritchie, and then he could well be in for a shout for 8th place. So work ahead, of course, but 2.7, it's not an infinite amount of time. It's easily closable.
Talking about easily closable, that top 3. So Kisser has found his way found their way past Sherritt. That gap that was once just a little bit over 3 seconds has come down to 1.5. So the number 14 on a charge currently to try and track down Walsingham, and we'll see if that 55 Lamborghini has a response to that as the race progresses. We're still on board with Petrochenko, as there's a potential here for the Rocket SimSport car to find an opportunity, and in fact, exactly that happens. Opportunistic stuff there from the Rockets SimSport car. Whipperman Racing will be looking to respond. They're still corked up behind this GT4 battle. Oh, it's gonna get tight. Opportunistic from the SimSport car up the inside, and oh, it's so close. But they keep it clean, and that's gonna be Rocket SimSport Stapleford back ahead of Petrochenko.
Nicely done. And again, these battles are gonna ebb and flow throughout the race. They're gonna go back and forth. Let's take a look as to how things happened in the GT4 beginning, because, well, it's easy for them to get caught up when we're focusing our attention on the GT3s. 4 wide, now settles into 3, and you can see they're just sandwiched in the middle. That number 10 is completely swamped off the start, and it's so easy to get overwhelmed. There's the Cool Shack Racing Luciano Vitford car. There's 3 wide through the S's, the virtual drivers by TX3 on the outside. Everyone, just to be fair, managed to find their way through fairly cleanly. Unfortunately, there were a couple of stragglers that didn't. Let's wait until we get to the big action zone, though, when they get to the bus stop.
Yeah, into the bus stop there, you can see they're looking to go, oh, he thought about it, they're 2x2 through the bus stop, still pretty clean, and it all worked out relatively well there for these guys. Of course, they've had some issues further into the race, but the start, pretty controlled, pretty measured, and pretty good.
Too bad, and really clean, considering we have got 50 cars on the grid that all took to the start. So fair play these guys, and showing their very high level of skill that they've got. Of course, they all earned their position to be here for the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals, and of course the longest race of the season, and they all were on their best behaviour. So fair play to them, and as I say, showing their vast amount of skill. Following on this battle, though, we've got Jeffrey Ritchie fighting with Polovchuk for 8th place. The Thomas Lang sim racing car has not been without his troubles so far this race. A little bit of contact here and there, but still running fairly cleanly. As there is a very busy conundrum. There could be the number 11 having a little bit of an issue, as 3 wide between a Ferrari and 2 GT4s. They emerge towards the penultimate corner. Bailey Thompson sandwiched between the middle of it, trying to keep Dietrich and Babin behind. I think he's just been able to get his way through cleanly. That could have been a lot worse than it was.
That was a real squabble there, as you can see there. The GT3 is making their way through. Still 2x2 behind. It's Lorenk and Dietrich who are behind Bailey Thompson. And it's going to go 3 wide almost. It looks like Dietrich has found their way. Babin compromised by that run and falls behind his competitor. So that is not going to be ideal for Babin, who had quite a strong start and is fighting the way back up the field, but is just finding himself vulnerable to a couple of opportunities from the drivers behind.
Yeah, and of course, that's going to happen. I mean, especially in pack racing, drivers behind influence, you trying to focus your attention forward, then you battle, you get caught up, the driver behind says cheers mate, finds his way through. They are going to fluctuate as such, those battles, but that's why pack racing, especially in endurance racing, is so difficult, especially not only I suppose endurance racing, but multi-class endurance racing at that, because you're constantly having to fight with not only your class, but either the quicker or the slower class, depending if you're in the GT3s or the GT4s. Either way, you're going to be influenced by cars coming through, and mistakes happen, and misfortunes happen. Being in the wrong place at the wrong time happens throughout this race, but probability, it's not always going to happen to you. Chances are at some point it'll happen to your rival, and that's then when you can capitalize.
Yeah, it's all about capitalizing on the opportunities that present themselves. Over 6 hours. We're nearly an hour in, 3/4 of the way through that hour, and of course some of these drivers will have been running through qualifying as well, so potentially starting to feel a little bit of the strain of the race. I'm sure you won't really feel it that much in that first hour, but you'll start getting to that point where if you're not occupied by a battle, you could be slipping into a bit of a zone, and sometimes drivers can be quicker in the zones, sometimes they can be a little bit slower in their zones, but it looks like Petrochenko is about to make a move around the Rocket Simsport car again. Stableford looking for a response, but finds nothing, as through the bus stop in the back section, that BMW solidifies P10 and keeps fighting his way forward.
Nicely done. I think we've just been told that we're going to take a look as to how Kisser in the Unicorns of Love Lamborghini was able to find his way past Charat and, well, benefiting off traffic ever so slightly. You can see caught up on the inside. Kisser very smartly just commits to go the long way around, knew the space was going to be there, and it wasn't even a contest by the time they got to the bus stop chicane. Clever driving, and yeah, it was an easy run because, Charat got caught up by traffic. Kisser just sailed round, committed to a gap and stuck to it. Nicely done, trusted his gut.
Yeah, Sherritt got boxed in there by the GT4s, and that is one of the risks of being the faster car. You're at the mercy of what the GT4s decide to do, and we've seen so many positions already be decided in these early stages by the traffic. It's quite important to find your way around in the clean way, as Petrochenko looks like he's pushing to try and get that McLaren out of his rear view mirror, and doing everything he can to make it happen. He dipped a tire on the grass there in the previous corner, so potentially just have to dial in a little bit, because it's all about being smooth, being consistent, but being quick in these sections here. Kisser up ahead. The gap is 0.7. A brilliant job from number 14 Ferrari to close the gap, and those two cars are almost nose to tail for the lead, as we see the Veloce car behind. Looks like the gap has opened up a little bit, potentially due to the traffic, but this is real close in this part of the race.
It is, as we approach sort of the first sort of pit window, I suppose, of these drivers, because roughly I think they are going to be able to go for just over an hour in terms of their fuel capacity. Whether or not they take tyres is another thing. I think you are allowed to change at the same time, so maybe it is easy to take tyres. Maybe these guys will start to double stint their tyres and only change them, twice over the course of the race. If it saves time in the pit stops and you don't lose too much time out on the track, then by all means. But I think Walsingham isn't going to be too focused about his pit stop at the moment, because he's got a very, very hungry Unicorns of Love machine of Kisser, who is closing him down bit by bit, slowly but surely. And right now, in sort of the second half of this first hour, Kisser has really improved that pace and has taken some good strides towards the top.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that it's necessarily Walsingham's pace dropping off, as a little bit of a weave there to break the toe. Kisser's still getting closer and closer, but Kisser does genuinely seem to have quite a bit of pace here, closing in on Walsingham, opening the gap to Sherritt. The gap between Kisser and Sherritt seems to be pretty much the same gap that existed between Walsingham and Kisser before, so it's been an impressive run and pace here. Could be down to the tire management, could be down to being able to find those opportunities in the GT4 traffic, but through that bus stop in the back section, it is looking real close. In the last timing being 0.683 of a second separating these two for the battle for the lead, and heading into the pit window, like you said, overcuts and undercuts could be a talking point.
I think so. Again, it all comes down to circumstance. As well, wow, we've got a huge plethora of penalties coming in. We've got Richie with now 15 seconds. I don't think that was there before. Nunes, I think, gets upgraded from a 5 to a 15, which is pretty huge news for him. Staplewood obviously still had that 10 seconds, but that's huge for Jeffrey Ritchie. I'm assuming that's to do with the contact a little bit earlier on through the S's, potentially, not entirely sure. But either way, he's now got 15 seconds. That's going to drop him well outside the top 10 and cause him to be on a bit of a fight back there. You can see the 60 and the 34 on lap 12. So the 34, was deemed at fault for causing a collision, which is understandable because it was a fairly sizable one that thankfully Jeffrey Ritchie was able to get away with, but the 60 car definitely was not.
Oh, and Walsingham there saved by the bell a little bit. A GT4 car, the Brabham car, just finding its way between the two cars, and that gap looked like it came down to basically half what it was, about 3/10, but it'll be up to Kisser to work that way back up a little bit more. Jeffrey Ritchie for number 34 is chasing down number 15. 3/10 a second, but of course has that 15-second time penalty currently, so we'll be trying to find the way past the car ahead and then trying to build a gap to the cars behind so that it doesn't critically damage their race when they go into pit.
Could well do. Well, not necessarily. Well, yeah, it'll damage it, but might just be a small little crack. It's not going to completely split their race open as such. But Ritchie, it's not going to stop him. It's not going to slow him down at all. He's still closing down on Polovchuk to the best of his abilities, and could well have a little bit of a look into the bus stop chicane. He's going to go to the outside. Is the inside going to open itself up? I don't quite think so. Ritchie has definitely not been impartial to a bit of an aggressive move, but not on this occasion. Thinks better of it, backs out of it, knew he didn't quite have the run. He's going to sit back, bide his time and wait for the time to be right, because he knows if he gets in front now, he's going to lose the position. He knows if he stays behind, he's not going to be able to get the position. Is it worth fighting and losing even more time than he's already going to lose by the time he gets into the pit lane?
It's going to be all about trying to minimize that damage that penalty will do. If that means staying behind a car of similar pace and lifting a little bit behind in the slipstream to minimize the amount of fuel that you have to refuel in the pit stop, that could be a way to gain a second or two back. If he gets past, if he finds that he's quite a bit faster than the number 15, then that could be another way to get a couple seconds back. It's going to be all about the relative pace. And it's all about the relative pace right now for Glitch Motorsport, as the number 117 with the GT3 behind could find itself compromised, but crucially, that GT3 could compromise the cars ahead of it and open itself up as, whoa, that was quite tight. Motor Shark's ahead. Oscar is looking potentially at a bit of a late apex to open up the corner and get a switchback, but relatively tame passing there from the I believe that's a number 40 Lamborghini who had some issues towards the start of the race.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have had some small quirks and issues, which, to be fair, are to be expected. As you can see here, Tringle under pressure, or putting some pressure, I should say, onto Simonov, who are fighting now for second in the GT4 class, as Ramignoli is fighting away, very, very firmly away from the rest of the field. 6.7 seconds clear, but the Glitch Motorsport car looking to find his way past the number 1 machine if he can. But they're not a million miles away from the pit stop, so maybe Tringle is, maybe trying to lead going into the pit stops, trying to be the one that's in control going in, but there's also not a huge amount of disadvantage being behind going into the pit stops. You can then react to what the car in front does, and it gives you so many more reactive opportunities.
Speaking of reacting, we have the first of our pit stoppers here. It looks to be potentially the Mercedes GT4 car, it looked like, but we'll get back to it on that. Side by side goes Delfante as he's defending from Pisano. It actually looks like he's just attacked Pisano and made the move stick. So the 858 finds itself behind the 179, and it looks now that Delfante will be trying to drive away. Will the Ferrari be able to push something back as Aiden Walsingham in the pits now, so looking to protect himself against Kisser. It's going to be a critical outlap here, and it'll come down to the amount of free air that the two drivers have. We could very well see a switch in position here in this pit stop phase.
I would expect it. I think with how close everything is, small differences can mean big gains for some people. Even coming down to, as I said a little bit earlier on, in terms of just stopping in your pit box can make some differences. But right now, let's just focus on how people are doing, and who are maybe the ones to make those differences. I mean, we've got Pisano and Delfante very closely at the moment. Walsingham and Kisser, we could well see a difference for them. I mean, this is the first time that we've seen Kisser be let loose out in front. So maybe that Unicorns of Love car could make that overcut work.
Yeah, it's time to really kiss those curves and get as much out of the car as possible for that number 14. Trying to maximize the pace on potentially an in-lap, potentially another lap or two on the stint. But the Unicorns of Love car will be loving what they're seeing right now in P1, and they'll be hoping to keep it that way after the pit stops cycle out. Walsingham seems to have cycled out in P15. A good potential little gap, as actually still on pit exit, getting up the speed. Behind Catania seems to be for Walsingham, so and still filtering down a little bit. We're on board with Jeffrey Ritchie, who is attacking the number 15 ahead, still has that 15-second penalty, so looks to be a case of I'll stick behind, I'll minimize my time in pits and try and make something happen. Kisser is in the pits. I would expect Ritchie to do whatever the car ahead doesn't, but now the Unicorns of Love car, Lars Kisser, number 14, will be hoping that the in-lap was enough to pip Walsingham on the exit.
At the very least maintain that gap. Neither of these two come in, neither of Polishuk or Ritchie, but we have got Razier coming in from the 27 McLaren. Let's all see. It's going to be a race against time for Walsingham. He has got the fastest lap of this race thus far, so definitely has got the pace, has led every single lap so far, and we're nearly an hour of the way through. So let's see, let's just indulge Kisser as the moment. We'll see when he emerges pit lane, but focusing our attention on this battle that will be short-lived because Ritchie has got that penalty, but a bit of contact as they rise their way up the hill to run their way towards this back straight. Defensive goes Polishuk, and now Jeffrey Ritchie is going to go to the left. Is it enough to go the long way round of the bus stop chicane? He thinks better of it on that particular occasion, and decides to stay behind. Bastian Richter now into the wheel of the Unicorns of Love machine, the driver that did qualify that Lamborghini. So a driver swap here. Walsingham stays in the car, so maybe a little bit of a disadvantage for Unicorns of Love because Richter's got to get reacclimatized to that machine as soon as possible. Where is Walsingham? I think he's been able to get himself ahead.
This can play either way. So if Richter is quick enough to acclimatize to the track, to the conditions, to the car as it is, then obviously you lose a little bit more time when you do a driver swap. We'll see that gap here. But if Richter can close that up to Walsingham, that's one driver swap already done. So in the next phases of pit stops, if Veloce were to do a driver change, that would mean that Unicorns of Love would have quite a margin over the Veloce car and would be released into free air to attack with maximum prejudice.
Yes, and for Richter, obviously he's only going to get stronger as the stint goes on. Walsingham might start to slow down a little bit, maybe starts to wear that fatigue, and then when obviously he gives the car to his teammates, whether that's Whitehead or Farkas, then obviously they'll jump in and reacclimatise themselves. Meanwhile, Richter will be at his strongest and be fighting his way through. Carving his way through a little bit of traffic is Aidan Walsingham. Those that haven't yet pit in this race, as you can see in the bottom right, I believe, that's our Unicorns of Love machine, Bastian Richter, who is going to be closing the gap. 4.7 seconds is what it is. So let's see if they can close. I mean, they've got another hour worth of racing and 4.7 seconds. I mean, Unicorns of Love, they weren't impartial to closing a gap before, and I'm sure this stint's not going to be any different.
And this is really crucial here. So Richter has found a nice little gap, a 4-second gap to the cars ahead. Walsingham has not had that opportunity afforded to him, so he's having to fight his way through the rest of the GT field. And these are not lapped cars. These are cars that are on the same lap, so they can defend, they can try and slow down the leader. It does look like the McLaren ahead did get out the way without compromising position too much, but this is a situation where if Walsingham's not careful, he can find himself behind a driver who's thinking, okay, look, I know that we're on different stints, I know that we're on different strategies, but the more that I hamper you while maintaining my pace, the better it's going to be for my race against you, even if you're not directly my race. So It'll be interesting to see how well Walsingham can navigate that traffic. Does seem to be that gap between himself and Richter is in the same spot. 4.6 seconds, 4.7 seconds seems to be the gap in the last timing beam. If we look at the gap this time around, it seems to be, yeah, just about the same 4.5 seconds. So doing a good job of dispatching the GT3 traffic so far as we jump on board with the GT4s. Now the Maserati behind of Tringal looking to potentially make a move, that Maserati, but it's not going to happen this time around as VCO Motorsport just sitting in position, doing a job. Digiforce, number 15, doing a good job as well, has Richie behind. These two have been battling back and forth, so it's going to be a case really of, you know, is there going to be an opportunity for Richie to make a move, or are these guys going to pit at the same time and Richie's just going to bite that bullet?
Maybe. I mean, these guys are going very long into the stint, I'll give them that. I mean, they're well into the second hour of this race, which is only going to do them favours, by the way. It's going to mean that the knock-on effect of this means that they save their fuel more and more to that final pit stop, where it's not going to be as long, because, you know, if they do this for the next, 4 stints, they're going to go into the final stint maybe 12 minutes into the hour, which means they've got to put 12 minutes worth, less fuel into the car, which means their pit stop time is going to be a hell of a lot shorter than those around them. So if they can do this by still maintaining decent pace, then by all means they should go for it. And now we're going to keep looking. Of course, these guys are going to keep fighting along and battling their way through. Richie, with that small ball and chain of 15 seconds to work with, it is a huge hindrance. But again, 4 hours and 56 minutes is still plenty of time to make some places up. As here they come finally into the pit lane. Took not long enough. I mean, there was a good, what, like 7-8 minute variance in pit stop times between the first and the last.
Yeah, and I really wonder if now might not be a good time to jump on board with a car that's doing an outlap, trying to really fly through and just get a feel of how the track has evolved. Aiden Walsingham has been one of those drivers that has been at the absolute end of pace so far, although Richter at 3.1 seconds, so it looks like the gamble to do a driver swap seems to be paying off, as right now if Walsingham were to come into pit in this next stint and need to replace it, that would be an opportunity for Richter to stay in and get ahead. And it looks like the pace of that Unicorns of Love car is quite dominant. Aiden doing a good job for blockchain. Number 55 has to be said. Obviously that car is the car that put it on pole, but Richter here, who will ride on board with, I presume, for a good portion of the lap, is closing in quite a bit. So the number 14, you can see that maximizing the track. This is lapped traffic ahead, I believe, so that GT3 will be looking to get out the way as it does so there. It does compromise the entry a little bit into the corner as through the bus stop in the back section into the outer loop here. Keeps it pretty clean. You can see they're still just using as much of the edge. And this is one of those things that those top drivers are really, really good at managing, not dropping off the pace. You're staying at that level, that edge of grip for the majority of the race, and you can see he's closing up to Walsingham ahead, 2.62 seconds on the last time the beam. So this Lamborghini seems to have a new life separated from Sherritt. This Lamborghini seems to be the fastest Lamborghini out there right now, even though Walsingham does have that fastest lap. And so we'll see, I presume, as we come through that back section of the heel, that it continues to close down. 2.96 currently the gap, really nice and tight on that apex there, and running all the way out, a little bit of a dip into the grass there. Nothing to be worried about, using all its track, a nice sharp turn, and uses the curb on the inside and the exit. Of course, if you're able to maximize your corner as much as possible in terms of the radius, you're carrying a lot more speed, you're carrying more momentum, and crucially, you're carrying more grip. So that was a lap on board with Richter. We've still got Walsingham. He's lapping. Well, he's lapping quite well. That was a 43.6 loss him around. 43.7 is the lap that's kind of on there. So potentially a limits violation. I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure what happened there. But we're seeing a good pace from Walsingham as he's responding now to the pace of Richter behind. And that gap, we're about to find out, 2.8. So yeah, those two are matching each other's pace at this point. But crucially, Unicorns of Love have handled one of their driver changes. We're on board with Simone Letzi from Absolute Res, and he's on the tail. He's on the tail of the 808. The 808 and the 858 going at it. The Ferrari about to launch an attack on the McLaren through the inner loop. Oh, and there's big contact there between the two. That was the Revolt car there that just got pipped there. It will have to find its way through the runoff chicane, and that was very unfortunate there. It looked to be just a bit of contact. That is, of course, a very tricky section to go too wide through, and so managing that has been a challenge for all the drivers, and in that instance there, it just did not come off. Walsingham still in P1, the gap closing a couple of tenths now, but of course GT4 traffic there, so it's all about how quickly you can dispatch that traffic.
Yeah, it's all about making your way through quite nicely. Walsingham has done so far a pretty good job of it, but Bastian Richter, as it stands, has done an even better one. You can see that charging bull just in the background, slowly but surely, well, fairly quickly, putting his foot to the floor and closing that gap mightily quick. 2.8 seconds now is the gap. Let's see what Richter can do over the course of the coming laps, because, well, one more burst through traffic and Richter could find his way back through.
So here's the incident we just witnessed between the Revolt car and the Absolute Res, and it just turned in there from the Ferrari, and it just wiped across the rear. It just looked like a little bit of a clumsy mistake there. You know, you're racing in that section there, and the Ferrari did sort of just turn across. So unfortunate for the Revolt car, because they've been having quite a strong race, and they'll be looking to turn this into now a little bit of a recovery drive.
Yeah, and they've got plenty of time in order to do it. As you know, as we always say, don't give up until the checker flag falls, because there are always points on offer, there are always positions to be gained. As we follow Walsingham, there is Luca Varninger into the pit lane for the Revolt team. A huge incident for him, and a fairly big bit of contact sees him firmly out of contention, at least for the time being, as we say. Loads of time, loads of opportunities left to go. Here we can see Vasquez Rodriguez for Thomas Lane Sim Racing taking over from Jeffrey Ritchie after their penalty, is fighting away with Robbie Stapleford, who themselves had that 10-second penalty to burden themselves with, but up into 11th place for the 34 machine. Nicely done. They pick their way through, trying already to amend their wrongdoings of that penalty.
That was a smooth move. You could barely put a hair between the two cars there, and it looks like we may see a bit of a repeat here. Here comes Michael Sundstrom for STL Esports. Looks to the inside here. Can he outbrake his competition? Doesn't look like it. Can he get a better run out the corner and potentially set up a move through the outer loop? Oh, it's tight, but right on the tail has to think better of it as GT3 cars make their way around the outside. As Mika Belecki for Forza Italia looks to have made the move there on Aaron Wynn. So good move there from Mika. This three-way battle here between the Ferrari, the Lamborghini, and the McLaren could spice up quite a bit as I say that. Porco makes a move down the inside of the McLaren and does a good job of it. So the number 500 still looking to recover places after that early spin, but doing a good job to fight their way up the field. The incident between cars 23 and 20 lap 11 is 15-second time penalty for car number 20. So we see that with Schaefer there in the Ferrari. Unfortunate, but maybe not as critical in terms of track position at this stage, because after this next set of pit stops, everyone will be a bit more dragged out. What is being dragged out is the battle between Robbie Stapleford and the car head Vasquez Rodriguez. Of course, as Zach mentioned, taking over, and the GT4 traffic could cause an issue here as we're looking at the inside of the GT4. Just forces Robbie Stapleford to have a slightly closed line there, and it does a good job to stay behind, but that Rocket Supersport car seems to be doing a good job of pushing onwards. Leonardo Porco for the Team Balance Esport doing a decent job to try and fight back against that 500. That 500 was quite opportunistic, but here comes the Lamborghini. Looks around the outside, that was at the inside if he can get alongside, but he can't yet, so it's going to be a bump draft down the back straight into the inner loop. What will happen here? The Lamborghini and the Ferrari, the battle the Italian makes here, as they're about to go too wide. The Lamborghini has slightly better straight line speed, but that Ferrari has the track position and just forces Porco to think better of it at this point. The McLaren behind Bavarian were not really finding themselves in position to capitalize here, but these three are making for quite a spectacle so far.
Yeah, they're giving us a great show to indulge into. Of course, we are firmly into the second hour of racing. We're starting to picture together a little bit of a strategical game going on, and a to and fro battle between the top two of Veloce and Unicorns of Love. That should hopefully be a race-long battle to come between those guys. But right now we've got a brilliant battle. Robbie Stapleford looking to go to the inside of the Thomas Enkart of Vasquez Rodriguez, but not quite close enough on that occasion. I mean, it's all about this run, the more important run. Yeah, you can get the move done into turn one, but wait, use the slipstream, use that run into the bus stop chicane, because you've got a much longer run. Yeah, maybe the braking zone isn't quite as large, but you can really slingshot your way through. Look at this run that Stapleford has. He might just be able to have a look. I think he's going to run out of space, but you can constantly set yourself up for another opportunity, because Watkins Glen is full of them.
Watkins Glen is full of opportunities. There are quite a few heavy braking zones and quite a few positions where you can grab a bit of a toe, get into that position, and really challenge for the move. Surprisingly, that inner loop bus stop in the back section seems to be one of the favorite places to attack for drivers out here today so far, and it's quite interesting to see how they handle it. The gap at the front, just keeping an eye on it, is 2.2 seconds, so slowly still gaining from Richter, but Richter now with the fastest lap of the race, so it'll be interesting to see if Walsingham can respond to that.
Let's have a look. I mean, Walsingham's he's a driver that usually has got some pace in pocket. I mean, I've commentated on him on a plethora of championships over the course of the sort of the last year or so. Walsingham being a very strong driver, as I said, a part of a Boomer Squad outfit with Jeffrey Ritchie, actually, as I mentioned earlier. He's a driver that can make a mistake, but his consistency and his pure determination is always what gets him to the top in whatever he competes in. He's a very strong driver, and in this particular championship that I commentated on, he was fighting with Williams Esports, which, for those that are aware, are a huge name in sim racing and are very strong. And Walsingham was a driver that was able to take the fight to the likes of Dominic Blyer and Tinko van der Velde, who, again, are big names on the ACC sim racing scene. He's always got pace in pocket, and he always knows how to deal with a situation. But Unicorns of Love, an equally big team, an equally big staple in sim racing, they will also have an answer to the question of Walsingham. So I think it's sort of an immovable object versus an unstoppable force in that particular battle. And well, let's see how the paradox ends.
Yeah, it'll be quite interesting to watch this one as it progresses out. Of course, we are an hour and 15 minutes into the race now, and so much has happened already. We're on board with the 796 of Martin Lorenk, RCI Esports, as they make a move. They're looking at it. They went up the inside of that second part of the S's, and they will go around the outside here to try and set up a move into the chicane. Now, of course, Eleanor will have track position and just outbreaks the other Alpine by the margin that is required to stay ahead, and is so tricky to set up a move into this outer loop here, because you go straight into the turn. Even if you make it to the inside, you're not necessarily... Oh, and it's a big accident there between Lorenk and the GT3 car that just came across the nose. Not good stuff there for the driver.
Not really. Definitely suboptimal, let's put it that way. And yeah, unfortunate, because again, no malice in it whatsoever, just an interclass clash. Walsingham, though, look at that gap now, 2 seconds to Richter, who is reeling him in. I mean, each lap that goes past is one, even if it's just 1 or 2 tenths closing the gap. There it is. Oh, under 2 seconds now. Richter 1.7, and with traffic on the horizon, Walsingham could be in trouble.
Could be in trouble, and it's worth noting that Richter, if you weren't here during that period, is the second driver of Unicorns of Love. Walsingham the first to take place in the race so far. So whatever driver changes proceed in the next pit stops, Unicorns of Love have one left. They are, empirically speaking, if all other elements of their strategy remain identical, they are currently in the net lead. But of course, you're a racing driver. You don't necessarily want to be in the net lead you're going to be in the lead. And these two drivers here, this is not a leading situation. This is where the GT3 driver came across the nose and just ended in a spin and tragedy for both of them. Of course, it doesn't look like too much damage was done to the cars themselves, managing to keep it mostly out of the walls for both of them. But that's just time lost that neither of them won or lost, and a little tap for good measure there on their way back onto the track.
Yeah, it's tough because, like I said, there's only so much that each driver can do, only so much that each party can do, and it's all about just being aware, right? I mean, they didn't mean to do it, but it still happened. And if maybe if they just carried a little bit more awareness, gave just half a car's length, a little extra room, then they could have avoided that spin in its entirety. We've got absolute res tech by a sailor for the 858, Simone Leslie, fighting away with Shiro, the 5 car, just ahead. This is the battle for the top 5, which is again, we spoke about little milestones earlier on. finishing top 15, top 10, top 5 podium win. This is one for the top 5, which is a fairly elite club. I mean, big names inside the top 5 and a very good, respectable finishing position if they can. So, expect Simone to maybe be thinking about a move in the near future.
Yeah, Simone, let's see what you're going to do here with Absolute Res Tech. The 858 looking ahead to the 179 of the McLaren. It is an 8-second gap ahead, so there's not too much of a concern. 8 seconds ahead, 8 seconds behind. So it is really these two isolated, and the GT4 car could prove compromising here for the for Shiro ahead. And it does seem like they're a tiny bit closer, but both drivers doing a good job there to navigate that particular piece of traffic.
Yeah, traffic management, a crucial skill to have, and well, both of them doing a pretty good job of it. One of those things that comes back to what I was saying before the race about experience as such. The more experience you've got in finding your way through traffic, the better you're going to be, not only from the GT3 side of things, but also from that GT4 side. To know both sides of the coin really enables you to predict what you can put, because you can put yourself in that cockpit. You can understand what would you do, and then you can drive around what that's going to happen, and it's just going to help you even more so side by side between those two Alpines. I think that's Schaefer and Arvo in the fight for 20th overall, but the number 20 has got a 15-second time penalty to carry. Here comes Leslie, though, potentially into the bus stop chicane, doesn't quite think about it, so Lamone Leslie has to stay behind for now. But yeah, all in all, I think experience is just a huge teacher when it comes to endurance racing, and it's the separator, I think, between the good and the great sometimes. Yeah,
and it comes down to recognizing the opportunities. As an opportunity presents itself there for Letzi, the Ferrari down the inside of the number 179 McLaren. Good job there to spot a bad run out of the corner, forced by that GT4 traffic. But of course, Letzi is going to be quite vulnerable here to the same thing happening as on corner exit, caught up by a GT4 car. Can the McLaren behind respond? It looks to be a little bit of a gap here as he moves back into the GT4 traffic and will jump down the inside. Hopefully the door doesn't close, but the door does close, and that's going to give a little bit of a reprieve for Letzi as there's a bit of a wobble. And you have to think if the McLaren behind didn't get stuck behind the GT4 car, that wobble could have caused the position to be lost.
Yeah, could have done. So, again, it's small things that exaggerate themselves into bigger things. Patrick Pelingro for Glitch Motorsport taking the wheel for that 348 Ferrari, fighting now with Chalukin and that very vibrant pink McLaren. I do love the pink. It just... Yeah, it's just pink. It's just there. It's great for the F1 Memes team, which I believe were racing in the Sim Racing Collective 500 Endurance Series. I commented one round when they went to Valencia for round 3 and had a very strong result there. It was a nice race to watch indeed, as I'm sure were all of the qualifying rounds for all 10 communities for these drivers that have all come from different backgrounds, maybe have raced each other before in different areas of sim racing and different championships. I know there were some crossovers between the 10 communities in terms of teams fighting in different championships to boost their chances of making it here. And now that they are here, well, they're on the big stage, and well, that's well, to be fair, a lot of them have been doing a great job as to proving why even the lower down, even the amateur communities can still mix it up with some of the big boys.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where those amateur communities, they can sometimes have a bit more of an element of fun around the game. Like, obviously, if you do this, you enjoy it, but sometimes when it's still a bit more of a hobby than a job, it can really pay off to jump in with the aspect of, okay, I'm gonna have fun, I'm gonna do the best I can, I want to see where I end up against these guys. And a lot of these teams are doing a great job of going against the quote-unquote big boys, and it looks like Whitman Racing, Petrochenko, is looking at asserting that BMW that is frankly a big boy on the track compared to some of the other cars ahead of the 15 McLaren.
Yeah, it's a beefy boy. Let's put it that way. I believe that the Nissan GTR is also on ACC. That is huge. Same with the Lexus as well. They are some beefy cars that do take up a fair amount of track space. But Koroshavin, another driver that I've seen all around ACC as well, very strong. Leonardo Porco, Team Ballas had a big incident earlier on and have seen themselves tumble down the order, but are still fighting back on the back now of Charlie Booth for 17th. Both of these cars, in fairness, I think actually have had their own separate ordeals at some point or another in this race. So the 40 and the 60 battling away for what is now 17th place. I mean, they're sort of suspended in their own little bit of track here. They've got quite a gap back to the next position of Baliki, and then quite a bit forward in terms of the next fight just ahead of him of Sarapana. But we've got battles up and down. We've got Petrochenko and Koroshavin battling away for 7th. So we've not really had a moment without some action.
Yeah, it's been action-packed so far here at the Glen, and Whipperman Racing have been on the screen quite a bit, playing some moves. You've had Charlie Booth, who had that issue, and Porco is also trying to get that Lamborghini back up the field. So this is really a case of these two thinking, I'm quick. I'm probably quicker than you. I want to be the lead car because I can set the pace. And Whipman Racing, you're a Petrochenko, we'll be thinking the same thing, because that BMW has looked quick at stages in this race and looks to make a move down the inside. Doesn't quite get him on the braking, and so the 15 stays ahead. GT4 traffic could compromise the position, though, as up the inside goes the McLaren. BMW doesn't quite seem to make it happen. The I'm assuming sister cars of delivery doing a good job there, both Whitman Racing cars. The number 110, the BMW, of course, the one chasing down the McLaren currently, and potentially an opportunity could open up here if the McLaren gets stuck behind those two GT4s and the S's.
So let's wait. It's don't bog down is the name of the game. Is that exactly what's happened to that McLaren? Caught behind the rear end of the F1 memes Alpine, and has allowed Petrochenko to have a really good run now. Lifted off a little bit to have that backwards momentum run now towards the chicane. A quarter of a second separate them. It's a little bit of a look to the inside for the Whipperman Racing car. No way through, and it was a good look, and in theory could have worked, but exactly what you said there. Don't bog down during the S's. Don't slow yourself down. Don't get caught behind another car, because that is exactly where things can go wrong and nearly cost Koroshavin that 7th place.
Yeah, BMW seems to have the edge on the McLaren in the corner, so potentially once ahead, could stay ahead, but the McLaren being quick in the straights is really forcing it to be a bit of an issue. Petrochenko looking at a late apex here, gets a run, gets cornered on that apex a little bit, and forced potentially to lift off a tiny bit. They're going to be too wide going into the heel here, and can he outbrake the McLaren? Thinks better of it again. These guys are so nip and tuck right now. They are right on each other. We're on board with the bumper cam. You can just see how close the 15 is. Are so tight the margins that these guys are taking. This is brilliant racing so far, and it's good stuff from both Whitman Racing and Digital Force.
Yeah, these guys fighting it out tooth and nail. As well, what else would we want? I mean, we don't want people to shy away from matters. We don't want people being conservative. We want flat-out racing action, which is exactly what is being brought to the table by both the 15 and the 110. Petrochenko looking to go to the right-hand side. It's the inside when they reach turn, the next braking zone. Here they are into turn number 1. It's the outside line for Koroshavin, who keeps his foot in quite nicely, shows that agility, but Petrochenko still with the inside line. They run their way up over the crest here through the S's. That Ferrari sitting idle just in the background because it's not for position. There's not really much that he can do, but Petrochenko just able to itch himself ahead, but it's a drag race now as they approach the bus stop.
And crucially, that inside line seems to be the line to take, as it looked like he broke a little bit earlier and then thought about it, got back on the brakes a bit later. and got the move done. We've been racing up into P7. We'll see if Koroshavin can make something back of this one, but that seemed to be a pretty tight battle. It'll be down to Petroshenko now to try and build that gap and start closing the gap to the car ahead if he really does have the pace that he considers he has in order to get past the car that he just did.
Yeah. I mean, now you're in front. You've got to prove that you deserve to be in front as such. I mean, if you fought so hard for it, now you've got to show for it. Petroshenko is going to have to say, right now I'm ahead, let's see if we can go catch Shiro, because Koroshavin's going to be like, well, you've just overtaken me, we've just fought so hard for so long, like, what are you now going to do? What was it all for? Petroshenko, it can't just be to get himself in 7th place. It's got to be for something more. It's got to be to stretch his legs, got to be to fight forward, because if it's not, Koroshavin's going to get fed up and say, all right, well, I want my 7th place back now, mate, and they're going to fight again. It's going to lead to more time lost, and they're going to burn their tyres out, use more fuel, this, that and the other, and the knock-on effect is going to cap their ceiling in this race to maybe at best a 7th place, when instead they could slowly but surely close that gap up to Shiro and potentially more to Leslie for a 5th place in this race. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. I can't imagine what it's like for you, because you know you were up a lot earlier than I was today, so respect for that one. And then again, we sat all nice and comfy up here talking about it, whereas these guys are actually having to deal with the mental strain of racing. So fair play to these guys.
Yeah, it's obviously quite challenging being in the cockpit, and then you have these two guys that are just talking the whole time and passing judgment on what you're doing. You know, it's yeah, like we got a mate up here. Obviously, a bit later in the day for me than it is you. 10:45 p.m. here in Perth, Australia. Was sunny, not so sunny anymore because it's nighttime. But you know, the in-track time 2:34. These guys don't care what time it is in real life. They only care about what time it is in track and the conditions on the track.
I mean, I'd be caring if it was time. I mean, if I'm racing at 3 o'clock in the morning, then you know I might give that a little bit more of a thought than the fact that it's 2:34 at Watkins Glen. But no, I get what you mean about the conditions, because you know if it's hot, then the cars are going to start to slide a little bit more. Here is the GT4 race leader. This is Mattia Zampedri for Absolute Motorsport. The 204 has been dominant in its stride all throughout this race. Of course, earlier on with his teammate fighting at the front, and now slowly but surely, I mean, an hour and a half into this race, they've been able to build a 13.5 second gap ahead of the rest of the field, which is mighty quick and very, very impressive indeed.
Yeah, really strong showing so far from the Absolute Motorsport car. Of course, 2 championship leaders in GT4, and look to be doing their best to try and extend that lead. Of course, we got 4 hours and 30 minutes remaining and 50 seconds. So a lot can happen in that time, but so far doing a really good job of controlling the race, managing their pace, making sure they're not putting themselves in any bad situations. The driver that's trying to do the same thing here is number 15, looking to fight back against Petroshenko in it. And crucially, it seems that the lapped GT3 car has found its way back past and is trying to assert that it has the pace to break away from this group and hopefully not hold them up.
You know, that would help. You know, I mean, if you're going to lead, then lead well, and because again, if it's like in cycling, I suppose. You know, if you're the lead cyclist, you've got to then, you know, take the grunt of the work. And here we go, 3 wide into the bus stop chicane. Surely this is not going to end well. Bailey Thompson, or well, the red and black going over the grass. There's Nick Babin then as well, cutting across. More contact as they exit on through the long right-hander here at the back end of the circuit. There's the Simply Race Audi R8. That was a very awkward ordeal for pretty much everyone involved. I think Dominic Aligno just in the background at the wheel of that 252 machine, taking over from Bailey Thompson, finding his way cutting across the gravel and the grass on the infield section. That was very messy, and 3 wide into the bus stop. It's hard enough to do it 1, let alone 2, let alone 3.
Yeah, it kind of felt like that none of them realized they were 3 wide until they were 3 wide, you know? You're focusing on the car that you think you're fighting, and then the car in the middle all of a sudden thinks, wait, what side am I meant to be looking at? And so obviously we saw 2 of the cars there not quite make the corner, the third of them fall victim potentially to the Whitman racing car that was sitting behind, just fancying the situation ahead. So bombastic stuff there, but didn't really work out for 2 of the 3 cars.
Unfortunately not, as they took to the infield. And again, it's all about planning. It's all about being aware of what's going on around you, and being able to predict. Let's take a quick look back at it, actually, just to sort of keep it fresh. You can see going to the left, that is to the outside, and then the up and under there. Brilliant stuff from the gold car that then rejoined. But I mean, with the pink car rejoining, it then sort of hampered the 340's run and sort of stopped them from advancing further. And then obviously you had Aligna's car, which was just sort of immediately backed out, went in way too deep initially, which, to be fair, can you blame him? I mean, he's sandwiched in the middle of 2 cars either side of him. He naturally, unfortunately, just broke a little bit too late, and thankfully it didn't end worse than it did. All the cars were able to rejoin and point the right way. Just thankfully, the best end of that situation there was with a little bit of time lost, as Jan-Marcel Dietrich loses the place as Nick Babin finds his way back through.
Yeah, truthfully, when you're in that sort of 3-wide situation, it's often the car in the middle that gets the short end of the stick, because it's having to contend with 2 lines on the other side, having to manage the cars that can't quite see where the car on the other side of itself is. And so a lot of the times we saw in that replay, the car in the middle either ends up being the one out of position, out of line, and out of track, or just completely backing out and letting it be a 2-wide situation, and then try and reap the rewards of the mishaps that may happen ahead.
Yeah, it's just always really overwhelming as a driver to be, really stuck in that battle, because, as I say, the way to avoid it is to be aware and predict. But it's racing. It's difficult to do that when you've got so many different, drivers that from all different backgrounds in sim racing. It's hard to tell what their driving style is like. It's hard to tell what they're going to do, how their stance is going to be in a particular battle. But Dominic Aligna is a driver that handles that really well. I mean, I say that he was the driver that did end up going straight on at that bus stop chicane incident, but he's a champion. Of course, as part of the Sim Racing Collective PC GT3 series, he's won that and has showcased his driving talent a number of times in any competition that he competes in. And right now has found himself ahead of Dietrich into 33rd overall and moving himself up the GT4 order, trying to get himself back onto onto the same playing ground as Davletshin and Nick Babin for 31st and 32nd. There's a bit of a gap up to do that though, and he's got to be careful not to get stuck into a battle here with Dietrich.
Yeah, and it's Dietrich behind who is looking quite impressively close. It is 2S Esports who will be needing to maintain position and try and close that gap up to the 2 cars ahead that were previously their closest competition, but right now under pressure from the Whipman racing car behind, and it will be interesting to see which of these the black, white and red cars will end up in front of the other black, white and red car.
Fair enough. Yeah, similar liveries, similar colour schemes. Black, red and white is a fairly common one, and it's one that we see a lot, but it's not necessarily the colours themselves, it's how you use them. Anyone that's familiar with Formula Sim racing will have seen one of the Netrix GP liveries this season, and it was dreadful. There have been some disgusting liveries in time, and there's also been equally some really strong ones as well. Simple ones, complex ones that are littered with sponsors. They all have their own ways of looking nice and pretty, but yeah, colour schemes, it's always a good baseline to start with. And to be fair, there's a reason why black, red and white is used so often. It's because they work really well.
They do, and of course you have the classic cars like the McLaren MP4 Senna's cars that rocked that red, white and black. Actually, fun fact, my Formula student team that I'm a part of at university is doing a tribute livery to that car. So I talk about the red, white and black car, but I've done quite a lot of vinyl work this year to make our car a red, white and black car, as the paint car behind seems to run a little bit wide into the wall and expose itself to the 2 red, white and black cars behind.
Yeah, that was a small skill issue. There's been a penalty between the 211 and the 22. 15 seconds goes the way of the 22 machine. It's the Rocket SimSport car which has now totaled their penalty to 25 seconds so far in this race. I mean, they had their 10 seconds for the first stint, they got 15 seconds for the second stint. If they continue on this pattern of adding 5 seconds to a penalty every stint, by my calculations, they probably won't win this race.
Yeah, it's very hard when you're fighting for hundredths every lap to try and make up 25 seconds. That's quite a large margin, and frankly, if you can make that margin up and win purely on pace, you're probably one of the fastest sim racers in the world. And the issue is right now, you're up against some of the fastest sim racers in the world, so you're probably not going to make that work. So what we're seeing at the front from the teams such as Veloce, such as Unicorns of Love, they are managing their pace superbly. They are pulling a gap to P3, but they're also keeping it clean. And that is the absolute baseline premise of endurance races. Keep it fast, keep it cool, keep it clean.
Yeah, but literally it, you know, cool, calm, clean, and quick sometimes. Is there a C for fast? Not really. So you kind of a perfect alliteration, but cool, calm, quick. Cool, calm, quick, and clean. We'll go with that. That kind of works together. They're similar sounds. Cool, calm, quick, clean. Try and say that 10 times fast. It doesn't work. But yeah, anyway, they're the fundamentals. They're the you know, if you've not got anything else, you've got those 4 things. That is at the bare minimum what you need to be successful in endurance racing. And Chalukin under a little bit of pressure as Pellegrini tries to think for a move to the inside. Of course, we've got a lot of people bearing some penalties, which Pellegrino is one of them in that 348 Ferrari. So a little bit less pressure for Chalukin because he knows by the time they come to pit stops that, well, he'll keep that place anyway.
Yeah, and you know, it's these guys are going hard. They are pushing themselves, especially when they're around other cars. That's why we're starting to see mistakes starting to creep in. Sometimes if you're in the car for this long and you're in these really tight battles for this long, you know, you either settle into a defensive and attacking groove, you start overthinking it potentially at different times, and sometimes you just find yourself getting a little bit more exhausted than the drivers in clean air because you're having to work harder to maintain your pace and your precision. This so far seems to be pretty well managed from Timur Chalukin for the 113 F1 Memes Racing team, and of course, if he gets passed by the 348, if they get passed by the 348, then they just have to stay within 5 seconds, and they'll get a position right back in the next pit stop phase. It's not critical, but keep it calm, cool, clean, and quick.
Ciao. Nice. There we go. Right. Keep it McQueen. Keep it McQueen. That's the motto of sim racing. Yeah.
Just don't be the world's best backwards driver.
That's meta, so it's fine. I mean, you could if you want.
True.
I mean,
yeah.
You get some star points in the broadcast if you start driving around backwards. Fun fact: I have won a league race by driving backwards across the line, so it can be done.
Fair enough. I just feel like your gear ratios aren't really built for that. So, and your wings maybe I don't know, angle of attack might be a bit weird. Chord length, the actual camber of the wing could be you know, a little bit of negative downforce, or in other words, lift being generated there. You know,
taken off when you go in reverse. That would be that's tight.
Oh man.
Just all these cars driving backwards and then slowly taking off. I don't quite think they'll be able to get up to speed enough to do that. But I mean, you can try. These guys can try. We've got some more time penalties coming in. 15 seconds to 858, 15 seconds to 112. So yeah, these guys are keeping the stewards busy.
Keeping the stewards busy, and quite a few of them are keeping themselves busy. We saw these guys going back to back. We saw the gap between Richter and Aiden up in the front, Aiden Wilson, who we're running on board with now. That gap was under 2 seconds. It popped up to 2.9. It's back up to 2.4. It was just 1.7. So that seems to be an artifact of these guys having to navigate traffic. But they are trading lap times due to traffic, and that really is going to be where's I think the biggest opportunities for Richter to close up on Waltzing and Marcus. These guys are so closely matching each other that one bad opportunity of GT4 could open up a bit of a gap, a bit of a hole in the lap time, and really allow them to close up. But currently 2.6 seconds for the lead. Richter, of course, being second driver so far for Unicorns of Love, whereas Walsingham was the first driver. And Cody Sherritt still doing a good job in number 33 to keep P3 pretty uncontested. 14 seconds behind Richter, but 10 seconds, no, 9.5 seconds himself ahead of the next closest competition.
Trucking along then for the best part of what we've been going for, 1 hour 42 minutes, and yet we've still only got positions separated by only a couple of seconds apiece, which isn't bad. So these guys obviously driving really nicely in their respective battles. I mean, particularly this one for the lead. Walsingham and Richter have just been trading time for the best part of now 42 minutes of racing since the pit stop phases, and well, we've still got the Veloce car to make that pit stop swap.
Yeah, it's been a really exciting opening phase. You see these duets, these triplets of cars sort of making their way through, and they're finding their grooves. These battles, maybe it's not this one, not so much because there is that penalty in play, but we'll see these pairs of cars that will very happily work together for a few hours. They'll be happy comrades. And then last stint, I think that's where we'll see the guns start blazing. You'll start to see, hey, look, we've been working together, but you're ahead of me. There's more points on offer. I want those points. And that's when you can start seeing the elbows up. This is the sort of part of the race where we started to see it calm down a bit, get a bit closer. And, I mean, as I say that, though, the number 112 gets a 15-second time penalty for a collision on lap 42 with 796. So, unfortunate timing for me to be talking about how clean everyone is right now, how in their groove everyone is. But obviously, this is racing. Anything can happen, and it often does.
Right, yeah. There are a million different variables to contend with over the course of a race, and you can never escape all of them. There are some things that are in your control, the ones that are related to your driving, but you've got absolutely nothing to do with the other 49 cars that are around you that can influence your race and can have problems that impact you as such. Even the technical difficulties, you cannot influence whether or not your PC spontaneously turns off, or someone trips over a power cable outside and shuts off the power to your house, or whatever it is that can be out of your control. The best thing you can do, though, is stay in control of the things you're in control of. Your driving, hitting your apexes, staying consistent for your part, nailing your strategy, closing the gaps, going for the moves that will pay off. Those things, as long as you know that you've mastered the things that you're in control of, then it's up to everyone else to decide your fate. But at least then you know that you've done what you can.
Yeah, and sometimes with these tracks, with these categories, with these cars, you do just have the marginally slower car or the marginally slower setup, and you have to live with it, whether it's a preparation thing, whether it's just a luck of the draw, as with this competition, as we mentioned, you don't actually know the track that you're leading up to when you select your cars. It very much ends up being a situation of trying to maximize or make the worst of a best of a bad situation, trying not to make the worst of a good situation. The top three, all being Lamborghini, says something so far. Those guys have been able to capitalize on the pace. P4 and P5 obviously running other makes, the McLaren in the number 27 and the Ferrari in the number 858, and they are doing a decent job despite the fact they have penalties to be running in the top 5. Behind is a sea of McLarens with a BMW sandwich in P7. Petroshenko having been on the spotlight for quite a bit so far this race, and we're on board now with Frank Briett for SCL Esports in P4, who sits by themselves a little bit right now. They obviously have a GT3 car, they're working their way through GT4 cars, just trying to manage their own race at this point.
I think so as well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have passed the hour mark in real life. It's 3 p.m. Here in the UK. My name is Zach Sweeney. I've been alongside Kean Butler for the first hour and 45 minutes of this race. But as we approach the second phase of this race, in the next stage of pit stops, we've got the wonderful, the magnificent, the legendary Scotsman that is Mr. David Christie, and he'll be joining Kean for the foreseeable future. David, welcome in.
Thank you very, very much, Zach. And you said that with a straight face. I am very, very impressed after all the bad things that you normally say to me. It's
Nice.
well, what can I say? It's great to be back in the box. Kian, absolute pleasure to jump on board here. Looks like, as usual, I've missed everything because everybody's got a penalty just now. I was enjoying that beautiful little GT4 action that we were getting about 10 minutes ago here. But it's also great, Kian, to see that Veloci Vex back to their old tricks, picking up from round one, straight in the lead of the race here with just 4 hours and 15 minutes left to go. What else have I missed so far?
Yeah, so you've missed a fair amount, but I don't think that you've got much to miss out on moving forward. It's been quite close in certain aspects in terms of on-track action. Right now, the strategy battle between the top two is quite interesting. The Walsingham has been P1 and Richter has been P2, but Richter obviously is the second driver, so there's time to be made in the pit stops as we're on board now with 799 to have a bit of a look at how they navigated this section of traffic. There's a bit of an opportunity and there's a bit of a squeeze. So that's the 799 and one of the GT4s that we've been seeing in the wars, the S2 Esports car, I believe, coming together and causing a little bit of a mess for their race. But like I mentioned, there you go. You've not missed out on everything because there's plenty to come.
Yeah, it looks like that was a big moment for RCI Esports GT3. Benjamin Heilman there getting squeezed out by 2 GT4s that were caught right in the middle coming into the toe there. But while we were saying that, let's bring up some highlights from the start of the race so far then, as the race got underway. And from the looks of it just now, when you've got this type of community racing here, having all the cars fanning out into turn 1, Kian, the fact that they all managed to get through turn 1 in itself is an absolute miracle.
Yeah, it was really impressive, and crucially towards the front we saw the Unicorns of Love car manage to find their way past Sherritt and potentially try and size up P2. Sherritt did find their way back past. We're on board here with the car that would get tagged by the Rocket Simsport car, the Brawn livery car behind. You pay attention here, just tagged there, and that did cause a 15-second penalty, I believe it was, that or a 10-second penalty for the Rocket Simsport car. The GT4 start was clean as well. It was through turn 1 where they went 3 wide in multiple rows. A little bit of a bump in some sections, but overall, quite a clean start. On board alongside the 111 and the 16, these guys did keep it clean. 3 wide through the S's into the back straight to run in the inner loop. Surprisingly so, because there's not a massive amount of area for these guys to fan out before they go into this bus stop in the rear.
Yeah, for sure. And this was them filing down towards that inside loop then. Again, the cars making their way down. The thing with this inner loop and outer loop as well, there's only really one proper line through it to get the most amount of speed out of it. This was a tag onto the back of the number 40 car coming out of that final corner, or sorry, just into turn 10 rather, just before that final corner. And it looks like contact, unmitigating contacts and unintended contact, Kane, has been a real pain in the neck for a lot of these drivers so far.
Yeah, Watkins Glen is one of those really flowing race tracks. As you see the Sidley race car there, collecting number 500, which the 500 is doing a good job of recovering so far. But because there is really that one flowing race line, and you have so many different instances of traffic, this was a really critical one here. These guys were trying to find their way past the GT4 traffic and just found themselves coming across. There's not a lot of different lines that you can take to overtake, and so people are being quite brazen in the way they're trying to overtake, and in some cases working out, in some cases it's not. This was a case that didn't work out very well, as that massive collision. This was Dom Healy, and it unfortunately seems to have ended that car's race. This is on board with the Unicorns of Love car. This is how that Unicorns of Love car released itself from Cody Sherritt ahead, and did a great job of just capitalizing, recognizing the opportunity of that car being boxed in, and that really released the Unicorns of Love car to try and attack the Veloce car ahead. Another attack to happen here is one that was unfortunately ending poorly for the Revolt car. These guys were going side by side, and it just seemed to be a misjudgment that caused a bit of a big incident there for the Revolt car, and one that has really, affected their race.
Yeah, for sure. That's a big hit and going to take them out earlier on. As again, watching more of the GT3s trying to navigate that GT4 traffic, and it's always going to happen at a very difficult track as it is for cars to separate through here at Watkins Glen anyway, to have GT3s and GT4s. No surprise really to see RCI Esports GT4 getting caught up, and maybe a little bit of afters as well. I'm sure the BMW wouldn't have been too keen on that. A couple of instances there. This is where I just saw about 10 minutes ago with that fantastic move coming up that back stretch there, and it was really all guns blazing for these GT4s. So I guess that is us fully caught up to speed then, with just over 4 hours left to go here then, Kian. And again, with the pit stops going to be coming in shortly as we're watching Patrick Pellegrino here for Glitch Motorsport, there's a lot of points on offer here, given that we're in such an early stage of this championship. We've still got the sort of halfway point that we're in just now. Then we've got on December the 9th another 3-hour race by a track that's going to be voted on by the fans as well. So they kind of need to get a move on, but there's still 4 hours to go in this race. So we've seen plenty of crazy chances being taken, but for the most part you kind of want to just keep your nose clean until that final hour.
And I suspect that's something that has just played the Unicorns of Love car while we were looking at highlights. The gap between Richter and Walsingham is extended from 2.9 to 10.6 seconds. So I wonder if there was an incident there that occurred, but we'll come back to that later. We're on board with Robbie Stapleford. This car has been quick, but this car has been penalized in so far each distance it's done. This is one of those things you have to do. Keep your nose clean, because every time you get a penalty, you think about how close the field was in qualifying. The back of the field was 1.4 seconds behind. The top of the field was separated by hundredths of a second. So to have 15 seconds on top of the previous penalties that this car had, that is really compromising for the race, and it will likely see the car drop down into P13, P14, which is going to cost it about 8 points in that realm of penalties. So that's, you really got to keep it clean, got to keep it consistent, and that's something that some of the teams are starting to show the cracks of not being able to fully do in this race.
For sure, driver discipline, team discipline is a massive thing when it comes into these endurance races. But as you said, Rocket Simsport, we're watching Robbie Stapleford sharing that car with Rafael Malio and Grant Wilmot in the McLaren 720S GT3 Evo, currently fighting for that 10th position just now. But as we see, that 15-second penalty to the right-hand side, that is going to cost him dearly. And again, it's a repeated thing, as Kian was just saying there, cost them very dearly through the course of the race so far. But the 34 just up in front of them, that was the Thomas Enges Sim Racing car. Noah Sully Vasquez Rodriguez behind the wheel of that one just now, as we cut back yet again to this awesome battle with the GT4. So this is a three-way fight here for 33rd, 34th and 35th position, I believe, unless that is one of the lap cars just now. That's Martin Larenk in the RCI Esports car just onto the back of the 211, and that was actually a GT3 that was caught up in the middle of them. So I got a little bit overexcited there over nothing there, but the 211 losing that position. That's Vipperman Racing, Jean-Marcel Dietrich behind the wheel of that one. So it is, as I said, 33rd and 34th position. But again, having a look up that back stretch there as they go into the inner loop and then the outer loop here, Watkins Glen, a car that I guess a lot of these GT4 car drivers here, Kian, are really going to enjoy, because the lazy understeer nature of these GT4 cars, it's got a lot of room to roll here.
Yeah, and it's, the camber helps with generating a little bit of lateral grip for the corners. The sheer fact that so many of them are in Alpines means that if there was a mitigating factor of the car, of choosing the car, like a factor that causes it to be a bit slower, that's pretty much dissolved, because they're all in the same car, and some will be driving it better than others. Daniel Davidson, the F1 memes racing team, will be believing that he has the pace to pass Sundstrom, and that is Sherritt passing there. These guys are pretty close, and it's been one of those battles in this race so far that has kind of been there. Some of these guys are starting to work together, be optimistic about it. I don't think that Lorenk and Dietrich, who we saw get passed by Lorenk when the leading Veloce car made its way past to lap them, and very much a similar situation could happen here with the Unicorns of Love car we're about to see. Would that open the door for what they've been racing? It seems that was navigated a little bit better by the RCI esports car. But these guys seem to be relatively similarly paced, so I imagine that the women racing car wouldn't have fought that one back too far. You did see the sniff of a look into the inner loop, but now these guys will be working together and trying to close the gap to the cars ahead. Nick Babin recovering from incidents earlier in the race.
Yeah, just on that note as well, when you're coming out of turn 3 and 4 as well, you want to really be on the car's bumper in front of you to get any chance of a tow, and that's fair enough if you're a GT3 car, but when you're a GT4 car as well, you know, you've got that lack of acceleration, lack of top speed that you maybe get in the GT3, so the draft isn't as powerful as it would be for its older sibling. Just a little update on Bastian Richter. Now, this is a point that you brought up here, Cian, is the fact that he was 9 seconds off two laps ago. He pulled off the track. It looks like possibly resetting the pedals, resetting some sort of hardware issue there, moving to the side there, keeping himself off track. But I did notice that on the timing screens there. That was, I think, lap 63. He did a 1:53, and that is 9 seconds. So that would explain why he's dropped so much time. But again, starting to bring that time back down now, 1:44.2. That's a whole 1/10 of a second faster than your race leader right now, Aidan Walsingham. But it's little things like that that do change the tide and the balance of an endurance race here.
Yeah, and now would be a really good time for the Veloce car to capitalize on that extra gap, potentially, which is exactly what they're doing. Aidan Walsingham is coming in. They're probably going to be doing a driver change so that they stay ahead of the Unicorns of Love car when they come back out. And that just goes to show that in real-life endurance racing, you have technical issues. In sim racing, you also have technical issues, even if they're more of a personal nature. In this case, it looked like an issue with the wheel, the pedals, that was rectified by a quick restart. So sometimes turning it off and on again is the correct solution.
And it also shows us that our very own Cian Butler here has a magic crystal ball, because you predicted that there. You literally, as the words came out your mouth, we cut to say that Walsingham was in the pit lane there. So is Briat there in the number 27 down there in 6th position just now, but I've got no doubt that car will come back up a little bit sooner. That's Frank Briata for the STL Esports Logitech GT3 car, sharing that with Tommy Rozier and Elie Debons. We saw them having a fantastic round one last time out. But as we reach the hour mark here, again, we've got the battle for 12th and 13th just now. You've got the 113 F1 Memes Racing team just ahead, Timur Shalukin, and just behind him, the car that we're watching and on board with just now, Patrick Pellegrino for Glitch Motorsport. And again, you know, going back to a point I was just saying there, Cian, with 4 hours left to go, if you're in a position like this with Patrick and you've got a car, you know, half a second ahead, absolutely go for it. But the likes of Robbie Stapleford and everybody else who's maybe 10, 15, 20 seconds up the roads, you're not realistically fighting with them unless they have some sort of an accident or an issue. You're just putting the laps in, and you're keeping a reasonable target for yourself, I would imagine.
Yeah, you're trying to do the best that you can to really try and maximize your pace. Now, this is something I've talked about quite a bit. If you're in a situation where you feel like you're the faster driver of the two, if you're following a car like this, then you have to find a way past, because you have to try and maximize your pace. That's especially more relevant for drivers that have penalties, because they have to try and build gaps to the cars that they are directly racing. For example, Robbie Stapleford has a 15-second penalty, so ideally he would build a 15-second gap to the car behind. That's not currently happening. It's a bit more realistic if Pellegrino did that, and in fact, it's exactly what's happened. It's a 15-second gap to the Simply Race car behind, and maintaining pretty good position here with Chalukin. So realistically, yes, it's 5 seconds here, and he's going to go into the pits and serve it now. I'm keen to see if Pellegrino will, in fact, have a driver swap, or if they're going to try and mitigate the 5-second penalty by keeping Pellegrino in for longer, and then hoping that Chalukin will do a driver swap, and that will add some extra time to the pit stop and potentially bring them out back-to-back again. Now, Luke Whitehead has stepped in for Aiden Walsingham, who, has to be said, did a brilliant job in the first stint. At times, looked a little bit under pressure from the Unicorns of Love car, but a technical issue did sort of compromise that. This is now a direct fight between Bastian Richter and Luke Whitehead. Luke would have lost a good 5 seconds or so, and Richter is coming in the pits now. So it's going to be interesting to see if Richter can bring that gap down on his in-laps and then fight back to Luke Whitehead, because these guys are now on parity. They've both had their first driver change, so this will be, rather than having to deal with nets, having to deal with catching an idea of what's going on, this will be a direct representation of this fight for P1.
Yeah, and on that note, I'm just looking at the lap times here then as they come by. Richter in with a 44.422. So again, it'll be trying to work out what he does when he comes across the line. I think that it'll be a pretty bog standard pit stop for the number 14 car as Nick Hubin jumps behind the wheel of the Unicorns of Love car, and there goes Luke Whitehead streaking up again to take his position just now. So again, I think that the gap will still be around about 10 seconds, might actually be a little bit bigger here as they come into their pit stops as well, as seeing that Robbie Stapleford into the pit lane, as well as through the middle of the the strategy through the middle of the pit stops here as well. This is a fantastic time for the drivers to kind of gauge how their stint has gone. For drivers that haven't gone in yet, or for drivers who are just coming out, they'll be able to look at the telemetry on their car, look at the lap times that they were able to do, but also I would imagine here can pass on invaluable data about the different classes. So if you're in a GT4 car, about how aggressive those GT3s are, and if you're in the GT3s, about how much those GT4s can really box you in, and we saw that in the highlights there.
Yeah, and it's something that you really have to try and play to. Now, there are some teams that are fielding 2 entries. So, for example, you have your Whitman Racing in both GT3 and GT4. So, if they were to be pretty close on track, I feel like they would be pretty unaggressive to each other. Conversely, if there was a car that was directly fighting the GT3 of Whitman Racing and they came across a GT4, that GT4 could totally take a second out of the lap time if they place it in the right place. So I'm not saying that any of it is malicious, but there may be a little bit of a benefit to having a car in one of the lower categories that is on your side. A lot of these cars are single entries, and we're seeing some really strong runs. One of the strongest runs by far, has to be said, is Zempedri in the 204 Alpine for Absolute Motorsport. These are your championship leaders, they are your race leaders, and they are your race leaders by a considerable margin. That margin, at least 15 seconds at the last time of timing, 18.5 seconds currently over the number 1 in P2, so really dominant drive so far, really dominant drive.
Yeah, and of course, while we mentioned the drivers and the teams as well, let's not forget that it is all about the communities that they are representing here in the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals just now. 10 communities that these drivers and teams were able to qualify via, both in the GT3 and GT4 championships, and that is exactly what is at stake. That's who they're racing for. It's not just for the teams and the individual drivers. It's for the glory for these chosen communities that are taking part. And it's been a fantastic championship so far, but we've got to say a huge thank you to the 10 communities that have really brought us to that stage, to VGTR, to SOP, to Formula Racing League, Lightspeed Racing Roads, Sim Racing Collective, Trackalicious in there, QRT, GL Motorsports. SimZone and DC Sim Racing, all of those being represented here in these finals just now in the GT3 and GT4 class. And quite a, you know, there was quite a number of ways in which drivers and teams able to qualify for this, and you know, as well, Cian, going through to that last chance GT4 playoff as well, where, you know, even if you somehow missed the cut on both the GT3s and the GT4s, you still had the chance to actually make the race altogether.
Yeah, and it's I think having wildcard slots like that is really important, because so many times you can be overlooked because you're not one of the big names, because you're not in one of the teams that has the reputation that gets you into these sort of events. And obviously this is a merit-based event in terms of your qualification, but obviously being in a slightly bigger team can lead to better baseline setups, can lead to more competitive teammates. So overall, it's really important to have those wildcard opportunities to open the door for people that may not necessarily have that opportunity as a baseline. Of course, we see teams like Veloce, we see teams like Woodman Racing, Unicorns of Love, that are embedded in, really embedded in the DNA of sim racing, at least the scene here in SimGrid. So having the opportunity to have those community teams go head to head with them and really show that they deserve to be up there with them, it's a really great opportunity.
It certainly is, and while we're used to seeing a lot of these names week in and week out on Assetto Corsa Competizione Championships, it is a fantastic spotlight into what is a blossoming sim racing community, not just with all of these individual communities, but in Assetto Corsa Competizione and sim racing as a whole, as we are still watching Nicholas Hubin here from Unicorns of Love. Unicorns of Love, of course, one of the arguably one of the most well-known sim racing teams. Certainly anytime you mention them, it's always a lot of support. Veloce as well, another one of the OGs when it comes to Assetto Corsa Competizione just now, in that 55 of Luke Whitehead, doing a stellar job taking over from Aidan Walsingham. Now they are of course sharing that Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2 with Grantas Caracas, and again we cannot forget about the amazing job that they did in that first round at Imola, and of course at Silverstone, excuse me, and of course getting themselves right up at the top of the championship, GT3 championship, in that Veloce Vexed team outfit. Now you were saying there, Cian, about the timings with the pit stops. Well, now that all of the pit stops have kind of come through and Unicorns of Love have settled back down into their second place as the drivers and teams all swap themselves about here, they're back up to second place there, but it's now 2 seconds slower than where they were before. So that gap now 11.7 seconds, and essentially I guess that counts as almost a 10-second penalty for a hardware issue there.
Yeah, and that's really unfortunate. Now I'm quite interested by the strategy here by the number 14 car, Unicorns of Love, just in terms of handling their driver changes. Now, what we're seeing quite a lot, I feel, from Veloce is going to be, okay, you're going to jump in the car, you're going to do your 2 hours, you're going to jump out the car, and that would kind of be the way I expect most teams to play this, because you minimize the amount of time it takes for a driver to bed into the car in its current circumstance, especially if you're a car that carries damage. There's not really a good way to simulate that in a practice session by yourself. So you're going to need longer to get used to the effects of that damage. Now, swapping drivers every stint can work. If your drivers are quick, if your drivers are fresh, then they can exact more pace and sometimes more consistency. But ultimately, I think if like 2 hours of a stint is a good middle ground. It's what I liked to do back when I was semi-competitive in stuff like R Factor 2. You found that the 4 hour mark, 3 hour mark, you start to fall off a bit. Anything beyond 4 hours, you can really either switch into a zone or switch out of your comfort zone and find yourself struggling to maintain awareness. So There is something to be said for keeping your car, your team fresh by cycling drivers through it at every opportunity. There's also something to be said for putting a driver in and leaving them in. And in terms of putting things in, Bacaglini 858 is putting a nose in through the inner loop and around the backside. 179, the McLaren ahead, trying to keep it ahead. The GT4 car, never Alpine, is going to be a little bit of a hindrance here. Just compromises the power run here. The acceleration zone is the word I'm looking for. It's a technical term for the exit of a corner. A little bit there, compromised for the 179. But the 858 Ferrari looking to make a move on the 179. We have seen the McLaren be quicker in a straight line though, so it could be hard for the Absolute Res Tech car.
Yeah, this is an awesome fight that we're seeing here. Italian Job ITJ setups just ahead then, and a fantastic job done by Carlo Delia right now, but you get a feeling that there's an ominous theme tune playing in the background, because that's a car just behind of Leonardo Bacaglini for Absolute Res Tech by Ace Tech, all over the back of them right now in that 858 car just now, sharing the car with William Pisano and Simone Hieta as they come in towards the final corner just now. And again, while they have done very well, it's going to be a bit of a resurgence, you've got to say, for the 858 car, because they want to get a much better performance than they did for their first time out. And again, looks up the inside, gets it stopped just in time for the Absolute Res Tech by Ace-led car there just now. But again, still trying to hunt down. Currently P19 in the championship at the moment is this 858 car just now. And the Italian Job ITJ setups in 17th position as well, so they're navigating all sorts of GT4 machinery as we're seeing the 112 car getting a drive-through penalty. Now, immediately after the pit stops, that is almost certainly going to be for track limits, you would imagine, for that 112 DC sim racing car. Tim Triquet behind the wheel of that one. Now, one of the things obviously that we've seen here, Kian, in the GT4 class is the absolute dominance here of the Alpines. What is it about that car and this patch that seems to have just gone together so well?
So my thoughts is going to be that it's most likely one of the more malleable cars, so potentially a bit more adaptable to each circumstance, because as Zach was saying previously, you don't actually know really what tracks you're heading into in this championship. So choosing a car, setting that car, and getting a baseline setup is quite important. So that Alpine, I suspect, is just one of those cars that's able to adapt, is a bit more of an all-rounder, and as such is able to maximize its pace at a lot more tracks. Now, that's something that we don't see as much of in the GT3 field. Obviously, the McLaren is a really strong car because it's got great straight line speed. The Lamborghinis seem to be the outright fastest cars here today, although maybe a bit harder to set up. The two Lamborghinis out of position are the ones that had incidents early in the race, so not too big of an issue, but it's been quite a decent spread, and we're seeing cars that are competitive. As opposed to being purely Alpines, we've got the 858 Ferrari, which is looking for a move on the 179 ahead. And it's worth noting that, yes, they are P17 and they are P19 respectively in the championship. The gap between those two positions is 4 points. The gaps between the points that you earn for P6 and P7, which is actually not what they're fighting for. They're fighting for P5 and P6. So the gaps between what you earn for P5 and P6, 4 points. So the Ferrari here will really be trying to find its way past and make sure that it doesn't, that it can get those 4 points, because then they'd be in parity heading into the final round.
And if anything, I guess, just showing exactly why grabbing every single position in this championship matters to a degree which you probably wouldn't get in any other championship just now. So, great story that we're watching there just now. What I was also noticing was Tees Payne in that number 87 QRT Esports community car getting lapped. He was the Porsche just behind these guys just now, and having to get out of the way, but also showing exactly how easily cars can be boxed in. Unfortunately, that's what Leonardo Bacaglini found out to his peril just now. So these two fighting out for 5th and 6th position, again coming on to the back of another set of GT4 cars just now as we go back to Trackalicious's Andreas Borchers in the number 5 car, sharing that car with Quinn Smith and Ali Raza as they're coming up to the inside loop. It's almost a little bit of a look there from that 252 car just in front of 2S Esports, but can't quite doesn't have to hold on to that position, and you get a feeling that some of these cars kind of fight in fresh air at the moment. But as we said, that 252 still in front at the moment. That's Nico Veldman behind the wheel of that one, and again Andreas going to be looking for any opportunity to get past it in that, you've got to say, beautiful liveried Trackalicious car. I love that almost pearlescent paint scheme that is on that car as it makes its way round the right-hander, climbs up the hill and over the boot and then into turn 8, aka the heel here at Watkins Glen. And what's your thoughts, Kian, then on Watkins Glen? It's a massive favourite for myself. I absolutely love driving on it, but a very difficult track to master. What's your thoughts?
So Watkins Glen was one of the first circuits that I actually remember driving in a game. It was, and obviously it is a really historic circuit, but back in the day I used to drive a little game, NASCAR Heat 2002, and obviously being a NASCAR game, predominantly oval racing, but Watkins Glen was there, and it was one of those tracks that I ran on quite a bit because it was quite different, and I mean, that was a fun game, and that's obviously carried through. Watkins is a track that is in pretty much every game you look. It's in their iRacing, it's in your R Factor, it's in Forza Motorsport, it's in Gran Turismo, it's in a set of Corsa Competition, which is where we are right now. And so it's one of those tracks that every driver at some point will most likely end up racing on. And it's one of those tracks that, because of that, most drivers know well, but it's a bit like the tagline of the game Othello, you know? It takes a minute to learn, but it takes a lifetime to master.
Well, it's time to judge you then, Kian, because we have to find out if it was NASCAR Heat 2002. Were you a PS2 guy or were you an Xbox guy?
Okay, so here's the story. I was an Xbox guy, but I was a kid born in London to an American dad who moved to Australia. And what that meant was that my Xbox was an American region lock Xbox, and I could not get any new games for my original Xbox. So I was tempted a couple times by a PS2, you know, on the Christmas wish list, but I started off Xbox. I play Xbox, and I've actually only ever had one PlayStation in my life, and I had 2 games on it. The one that came with it, which I think was a God of War game, and the one that I bought for it, which was Gran Turismo Sport.
There we go. So literally it was just a PS so you could go and get Gran Turismo Sport. Man, after my own heart, that is exactly what we like to hear. It's something that I wax lyrical about, you know, because obviously on the PC there's the whole crusade against consoles and everything. I'm like, it doesn't matter if you've got a console, a PC, a handheld, whatever. Racing is racing. You do whatever on whatever platform you've got, and you make sure you enjoy it. Actually, doing commentary, one of the most enjoyable streams I've actually done this year was my first ever time doing commentary, esports commentary for a mobile game. Was for, I think it was Asphalt 9, and I've never had such a laugh in my life. It was like watching Burnout back in the day on the old PS2. That's a huge send from Lucas Schubeck that gets the cat all sorts of loose there. But again, you know, like you said there, it's how you start into the whole field of things, and from humble beginnings back on the consoles, ultimately this tends to be where everyone ends up anyway.
Yeah, and obviously they make sims like this available to consoles now. You have a set of Corsa Competition on your consoles. You have talks of the new Le Mans Ultimate based off the R Factor engine being run on the latest generation of consoles down the line, now that they are capable of it computing wise. And realistically, I don't think there's much that consoles can't run that can run on the PC, especially considering that PCs have to be optimized for such a larger window of specs. There's a big window of opportunity there for Schubeck as he makes his way down the inside, and that's a good move there for the number 60. But just in terms of, you know, accessibility, it can be overlooked. You have your sim racing elitists at times that, you know, they mean all well, but sometimes it's your games like your Asphalt. For me, I actually played a tiny bit of, I think it was Asphalt 7 back in the day. Your Forza Motorsports, which is the game that got me really into sim racing, because I had a couple opportunities to compete in the Le Mans Esport series. You know, the console games that open you up, even your Mario Kart, your Crash Bandicoot Team Racing, your Crazy Frog Racer back in the day. These are all places where your passion for these racing games, these racing experiences can open up and make it an opportunity for you to enjoy this. And sim racing is one of those ones that really opens a lot of doors. You see a lot of people, especially in Europe, finding their way from sim racing to real life racing.
Absolutely, the bridge and the divide is getting closer and closer and closer. And you mentioned Mario Kart there, and a lot of people turn their nose up at it and think, "Oh, that's not a serious sport." I tell you what, you tell that to my partner when she's playing online on the Switch, and the swear words that you hear reminds me of playing iRacing, and I've got the VR on. It's pretty identical, the salty toxicity, but. That is by the by. You were also mentioning there, Cian, when it came in about some of the cars. I think it was actually Zach that was saying about some of the cars possibly going a little bit faster. I tell you what, with my professional career, I would have been faster in some of these cars going backwards than going forwards at the time. But that being said, it's something that we all still love very, very much indeed. Right, blethering over. That's a huge moment there for Luke Whitehead there as he's going through the right-hander there, taking a little bit of liberty. And track limits is one of these things that can be so easily gotten on the wrong side of, as we watch Rafael Mayo here for Rocket Sim Sport. Coming to the point of Rocket Sim Sport here, Cian, they have had a really, really difficult day at the office here. They've just been getting caught out in other people's incidents here, but still with the chance of potentially maybe making it into the top 10 here.
Yeah, I mean, look, they have the ultimate pace to be placed quite high in this race. They got a fresh set of eyes on it, Rafael Malho now in the car, and that could provide an opportunity to just get some consistency under the belt, to get the penalties off of their shoulders, get the chip off their shoulder, and get in amongst it. They are right on the tail of Kovalev, currently in the 1-1-3. That is, of course, the F1 Memes racing team, and quite fitting for a team run by a former F1 driver and an F1 world champion to be attacking an F1 Memes team. And around the outside they go. Who's going to come on this one? It's Rafael Malho on Kovalev. And it looks like a relatively simple move for the Rocket Sport team to make it. I don't know where the track limit lies on that exit, but they did take quite a bit of track on the exit. But that's those positions sorted for now, and it'll be down to see if Malho can pull away from Kovalev, or if Kovalev gets stranded with Malho as they hunt down Limfa.
For sure. With 3.5 hours left to go, then this is where strategy becomes a real thing here, as that was wild onto the brakes there from Kovalev and from Kovalev there. Slightly wrong sport with the 113 there, but close enough nonetheless. But as we said, with strategy coming into a factor here with all of these cars, we've just seen them going through the phase of pit stops now, and pretty much everyone on the same sort of 5 laps or so for that pit stop here. Again, with the GT3s, it does seem to be, you're kind of locked in battle with all of these cars just in front here, as Baccalini onto the back then of the 179, as this is going to be Carlo Delia fighting for their life right now into the chicane and holds on to that position. But the absolute res tech by Aceled car not taking no for an answer here, trying to get right through on that right-hander at the outer loop, but again just has to back out of it just now. It'll be a little flick there as they go onto the curbs, out of the outer loop, into the chute then for the 82nd time of asking here at Watkins Glen. And Baccalini still throwing everything but the kitchen sink to that car in front, and nothing is sticking whatsoever. and you have to wonder, surely, Kian, this is going to be it's going to have to be a move. It's going to have to be a bit of bravery, if not a dive bomb.
Yeah, sometimes you have to lick the stamp and send it, and I think especially with the Ferrari seeming to be a little bit more suited to maximizing corner speed compared to maximizing speed on the straights compared to McLaren, that could provide opportunities. An opportunity here could be provided by the GT4 car, forcing both to be pinched in. That's run D'Elia a little bit wide here, and that could open up a move down this back straight. Of course, if Leonardo Bacaglini were to make a move happen here, it would leave him vulnerable through the back section. So it's just kind of going to be, I think, a rinse and repeat. He's going to be right on the tail. He's going to get the nice slipstream, and he's going to close up, and then he's going to come out of the slipstream, and he's going to find that he's just got a little bit more drag. He's not got as much power, and the inside line is occupied by the McLaren that has made itself quite wide.
And again, tries to move to the outside, so Leonardo Bacaglini again just lifting off the throttle here. I wonder, maybe a little bit of fuel saving from the 858 Ferrari, just now going through that outer loop, then cuts the car onto the inside line again. Earlier on the throttle, lets the car wash out wide to the left hand side, onto the brake, into the chute here, again taking that inside line, but it's not looking convincing for me. I think Bacaglini trying to keep the pressure up, trying to keep the intimidation up, but not really sticking the nose in front and not trying to put the nose anywhere it's not belonging. And I think that's a wise strategy. You know, for a lot of drivers, I think that they'll want to force the car in front to make an issue, to make a mistake, and to essentially cause its own downfall. But I think D'Elia is wise to that. I think D'Elia can handle this pressure and will be just holding on for the next half hour, hoping that they can survive until the end of their stint here.
Yeah, and it's going to be it's going to be real tough. It's going to be real close. These guys can run back to back. There's no penalties, so this is on track for position, and it is for championship position as well. It is these two cars, the Italian Job and Absolute Race Tech, that are currently sitting 17th and 19th. P5 for either would be quite a good haul of points, but Bacaglini would prefer it to be P5 for his car, because that means he gets a 4-point swing back and these two go level into the final round. Now, of course, conjecture and speculation. It's 3.5 hours ago, anything can happen. Kian, stop worrying about it. But that is going to be one of the thoughts that these guys are thinking about. This is one of the direct competitions, and Leonardo looks around the outside again, and once again you just find that if you occupy that inside line, you can control the line into the chicane. But, oh, so close there. It looked like there the 858 was going to have an opportunity to slip up the inside. It might be the first little crack, the first little slip under pressure from D'Elia, and that could spell hope for Bacaglini.
It certainly could, and this is a pretty monstrous fight that we've got going on just now. But yet again, Bacaglini just doesn't seem to have that killer blow lined up for D'Elia just in front there. I'm not sure what it is, but Carlo D'Elia having to do everything he can right now. Late onto the brakes here, that could be another move as well, as you've got a GT4 car round the outside. Bacaglini trying to get everything done right now, but D'Elia has everything sorted out right now, and you get the feeling that a little bit more desperation starting to creep into the body language of the car for Leonardo Bacaglini here as he comes through the penultimate corner then on lap number 83. They'll be starting lap 84 this time by, again, Bacaglini slightly tighter into that apex there, but for some reason D'Elia here has the straight line speed and just has the ability to keep that Ferrari at bay here. And again, I hate to say it, Kian, but it just feels like that Ferrari behind getting more and more desperate to try and get that position. That's not what you want. You want to have a driver with a calm head. You want to have that poise and consistency. And at the moment, you know, the McLaren seems to struggle on this back stretch here, but the Ferrari can't get it done.
Yeah, it's been quite a battle so far, and these two are really testing each other. It's going to be who will crack on the pressure first. There's been a little bit of an opportunity that's presented itself a couple times here for Bacaglini. That defensive move, I don't even know if I can call it a defensive move, because it almost felt like Dahlia was taking more avoiding action to the GT4 than defensive action to the back of Gleany. So obviously, normally if you were to move on the braking and close that line, that would be deemed potentially dangerous driving. But in the case of having to navigate live traffic, I think that's relatively alright. Nobody got damaged. Back of Gleany can have another go at it. Carlo D'Elia is doing a pretty stellar job of keeping back of Gleany behind. And that ResTech car, like you said, looking marginally more desperate. And but I think an opportunity could present itself here. The GT4 looks to be poised right on the apex as that car comes through. But we're jumping off to Rafael Malho, who is now on the tail of the number 114. And will be looking to make its way past. They've been lapped by the Veloce car, you can see just on the frame. And up the inside goes Malho. He tries it, has a sniff, but doesn't quite work out. Number 22 looking for a move on the 114. This is real tight. Both McLarens won't have to suffer the same issues as that Ferrari, but it seems like the Rocket SimSport car is carrying a little bit more downforce as they head into this last sector. A bit wide for the 114. That could offer opportunity here for Rafael, who will nose it up the inside. Whoa, it's going to be so tight, but they're going to be too wide on exit. This is real tight stuff. Through the last sector, it looks like Rocket SimSport have the position. Will there be a fight back? If there is going to be a fight back, it'll come later in the lap.
Yeah, I can't see that happening. DC Sim Racing community car, Chico Lentfar having to give up that position there to the storming Rafael Malho here for Rocket SimSport. And we said about 10-15 minutes ago that car was more than capable of getting itself pace-wise back into the top 10, and that's exactly what has happened despite all of the penalties that have been into every single stint of this race just now. But back with our race leader then here for round 2 of the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals. Luke Whitehead for Veloci Vex at the moment 11.3 seconds ahead of Unicorns of Love. Nick Hubin in that second position in the 14 car. Then in third position it's the 33 Genesis Esports car of Christian Duploy, who is sharing that car with Tariq Adam and Cody Sherritt. Now, that Genesis car is a team that I'm very familiar with, being lucky enough to do the commentary for them on their midweek races. They've got an amazing community, and they are doing a storming job at getting themselves up into P3 just now. But a little bit further down then with your GT4s, and again it's the Alpines all the way. Michael Romagnoli in the lead of that one with the 204 Absolute Motorsport Acelift Pro GT4 car, sharing the car with Michel Pereira and Matteo Zampedri, who we saw through the opening stints of the race. Then in second place is Daniil Sergenin in that number 1 car, the Motorsharks Esports car, shared with Igor Simonov and Alexander Pogorelov. As we see, Luke Whitehead going a little bit wide there, but it's absolutely fine. Again, he's going to have to watch for these track limits here. And then a little bit further down in GT4, Simone De Nicola in the 117 car in third position for GT4s. That's the Glitch Motorsport GT4 car, sharing that with Oscar Tringali, Samuel Villa and themselves as well. But we're back to this fight then for 15th and 16th position. This is the 500 Forza Italia.ple racing car of Matthias Gvods, and has just gotten past that number 2 Audi that we saw there on track for Simply Race Esports, and that is going to be Ryan Woodrow that is behind the wheel of that one. So yet again here, we're seeing action all through the field. The GT4's kind of getting a little bit of a breather and left to themselves. I think more than the GT3s, the GT4 field is absolutely split up, given that, about half an hour ago we saw that crazy 3 wide down the back stretch.
Yeah, it's been some really interesting racing, and these guys have been going pretty hard against each other. But again, we see here on board with Romanelli, decent gap, 24 seconds to Sarajin behind number 1. This Alpine really is doing a gap, Absolute Motorsport. Now, of course, we talk praises. We're nearly halfway in, and he's got it halfway alongside. Does Ignacy Buksek for RCI Esports. It's gonna be quite tight Will he hold the position through the left-hander? It doesn't look like it. They're going to be too wide going through the last couple of corners. This is a corner where you can stick it around the outside if you're brave, and that's exactly what Ignacy's going to do. What a move!
No.
That was beautiful. There's no way that he just stuck it around the outside, found the grip, and made it work.
And that was outrageous. Ignacy Bushek there for RCI Esports in the 799. That was absolutely inspired. And the thing is that we almost never see that. That's why we get that reaction when we see something as outrageous and fantastic to watch as that. But back to the GT4s then, and this is the battle, I believe, for 11th and 12th position here, slightly broken up by a GT3 car. You've got Vinogradov just ahead in the 133, and then this is Andreas Borchers here for Trackalicious. Again, Kian, just putting right into that whole fact here that, you know, lap traffic is a huge issue, but these GT4 cars, they are just getting eaten alive left, right and centre from these GT3 cars while they're trying to have their own battles.
Yeah, and it's critical to remember for the GT3 cars that when the GT4 cars are battling, they have right of way. As a GT4 car, you're not obliged by the standard blue flag rules that apply if you're a lapped car in the same class. You have the right to maintain your racing lane, you have the right to maintain your battle, because it's the faster car that can go out of its way to make it a clean pass. So that is where we saw some issues early in the race with collisions and contact, because the GT4 cars were minding their own business, and rightfully so, and the GT3 cars tripped over themselves in trying to manage that.
And that is where we saw all of the drama and all of the chaos happening. And unfortunately, as a simple, smooth-brained sim racing fan, I'm absolutely here for it. I absolutely love all of the chaos that multi-class racing brings, and it's great to see that the GT4s really kind of got a front row seat at all of the chaos that the GT3s were causing for themselves. But Andreas Borchers then onto the back then of that 133 car just in front of him. That is the F1 Memes Racing Team GT4 car, and as we said, that is going to be behind the wheel of that. In fact, I was just checking there. So 133 F1 Memes Team. So that's the Eugene Vinogradov that is behind the wheel of that one at the moment. You've got to say, I mean, given that that gap did open up with a GT3 car, Borchers able to close the gap very, very quickly. We've got more cars heading into the pit stops. I guess this is the second half of the strategy that might be working for them just now. But, you know, with these GT4 cars, they're trying to race their own race here, and you get caught at a GT3 car at the worst possible opportunity here.
Yeah, it's never ideal to catch these cars in situations like this. If you're on the GT4 end, you're just hoping that they get past through the braking zone and doesn't compromise your line. Trackalicious will be trying to compromise the line of the car ahead, though. The 133 not doing all that much to defend. The F1 Memes car getting past and pretty easily by Andreas Borchers, so that was a good move. Surprisingly little defensive driving, which can't be said the same for D'Elia, who is once again, and I say once again as if it hasn't been the whole time, under pressure from Baccaglini, who now has to try and make a move happen because that car has a 50-second time penalty. So coming up the lap traffic, the Simply Race car ahead, not a direct competitor currently as it sits, but that 858 is still trying to find a way to hassle itself past the McLaren, especially since it now has to not only build a gap to the McLaren if it passes, but a gap to the BMW behind the Woodman Racing outfit closing, and up the inside goes Leonardo Baccaglini. It's around the outside, held for the McLaren, and it's going to be the inside of the next corner for this car. They have been at it, and the elbows are out there rubbing. Baccaglini cannot hold it, and D'Elia again finds the way past the ResTech car. That is some brilliant racing right on the border of clean GT4 traffic, lap traffic. Simply Race is going to have to try and get out the way. There's GT3 cars ahead, there's another GT4 car. This is where the move, the opportunity for Baccaglini can find itself. As we go through the first corner, we will see, still nose to tail, They're so tight, they're so tight. Will not present itself as they pass the GT4 car. Doesn't quite look like it, but then you have these GT3 cars that have to find a way past, and switches to the outside. There's an opportunity here. I think Bacaglini has to get quite aggressive on the inside and claim that inside line if he's going to get past. And he's thinking about it. Switches to the outside. Oh, they're so close. I wouldn't be surprised there was contact between them as they go in here, but they don't get contact. And again, another circumstance of hard but fair racing between these two, frustrating the Ferrari driver.
Wow, what an absolute banger of a fight we've got going on right now with Bacaglini all over the back of Carlo Delia right now. Bacaglini getting that 15-second time penalty, and again Delia getting caught up by one of the cars there as Bacaglini has a little look coming through that right-hander here as we go through the toe then on the run-up through the boot here at Watkins Glen. Is it going to be a move then? We're into the draft of the car in front, has to back out very, very slightly, moves under braking, can't quite make it work, sends it up the inside, but again, Bacaglini up the inside there. Delia tries to drive round the outside there. Contact is going to happen. You always knew that was going to happen, and there's confirmation of why that 15-second penalty has happened. It's an incident between cars 10 and 858 on lap 85, 15-second time penalty to the 858 for causing a collision, and I feel really, really guilty about this, Can, but after all of that awesome action, unfortunately, we've got to say goodbye to you.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant couple hours so far. It's been really tantalizing getting behind the mic of this one. It's been really great. Not been as many rhymes of mine as the last time I commented with you, David. So I apologize or put myself out there to say that maybe there should have been, maybe there shouldn't have been more. I don't know. But we're going to be joined now by Mike Nosser, who is another brilliant commentator to take the booth alongside David Christie. I've been Kean Butler. I was joined by Zach Sweeney, and I've enjoyed my time with both him and David Christie. Mike, I will hand over to you now.
Thank you so much, Kean and David. It is an absolute pleasure to be in the booth here today for the VCO SimGrid Grand Finals. This is race 2, of course, the 6-hour, the one that these drivers have been dreading, I will imagine. And it has been so exciting so far. We've seen quite a few position changes, not as many as I would have expected, but our biggest gainer out on the field currently, Skylar Lovrink, up 28 positions. Now, of course, he did have to make his way through the GT4 field. David, this has been super exciting, and the action that we just saw between the battle for P5, my goodness.
Oh, that was spicy stuff, Mike. Welcome along into the box. A huge thank you to Kian for covering us right from the start of the race with Zach there. But yeah, you've come in at an absolutely belting time right now. We've got another battle going on here for 11th position here. This is 4th position, and I believe that is Ignacy Bucek trying to take that 11th place away from the number 114 car just in front. That is the DC Sim Racing Community car that's in front. Chico Lindvar that is behind the wheel of that one now. We saw Lindvar about 10 minutes ago getting passed by Rafael Malio for 10th position in that Rocket Simsport car, and Ignacy Bucek trying to do exactly the same here just now as up the inside. That is going to be another car there. That's an 11 car there trying to undo itself there. That's the Ragioli Racing Cube Controls car at the moment. That is not for position, however they are still trying to have some fun. I think it's the polite way that I can put that at the moment. It has just been a hell for leather, enjoyable slugfest out there on the track at the moment. And again, the aggression is maybe a little bit higher than I'm used to seeing at this point in a 6-hour race.
Yeah, with 3 hours, 15 minutes, and 33 seconds left to go, definitely a little more bumping and banging and a bit more placing your nose where maybe it shouldn't be than you would expect. But I do got to say, Chico Lentvar currently about to be under pressure once again from Ignacy Bucek. Is surprised to see the Polish driver down here in P11, or excuse me, Chico, my bad, in the Dutch driver in P12 now, who's been just dispatched into the first corner. Nicely done there as Chico has run wide, but Lentvar in that DC Sim Racing, of course, one of the communities that has put on the qualifier events, one of the 10 communities. Massive shout out to all of them for that. Chico very quick, and now currently struggling, it seems, behind the wheel of that 114.
He's going backwards very, very quickly indeed. Blue flags getting waved all the time here at Watkins Glen. It's a difficult enough track to navigate on a sort of pace anyway, but then when you've got GT3 cars, GT4 cars going every which way but loose, then it's an altogether completely different prospect. But this is your race leader right now as it stands here in round 2. Luke Whitehead for Veloci Vext at the moment, just really bolstering the championship points right now, and going into that third and final round. Again, Veloci, I think, have really put themselves in a position where, barring an absolute nightmare, as we see, that is Patrick Sodekite making a move on that 147 just up the inside. There was an outbreak there. I think that 147 actually might have a problem there, because I'll come back to our race leader in a minute there, but Monroe just left like absolutely standing, although they are, I've just realised, 2 laps apart there, so I would imagine Monroe is just letting that car go because it's not actually for position here.
Yeah, seemingly the field spread getting a bit wider than, well, not anticipated. This is about what you'd expect. In fact, it's been tighter than I would have expected up till now. Still about 0.8 of a gap between Carlo as well as Leonardo. Luke Whitehead here, though, up at the front of the pack in the Veloce, has been quite dominant throughout. They qualified, of course, in P1 and led throughout the entirety of this one, leading the championship so far. Of course, there are 2 championships, though. We have our GT4 championship as well. The Absolute Motorsports are going to be leading that, the Italian team in the Alpine. Well, I guess this is basically an Alpine championship out there, but do have a couple other, I think there's an Audi and a Maserati on the grid tonight, so you'd love to see the diversity, but nonetheless, loads of Alpines, the number 333 in P2 at 56 points, and then the RCI in P3. So definitely can't count anyone out for the GT4 championships as we're looking at the standings for that, and well, it is a little bit separated.
I was about to say, I love how you say diversity in the same sentence as GT4s. It's like we've got 3 other manufacturers other than Alpine out there. It's good to see, though, we've got American McLaren and a Maserati out there, but again, they tend to be outside the top 20 in the GT4 classifications. And again, I was speaking to Kian about it, and it seems like more than anything, I think the BOP change for this 1.9 update here, Mike, has really brought to the forefront some big favourite cars that we've seen through this championship, and maybe also the resurgence of Lamborghini in terms of the desirability of that car, and how many drivers actually want to check that out. This is a replay of one of the cars we were watching earlier, the number 11 car, and well, I mean, full points for artistic interpretation of going through the outer loop there.
Yeah, most certainly doing a little bit of a figure skating pirouette there, but not quite what you want to be doing out on the grass here at Watkins Glen in upstate New York. Looking back now with Michael down here in P27. Michael, he's leading the race, Michael in the lead here of the GT4 is getting passed by the GT3s, currently 27 seconds ahead of Daniele in P2. Absolutely working the margin there for the Absolute Motorsports.
It certainly is, and having to work everything else right now because it is just a gaggle of cars around him. Lap GT4 cars, you've got a Rocket SimSport car almost losing control. They're trying to get through on the inside as well. We saw this end in tears right now. You're going to have to think very, very, very carefully right now because that GT4 car looks perilously close. Thankfully, the danger abates itself, and the gap to Serenian is 28 seconds. So again, not having to worry too much about the cars just behind. But for me, I don't know about yourself, Mike, but when I'm in that position where I've got loads of time to the next car, that's when I'm most likely to actually bottle it.
It's that complacency factor. You get comfortable, you start to get that rhythm and routine, and then all of a sudden one thing steps into that rhythm and breaks it, and you are spun sideways into the wall. And that can be that lull in fatigue. I know you and Keen were talking about it earlier, about the pure intensity of a 6-hour race. And I know these drivers, of course, all of them have 3 teammates apiece. Some of them have even 4 teammates. Actually, I think you're all 3 in this championship. But still, you're able to distribute that stint timer throughout, which does help with the fatigue, but still, you're never really out of it. You're still in the booth, you're in the box, you're helping your teammates out with strategy, you're calling all the pits and whatnot. And of course, we've seen some drivers up at the front. Luke Whitehead behind the wheel of the Veloce. We had Aiden in front of him. He took a double stint, so I'm assuming Luke is going to do something similar, but even 2 stints, that can be quite tiring.
absolutely can, and you know, just to clarify for those at home watching who maybe think, oh well, the driver's done a stint, so that's all we'll see of them. They jump out the car. It's not like they go and watch a movie. They're literally still in the voice chat channel. They're still you know, part of the race itself. I've certainly done my fair share of you know, community events and maybe special events on other platforms, and that's exactly what happens. You don't switch your mind off. It's a vested effort from the entire team here, and I would imagine that's, and certainly from when we talk to them in interviews afterwards here, Mike, that's exactly what the team say, is that, you know, if they're not in the car, they're doing data analysis, they're doing lap times, they're doing strategy for their teammates. So it really is a shared effort here.
Yeah, it's a lot of effort that goes into these community races, but that is the part of having a team. You know, there's no I in team, and no one is going to really win this up at the front by themselves. They all work together and benefit on each other's strengths and weaknesses. This is Mattia de Campua, who is right behind the likes of Konstantin Romacek in P8. This battle could be very intense. The Ukrainian and have to fend off the McLaren here, the Thomas Eng Sim Racing team, as they head down into the outer loop. Or the inner loop, excuse me, and then towards the outer loop is getting on the throttle. I've seen a lot of moves today into the inner loop, and I always say you see a lot of moves into it, but you never see a lot of successful ones out. And drivers, it's such a tempting spot, David, but it never seems to work out, barring massive amounts of confidence.
Yeah, to be fair, the only successful moves you see coming out of the loop tends to be into the wall. That's the only place you're going if you're trying that sort of thing. Especially when you see them coming through that right-hander and they drift over at the curb on the right-hand side as when the camera cuts away. It's so dodgy because the car is off camber and that curb has a completely different traction profile than the rest of the tarmac, so you usually see them struggling for traction, giving a little squirt of the rear as it tries to come under control here. But yeah, fantastic work here, and Romanenko now under real pressure here out from the Thomas Enge Sim Racing car. Just over 3 hours left to go here, and again, I always do wonder, you know, I think it's about an hour to go is when the teams and the drivers are going to call it here. So we see Lucas Schubeck here trying to go around the outside of the 799 car of Daly, and you've got to say that Jordan Daly there, Mike, was having absolutely none of it. I think it's going to be done and dusted when they come up here. But again, the pace difference up from that McLaren onto the Lamborghini here is quite something.
It most certainly is, but I will say it's going to be a bit of a struggle there for Schubeck in those straights to get any sort of advantage. I'm looking here at the timing charts, and the one thing I'm noticing here, our top 9 drivers in terms of straight line speed are all McLaren Evo 2s, from 273 kph down to 270. That is the only car actually that has breached the 270 kph meter.
Absolutely, and I think that is, you know, pretty self-explanatory when you see that top 15 just now. The McLaren's absolutely on point, and this is what I was saying earlier on there, Mike, about the update and the changes to, for instance, the Lamborghini and to the McLaren as well. As we see when the GT4s there getting overtaken there, that was a little bit closer comfort there from Lucas Schubeck here as we cut back to that battle for P8. And I guess again, you know, it's that whole thing of finding a car that you like, but not being afraid to switch allegiances to whatever you're more comfortable in and to whatever is faster at that point in time.
I'm always personally more of an off-meta driver myself, and, you know, somebody will, what's that? That means more, I like to drive the cars that don't get the love, you know, maybe the ones you don't see as much out there, maybe not the, towards like the V12 meta, but cars that you don't see. And I will say the McLaren, it used to be in that veil, but nowadays it is by far the most dominant out there. Hopefully we see maybe some changes in the future, and I'm sure we will, of course, but on some tracks in particular, the McLaren can be quite dominant with the base BOP.
It really is, and again, just trying to catch my breath watching what is going on here. Mattia de Campo then is all over the back of Romanenko, but again, I wonder how much he wants that position, because he ducks out of the toe nice and early, moves to the inside, but again, other than putting the pressure on, I would have thought that the faster bit would have been stay behind Romanenko, get the overspeed behind that Digital Force Ukraine car and just take it on the inner loop there. But again, I don't know how much he wants to actually get past. Maybe it's a bit of fuel saving that we're seeing going on here at the moment.
It very well may be. Now involved in this traffic, a great perspective of what we're seeing here is that tucking up right up to the rear diffuser of the Ukrainian, and actually is going to wash wide there, getting caught up there in a little bit of dirty air, is going to lose him a couple tenths. I'm sure he'll tuck back up into the bumper relatively quickly, though, as the pace is there for the Thomas Eng. But as David, you're saying, it's just not quite for that overtake, and it almost seems like they're working together, but it also at the same time doesn't. I can't quite get the vibe between these two drivers if they really want to go for it. I know the Ukrainian driver here, they have a lot of real-life motorsport experience, actually, this team participating in a rally. It was the Dakar rally they participated in, as well as they have some Bonneville street flats, or salt flats events going on. So very cool from the Ukrainian team in front here. And the Thomas Eng, he has to dispatch that, team.
Yeah, and he's going to have to do it fast again, because getting caught up behind these GT4 cars leaves that car and team vulnerable to the attack there from Thomas Eng Sim Racing in that 34. It's all on this backstretch here again. Another GT4 going to get eaten like a tasty little morsel that it is compared to these GT3 cars, excuse me. But again, just over 3 hours left to go in this race, and it's all on strategy now. It's all on what we can see from this race. The gap between first and second place, Luke Whitehead in that number 55 Veloci Vexed car ahead of Nick Hubin for Unicorns of Love. So it's a Lamborghini 1, 2, 3 at the moment, but that gap is opening up as we speak. Remember, after the last round of pit stops, it was about 11 seconds after that Unicorns of Love car inexplicably stopped by the side of the road during the last stint with Bastian Richter behind the wheel. We theorised that it might have been a hardware issue, that maybe just having to reset the wheel or reset the pedals. Either way, they got going again and dropped back from 2 seconds behind your race leader to 9 seconds. Then we had the pit stop, it was 11 seconds, and now it's up to 14 seconds between Luke Whitehead and Nicholas Hubin just now. Christian Deploy in third position for Genesis Esports, 27 seconds behind him. That is a stellar result for the Genesis Esports team, hailing from South Africa. And then in fourth position, you have got Frank Briat in the 27 SDL Esports Logitech GT3 car. As we're watching going across the start line is Matteo De Campo. A huge thank you and a huge shout out to everyone in the YouTube chat just now, to Thomas Petrochenko, Michael Redford in there as well, Charlie Booth, Miguel Amarim says hello to you too, and to Royal Racing, who says thanks for the live stream and for the commentating. You are most definitely welcome. And Mike, I don't know about you, but chat certainly keeps your spirits alive and your enjoyment of this going when it's a 6-hour race.
Oh, absolutely. I gotta say a massive shout out to just all chat in general, but especially the chat over at Trackalicious. As of course I come from that community commentating over there, and wow, okay, hang on to that thought. We might actually see a bit of a move here. Matteo, wow, he got very antsy with the GT4 car. I think he is backed out. But yeah, chat, of course, just that little helping hand, of course, throughout, but also, of course, we're here to entertain, and we are just here to show our passion to you guys, which you're just here to show your passion. So we appreciate it all around. A bunch of nerds getting together to watch cars drive in glorified circles. Well, quite frankly, there's nothing that gets me more excited, David.
Exactly, and it's what gets me up and awake in the morning, and certainly a privilege is on our side to be part of this fantastic event here at Watkins Glen, the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals round 2, as we're watching Konstantin Romanenko. Oh, that's a big moment, trying to escape from a GT4 car. That leaves him vulnerable to Matteo De Campo. Then they come round the penultimate corner, just on the cusp of the halfway mark, and we have got a spicy affair there. Cuts off that move down the inside there, and again is back to square one here with these two cars.
Oh, Matteo is going to be absolutely kicking himself for that one, because he had a very similar moment there that Romanovsko, I can't see the name's got off, but Romanovsko had in front of him. Very unfortunate as the back end, very loose on that McLaren as they get a little too excited onto the loud pedal. but they remain right 1 and 2 there in P8 and 9. Very unfortunate there for Mateo because he has the pace, definitely lapping a 10th and a half quicker their last lap. Gonna have a look to the inner loop. Now, this is what we've said earlier. It doesn't work out a lot of times. Has a big send onto the inside, and he makes it stick. Nicely done from Mateo. Dispatches the Ukrainian driver down to P9.
Beautiful, beautiful move there. And you got the feeling that that was going to be coming any moment, and that's exactly what happened there. The problem for Romanenko then is the fact that now he's lost an awful lot of time as a result of that. And again, it's all hands on deck to try and recover any of that. Now, what I've also noticed is that that's 2 seconds come off the lead gap between Luke Whitehead and Nick Hubin at the moment. So that is more than likely been trying to get past some sort of lap traffic at the moment here. But again, when you're at the front there, Mike, and you've got that much of a buffer, you've got 14 seconds between you and second place, you can kind of afford to just chill out a little bit, to just let that sort of gap happen and be comfortable that it's not actually come down so quickly.
Now we have a massive incident here. Yellow flag on track for Leonardo Baccaglini as he is dropping down the field.
Oh, he's gone
backwards. He has gone off the track. We definitely are going to need to see a replay of this at some point here, as a few drivers have managed to gain position. We're also seeing the pit phase start to unfold, so the drivers are going to be going for that undercut. Coming in now as we see our leader. He comes in to finish out his stint here. We'll see if he hands that wheel over. I presume Luke will stay behind the wheel as they have double stinted here in the past, but we will see.
I think he's gone from the server. He's dropping down very, very quickly.
Oh.
He's already a lap down at the moment. He's got a 25-second penalty now. Remember, that was a 15-second penalty. So let's have a look at the... Yeah, so instead between cars 117 and 858, it's an extra 10-second penalty for causing a collision. I wonder if that's a rage quit, because that car is absolutely gone from the server. It's now 2 laps down here, and with 25 seconds, you'd think that Baccaglini has maybe just thought, well, I'm not having any of this at all. And I mean, that is really disappointing. Listen, that is just absolute speculation from my part right now. I could be massively wrong on that one, but certainly I think QRT Esports are not going to be too happy. Let's have a look here from the 858 as well. That is, yeah, Mike, that happened.
My people need me.
I must go now.
That is not quite what the line that you want to be taking here at Watkins Glen, as he was having an early flight there back home, unfortunately. And you really hate to see a race come to an end, especially such a good climb, and we've seen such good battles from that team, the number 858 team, as they are still plummeting down the field. They're back into the pits, and I think we will see them back out on track at some point here. But with that 2-minute and 30-second penalty that they will be for returning the garage, it's going to be at least 1 lap behind.
And that's absolutely brutal. And the thing is that it's one thing to have a penalty at the first half of the race, but to get it in the second half of the race makes it very difficult to undo all of that damage that gets done. Certainly with a 6-hour race, you could take a 15 to 30-second penalty within the first couple of hours and have a reasonable chance of still taking in the top 10 of the race, but do that in the second half of the race, and yeah, it makes it very, very difficult. There's confirmation of that penalty then, an extra 10-second penalty to car 858 there for causing a collision. So it looks like Baccaglini back out on track then, has recovered that car there, and they will be back out on circuit. Certainly still not shown as in the pit lane, but I wonder if they've maybe just disconnected from the race. We'll get an ID on that very shortly. But this is your GT4 leader at the moment. It is actually, because the 858 has now got William Pisano behind the wheel of that one. So you've got to say there, Mike, fantastic to see them back out. An unfortunate incident, but just keep their head down and let's see what happens.
Yeah, most certainly, and they still need to serve that penalty, but hey, at the end of the day, getting into the checkered flag, and as both our amazing commentators had pointed out earlier, I think both Cian as well as Zach had pointed out, this championship only 3 races long. Every point matters. Battling it out here for the championship as we head on into race 3 next time around. It is going to be very tight at the top, but especially in that midfield where the drivers are going to be battling for some pride.
They absolutely are. There's a lot of pride because, as we said, this is about the communities. We often do a lot of events here in ACC and it's all about the drivers and the teams, but really we are here to showcase all 10 of the championships, all 10 of the communities that have brought us here to this point. All of these positions that were on offer for this championship here were run through the 10 communities that led us here. So VGTR, SOP, FRL, Lightspeed Racing, Sim Racing Collective, Trackalicious, don't know if you've heard of them, Mike, QRT, JL Motorsports, SimZone and DC Sim Racing. So a lot of names there. We've got another yellow flag. It looks like a significant car into the barriers. It's got itself cleared again, but yeah, a lot of communities there and a lot of pride on offer.
Yeah, and just to touch on that as well, I know you and Kian were mentioning it back in the days when the console was the pride and joy of everybody, of course. Well, there are still a lot of communities that are running out on console, and the likes of SOP, Sim Racing Collective, Lightspeed Racing, DC Sim Racing, all of those communities are all, FRL does as well, and a few more on that list. They all run both PC, PS3, or PS5, whatever the newest PS is nowadays, as well as Xbox races. So if you guys are looking at that, these communities down there are going to be very good to take a look at for that. And we're going to pull up an incident here on screen right now as we're heading now down the start-finish straight, taking a look at the Lamborghini. Oh, and the Lamborghini here is just, or Ferrari, excuse me, has just come to a stop and made a chicane in the middle of the start-finish straight. Oh my goodness,
wow.
David.
That is, I don't like this. I don't like why the cars are still coming up to it and just going, oh, there's a car there, I'll suddenly brake at the last minute here. This is, yeah, oh no. You get that impending doom, don't you? Just, oh, you hate to see it. Right, okay. That is, I need a warning from our production team of a jump scare there. That is, I cannot play horror games for that reason, as you've just found out. Right, pit stops. Christian Deploy into pit lane. We've already seen Grantis Caracas into the pit lane. So we've seen Veloci, we've seen Unicorns of Love into pit lane there. And I would love to get an idea on who that poor defenceless soul was that just went flying into the back of that car.
Yeah, with enough mid-air time there for snacks, unfortunately, for that Ferrari after being parked on the start-finish straight. Definitely a no parking zone there, and the meter readers are going to be having a word with him afterwards. But for now, they continue on. We're looking here at Grantis Caracas at the lead of this race, and yes, indeed, they did go bowling a little bit there, unfortunately, which is right in the background on cue.
So that's the Wii Sports. Great shot coming up on that one. Christian Deploy into the pits end for Genesis Esports, so they'll be cycling themselves around as we're watching Grantis Caracas. And you've got to say, all of these different cars, all of these different drivers, all these different teams here, Mike, they have their own style, they have their own body language behind the wheel of the cars. And Grantis, very much an aggressive driver, very much throwing. Oh, that looked like very, very wide there for our race leader, as a GT4 car getting caught up in the middle there. Looked like having to go to the outside. Thankfully did get around there, but that was a sketchy moment. GT4 leader into the pits. But again, you know, watching the way that Grantis is driving that car, he's just throwing it in right now.
Yeah, he is absolutely driving with a chip on his shoulder, the number 55 car. But putting in 144 last time around, that is going to be one of the best laps out on track. 144.1, quickest lap in the session. I'm actually not sure what it is offhand here. Unfortunately, my timing sheet's joined a little bit late. But nonetheless, it's going to be a little bit quicker than a 144.1. I think we are into the 143s in terms of race pace, which is quite quick for these drivers especially. I know this is more of a community race. We've touched on it. Not quite the big professional names, but that's also not completely true, as up at the front we have the likes of Christian Sherritt, of course, an extremely talented silver champion in the SRO race, or SRO championship, in fact. So definitely no, when it comes to skills there. Wow, a little bit wide there through the first corner for Lars.
I was just wondering, actually, I wondered what is going on, because if you look at Zelia, Mac, De Campo and Romanenko, right, they're all ahead of Christian Deploy. Now, what I'm trying to figure out is, are they on a different strategy? Do they still all have to pit right now? Because at the moment, remember, Christian Deploy was in 3rd position with that Lamborghini. Now, bear in mind that Caracas, Kisser are still in 1st and 2nd, so I would have expected Deploy to still have been in that 3rd position there. So I'm a little bit confused as to what is going on there, but if it is just a case of those 4 cars still have to pit, then fair enough. But again, I'm a little bit unsure there.
Yeah, as I take a look at the timing charts here, trying to figure out the same exact deal. But I think that is the case in that we do have a driver in front there, Romanacek. I'm so sorry, I cannot pronounce that name, Konstantin. But up in P6, he still needs to make his stop, interestingly. Or, whoa, the timing charts might be very off. He's been out for 2 hours? Do we have a stint timer here tonight?
Oh, we do, yeah. So the maximum the cars can spend out is 65 minutes. So it could just be that it hasn't sort of updated yet, and that they do still have to take their pits. We'll keep an eye on that anyway, as we see a battle for 33rd and 34th immediately over as soon as we see it, because Albin Mansoon goes flying past Arlavi, who is into pit lane. We've got Kryskov Maskowski into the pits as well. You've got Peath into the pits in that number 20 Ferrari just now as well. So again, pit stops seem to be coming thick and fast here, and with 2 hours and 2 3/4 hours left to go, I think surely now this is the point where drivers and teams really have to be looking at the battles they've got around them and maybe thinking, okay, well, I think we've maybe got as much as we're going to get, you know, because most of the gaps now are maybe between sort of 10 and 15 seconds. If they're any less than that, by absolutely all means, go for it. But at the moment, yeah, I'm not sure what is on offer now. A lot of love coming in as well here, Mike, for that number 40 team, the Lamborghini of Box 3 Esports of Martin Hoyer, Charlie Booth, and Anthony Anderson. And Lambo is, as the kids say, cracked at the moment. That number 40 car outside the top 10 at the moment, so they're going to have to get a move on. As you hate to see it, that number 20 car in that 22nd position there of Peath, of Eskil Peath, getting a stop-go 30, presumably for speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah, and speaking of Box 3, talking about communities that run amazing events as well, Box 3, another North American community, they run on PC as well as on console, so definitely check them out if interested. But yeah, massive shout out as well to all the communities, of course, that have made this happen, and of course to SimGrid and VCO for putting this event on. This has been such an amazing event, I gotta say, especially having the pleasure to commentate the 36 hours to the lead up of this event in the Trackalicious Grand Finals. It is a road to the Grand Finals, excuse me. It's been a long and arduous road for some of these drivers, but especially up at the front, it is gonna be well worth it at the end.
Certainly is. We're watching our race leader then, Grantas Caracas here for Veloci Vex Racing, and panic over. Christian Deploy for Genesis Esports is back up to P3, so it was indeed pit stops was the determining factor. Everybody on mixed strategy ahead of them just now, so that car back up into that third position. Now, what has changed is Lars Kisser is now 8.2 seconds behind your race leader. That last lap there for your race leader was a 1:45.5, and the last lap from Kisser was a 1:43.8. That was a stormer of a lap there. 1.4 seconds difference between the two, and I think Unicorns of Love will be hoping for more of that to try and catch up and undo some of that damage here just now.
Yeah, of course, fastest lap being a 1:43.6. They're getting very close to improving that. And here with the track conditions at 27 degrees, definitely not quite the most optimum. I mean, it's an optimum track, but when it comes to temperatures, your tires are going to be feeling that a little bit. Of course, you're not at the Bathurst levels up in the 30s, the very high 30s, in fact. We're just in the high 20s here. So fairly comfortable, definitely for the fans and spectators out here in New York. Going to be having a lovely time, I would think.
Well as we're watching Caracas making his way around one of the GT4 cars, and again, as much as this race is, or this championship is for the bragging rights, as much as it's for, you know, the ability to say, you know, we are the best community and all that sort of stuff as well. What I have noticed in this community championship, the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals, is the camaraderie between the drivers, and for the most part, the intense and incredible levels of respect between all of the teams and drivers. For the most part, we haven't really seen too much of drivers just sticking their nose in for the sake of it, and I think that is a much better showing for sim racing than perhaps, you know, the top tier esports events where it's basically all the drivers knocking lumps out of each other for around about 6 hours.
Yeah, so I think it was you that maybe touched on it earlier, is that this isn't a job for these people, it's a hobby. They're out here to have fun and enjoy themselves, and I had the pleasure of catching up with both Ali Raza and Andreas Borchers before this race behind the wheel of the number 5 Trackalicious car, and they were very pumped up for this one, extremely excited to come into it, weren't too happy with their qualifying results, but still looking to finish in the top 10, and they are currently sitting in the top 10 very comfortably. It was before I talked to them, they were in that, but still, a lot of these drivers, it's just they're pumped up, excited to get out here and be a part of all of these communities that have all come together from all sides of the globe, for that matter. Of course, we have DC, the Dutch sim racing, Trackalicious from North America, and various other British communities involved, I know. And it's just so awesome to see everyone come together and make an event like this. And a special shout out to SimGrid and VCO for putting it all together.
Absolutely, as we're watching the battle for 26th and 27th position just now. This is for 2nd and 3rd overall in the GT4 class right now, as this is coming into the outer loop here. Samuel Villa for Glitch Motorsport trying to regain that 2nd place in this fight just now. He's got the number 1 ahead of him, Motor Sharks Esports just now. That is going to be Igor Simonov that is just in front of them, and again, both of them really not needing that BMW that was in front there. I think that might have been Van der Meulen who was just there. Little move up the inside, that was opportunistic from Samuel Villa, gets the door shut firmly in his face by Igor Simonov, and the fight goes on with 2 hours 42 minutes left to go in this race here. This is a fantastic little battle for the podium positions just now, and again, it's a case of who's going to be in 2nd and who is going to be on 3rd. Villa with all the cards in his hand right now, but again, Simonov doing exactly what he needs to do and just placing that car, you've got to say, Mike, exactly where it needs to be, and I've never seen an Alpine look so wide.
You took the words right out of my mouth, in fact. That is exactly what I was about to say. Yes, this is an extremely wide Alpine in front of the Motor Sharks. You can see lovely bumper sticker there, which I think Villa is going to be sick and tired of at this point, wanting to get by every single opportunity. But a very nice defense so far from Igor, as he has put it just exactly where he needs to. Samuel getting very impatient to say. He's trying to put his nose in any opportunity that he can, but credit where credit's due as well. He knows when to back out. That was a very easy crash that they had into the outer loop, or out of the outer loop, excuse me, into the heel. Very easy to have that come together with that trying to follow the Ferrari through. Luckily, though, discretion is the better part of valor for Villa, and he is going to stick behind for now, remaining in P27, knowing that he will get that position. And here's the look again.
But it's cut right off from Igor Simonov, the two of them coming nose to tail into that inner loop there, and Simonov actually gets a stellar run through that corner there. Villa had to take avoidant action there, and it caught himself out, as we've got another GT3 car just behind him at the moment. That is I believe the car that we were watching for was that not 5th or 6th position just now, but letting him go very, very nicely indeed. As again up the inside through the boot of the circuit here at Watkins Glen. That's a good run from Samuel Villa. Tries to get the toe on the tail end of this circuit here at Watkins Glen. Moves to the inside. That's a send and a half, but again a little bit of contact there, I think, from Simonov and Villa. Villa's going to try and take the inside line here, and I think that Villa just let off to let Simonov take that position. I do think there's a little bit of contact under braking here, and this battle is going to rage on even further.
Yeah, definitely looked like a bit of a shove there through the heel now, coming up into the middle sector, but Villa, recognizing his mistake, will hand it back. Now, of course, the stewards with live stewarding here, massive shout out to them, are going to be taking a look at that and seeing that he let off. Now, will that get him out of a penalty? I'm not so sure, but we'll see. Of course, that will be on the stewards as he is right in that slipstream. And the Alpine here, not necessarily known for its very large engine and straight line speed. Of course, a 1.8 liter turbocharged inline 4, very small engine, is going to be, though, pushing through here. The S is right on the bumper. Look at that, getting caught up in that dirty air. Of course, these GT4s more reliant on mechanical grip than your GT3s. Tucks to the outside. The dirty line being taken here for the inside car. Simonov going to have to go late on the brakes. Outside line being taken for Villa, but he tucks back in and backs out. Definitely smart move there to not commit. Lovely switchback attempt, though, as a look into the inner loop gets quickly cut off.
Yeah, this is an awesome little fight going on just now. Motor Sharks at the moment doing everything they need to hold on to that second position, and of course this is allowing Matteo Zampedri to scoot off into the distance here just now. So that's a GT3 car. That is your goated 40 Lamborghini of Box 3 Motorsports making their way. They're wanting to have a little bit of limelight here while all this action is going on just now. Remember, that's the car that's in around about 11th position just now. You've got the BMW, that is Van der Meulen, in that centre of your shot there just now. But this GT4 battle for P2 rages on at the moment, and we are here for every single second of it. Awesome fight right now. Samuel Villa for Glitch Motorsport. You get the feeling that it's going to have to get a move on here, because we've got a ton of GT3 machinery that's going to be wanting to get past very, very quickly. As Samuel Villa has a look up the inside into the penultimate corner there. That's wide from Simonov, the two of them. That's a power slide from Simonov. They're going to be side by side going into the final corner. Villa just slightly ahead. There's going to be a tiny bit of contact, but no way. Villa just drives around the outside of him like he doesn't even exist. A stellar move from Samuel Villa to take second place in the GT4s.
Oh, is there going to be a move attempt back, though, down the inside from the number one? It looks like that's wide for the 117, but this is not the time to do this. There are GT3 cars swamping, some bumping and banging there coming into the S's, but it looks like the one car has managed to take it back. What a battle here between these two drivers. No love lost. The GT3s behind, though, they might be getting a little frustrated, as that is a terribly placed McLaren is trying to work its way through the traffic. They have a race of their own to work with here, but Samuel Villa gonna have to try again. What a battle between these two Alpines, as that's gonna be way deep and into the barrier. Samuel Villa, he puts a foot wrong, makes a mistake, and that is devastating, especially to make it into that battle.
That's done. That is huge corner impact there on the front left there, and I wonder if it was just a case of overdriving the car, maybe getting the pressures a little bit too high there. We did see contact with Simonov there, and it was a way to say, can you imagine how gutted you must be if you are Samuel Villa after pulling that move off, only to have it immediately snatched back from you into the first corner there. And that is such a tragic end to that GT4 battle. It was a stellar fight that we had here, and I honestly feel absolutely gutted. I feel a little bit robbed after that huge moment into the barriers for Samuel Villa. He did bounce off it, but I'm absolutely convinced that is going to be at least 25-30 seconds worth of repairs to that car in pit lane once he goes round just now. So I get the feeling that might have been our closest battle out on track has been kind of extinguished. Now, the one that we do get to have a look at, and I'll tell you more in a minute, is that battle for 6th, but let's have a look here. So this is coming through the inner loop here, and it's the curb on the left hand side. It just bounces that car across, it's the right hand side, excuse me, into the wall, and yeah, that car is done.
Hopefully the steering wheel is remaining in the proper direction, but yeah, definitely with damage on there. That probably is the podium attempts thwarted there for that driver. There is a little bit of a battle for P35 happening between Polikov and Thompson as well, so that could potentially heat up. They've been kind of trading a little bit here for a while. Also up the front, Matteo De Campo maybe pressure to buy the P7 in a little bit, but as it stands, yes, gaps are a little bit spreading out here. In fact, actually a bit of a three-way battle developing down for P35. But Grantis Caracas, our race leader currently, he is a little bit, I think, out of sequence, has made the most pit stops, in fact. looking at about 21 seconds out of the pits. Actually, no, that is on merit, so our current race leader is going to be that number 55, of course, the Valache Esports SOP team.
For sure. So just watching them all making their way around as well as we're coming up to 2.5 hours left to go here. Lars Kisser for Unicorns of Love. Now, this is huge. Look at that time difference. 5.5 seconds here, Mike. That gap was 11 seconds, was 13, 14 seconds after the pit stop there. And we've now got 7 seconds off of that gap in front. What the hell is going on with Grantas Caracas right now? I've got no doubt that it will be likely some lap traffic, but at the end of the day, when that gap is coming down so quickly, that is now going to be an unsort of nerving battle for the lead potentially coming up very shortly.
Yeah, they're going to want their stand in the championship here, no doubt. Does the team, the Unicorns of Love, number 14 Lamborghini, the Charging Bull, coming at them just like one. 5 seconds last time around. We see a 1:44.8 for Grantas Caracas, a 1:44.2 for Lars. So about 0.6 of a difference. Now that is going to be just like a bass fisherman. He's going to slowly be reeling that one in over the course of the time here, and eventually that fight will come to fruition.
As we're watching Lars Kisser then making his way through, trying to get past one of the GT4s just now. That is the car down in P34 at the moment. So that is going to be William Pizzano behind the wheel of that Alpine again. That is going to be for... in fact, no, sorry, that was Ali Ratza that was behind the wheel of that car just now. Again, with the GT4s though, again, just watching the fact that Samuel Villa now is only, and am I right in saying this, is he still only about 2 seconds behind? No, he's not. He's significantly behind right now for that fight for second place. We're also seeing Florian Mack in the 110 BMW getting a 10-second penalty there, and that is going to be a huge flaw for that BMW. But this is Bailey Thompson in the fight for the GT4s just now, just behind Statchak in the 67 car. We saw that being overtaken just a couple of laps ago there. Looks kind of like a Bentley, I've got to say there, Mike, with that livery on, just the way that purple fades into the black there.
Maybe it's a very nice livery. I gotta say, a lovely gradient feel to it. Bentley definitely a little bit larger, I will say. Definitely size.
Just a bit.
Just a size difference there by about a factor of 2. But also to correct you there on that, David, you were correct. Samuel Villa is actually 1.8 seconds currently behind the likes of Igor Simonov for P2 in the race, once again for the GT4s. And actually, when it comes to lap time, Villa is quicker. Well, not this time around. He was last time around. This time around, it was a 10th difference between them, but they are lapping almost identically, so we could see something between those two heating up. But Bailey Thompson here on the chase down the back straight, heading into the inner loop now. Going to be looking for an opportunity, but as we said before, that's such a tricky corner. We saw a lovely send earlier from, I think it was a McLaren, I can't remember who, but unfortunately I don't remember. It is doable, but you need to have an unwavering amount of confidence to be able to go through with that overtake. Bailey Thompson here into the chute. Can he make anything happen?
Quite make it happen just now. I do feel rather bad about Samuel Villa and the writing the chances off of that car, given that contact with the barrier. So obviously it hasn't cost them too dearly. They bounced off the guardrail and kept going with it. So again, obviously not causing too much damage there. But we're watching this battle here with 2S Esports Bailey Thompson onto the back of the 67 car just up in front. Now that is going to be the Armenterio torpedo attack car. Rafael Statchak behind the wheel of that as they come into the third to last corner here. Statchak keeps the car pinned through that left hand corner, and then just 2 corners left to go. Bailey Thompson having a little bit of a wiggle there on the exit of that corner, but again we've got another... Oh! Now that's the second time. That is Lars Kisser now. It was Bastian Richter last time by. Unicorns of Love stopping that car right in the middle of the track there. 2 different drivers with exactly the same issue.
Is it an issue or is it a strategic play of some kind here? Now, what sort of strategy you would be gaining off of that, I'm not too sure. But very odd. You definitely don't see that every single day in racing. A car stopping on the start-finish line with 2 hours and 30 minutes left in the race, but here we are, David.
A very, very peculiar situation going on there as Billy Thompson right onto the back of Statchak, trying again to make that happen. Statchak goes deep into the corner. That's going to allow Billy Thompson to get the overspeed through the corner, tries to go to the outside, then the inside, then the outside again. No room way past here as we've got 2.5 hours left to go. This fight for P33 and P34 overall, but again, outside of P12 and 13 in the GT4s. Fascinating little fight. Billy Thompson tries to swoop round on the inside again, but again, Statchak just putting that car exactly where it needs to be, and then jinx the car over to the right hand side and push that car. Now M22VG brings up a question, and you'd think the answer would be no, but it's actually a genuine question. He said, could they have hit the ignition button by accident? I'm going to say no on that one, because you can hit the ignition button and cruise, but you'll still catch it and not come to a complete stop. Though that's twice now. Bastian Richter did it, and now Lars Kisser has done it, where the car has completely come to a stop. And what I think is that they've had a hardware fault. They've deliberately pulled offline to fix the issue and then get going again. But that's now the third car that we've seen just stop in the middle of the track.
Yeah, I find that hard as well. Hardware faults are tough because typically those require a restart. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's such an odd thing. Could they have hit the ignition button? Maybe. I don't think so. I don't think that's very plausible. As doing that in a straight line would be fairly impressive. But nicely done. Oof, around the outside of the GT3, wasting no time with the GT4s into the S's. That is nice from the Jensen Button esports team. But remaining with this battle, but yeah, just unsure. The ignition button, they would need to come to a complete stop to restart the car. That is a valid point, but nonetheless, tucked to the inside here, Bailey Thomas, getting very excited onto that inner loop. Nicely done, carries the speed through, and with a send of a century, Bailey Thompson somehow manages to make that stick.
For sure, as Lars Kisser backs on board then, 14.5 seconds behind now, and again, that has massively cost Unicorns of Love. Not as much as I thought it would. It's cost them about 9 seconds again, so it's the same amount of time. But either way, I'm really lost for words as to figure out what on earth happened there. Either way, it's done. It's dusted. They just have to kind of brush themselves down and keep going on it just now as we're watching Grantas Caracas here for Veloci Esports making his way around just now. And the thing with this as well is that really it's still far too close to call here, Mike. With just over 2.5 or just under 2.5 hours left to go. It's a case of whoever can keep themselves out of trouble for the longest amount of time, you would have thought here.
Yeah, absolutely, as well as definitely never count out our P3, either the number 33 team. They have Christian Sherratt, who has been behind the wheel one time, but once he comes back out, definitely is going to start to put those lap times in, not to take anything, of course, away from Christian Depluy, who is currently behind the wheel lapping in 144s, which is extremely quick by himself. But Christian, just that little bit quicker, and I think the entire team, I think they know that, but you can't, of course, got to give a break to everyone. This is stints. This is a team battle here over the course of the championship, and you can't have one driver win it all.
Yeah, for sure. Although many of them would like to have it that way, but it's just not the way that the cookie crumbles here in sim racing. I've asked you this before, Mike, but let's say you were in this field here. Where do you think you'd be ranking on the leaderboard at this point in the race?
Assuming, let's just say I'll be in the GT4 field. That sounds a bit, I think I'd drive the GT4s a bit better. I think I would be probably somewhere around the likes of maybe Veal down in P36, maybe Milos, who's coming into the pits right now in P37. I'm definitely not the front runner that a lot of people say that I have been in the past, but I'm not. Let's just say that.
You're not. Oh, come on. That's. You need to have a little bit more faith in yourself, my man.
There's a reason I'm in
that belief.
I believe in my commentary prowess over my driving.
well, it's like they say, isn't it? Those who can do and those who can't talk about it. And that's why I'm here. So that explains why I'm in the commentary box. But again, I always say one of the great things about sim racing is the fact that I like, you know, as you were saying, I'm not the fastest racing driver, but the great thing about this is you can find the level of driver that is on par with you, and you feel amazing, you feel fun, because nobody wants to race in a race and you know, you're not anywhere near the cars around you. But you know, sim racing, you can always find someone on your skill level and someone to have a bit of a fight with. And throughout the field, that's exactly what we're seeing. All of these individual little fights going on, and that is what makes the time pass by so quickly in these races.
Yeah, absolutely, as well as just the camaraderie between all of the teams as well. You know, you develop relationships, especially being a part of these communities. You find a place to practice. You know, it's a lovely hobby, sim racing. It's a niche hobby as well, I do have to say. Of course, not the most popular, but it is, the community involved is so dedicated as well as friendly throughout. I know a lot of the communities that I'm involved with, Sport Track List, which I'm primarily involved with, as well as Box 3. I know we have the cars, the support for them, but a few other of those communities out there just so friendly and willing to accept you guys, or accept everybody, just as a part here of the enjoyment and entertainment that we all want to see.
Yeah, certainly is. As Matteo Zampedri has the Rocket Sim Sport car, the GT3, just making his way by him just now. 9 laps off the leader at the moment, but it's still Simonov in second place. Now, here's an interesting fact here, Mike, is that Villa is now back to 0.6 of a second behind second place after that huge crunch into the barriers. We're about to get, it's now 0.4 of a second, so we need to go and check out on that second place on that number 1 car and that number 117 car, because that is going to be a very, very spicy little battle.
I always talk about this little red haze that you see, and now after, of course, some drivers, when you get a penalty, you know, of course, Daniel Ricciardo-esque, get a 5-second penalty, end up driving 10 seconds quicker throughout the race as a result. Well, the same can sometimes happen when you hit the wall. All of a sudden, you get that feeling in your car of, well, maybe this thing feels a little bit better. You knocked off a couple of the sticky-outy bits, you lost some downforce, you're slipping around a little bit more. Maybe that's what you wanted at the end of the day, and you didn't actually know it. But also, it's just that little, like I say, red haze that's in front of your eyes, the aggression and the anger that you throw towards the car then, and hopefully as a result you don't overdrive, but definitely can help you with your pace if you can manage to keep that to a certain level.
And the thing is that level is something that we've seen being kind of gone over repeatedly, time and time again, in terms of that line of behaviour, that line of concentration, that line of discipline. And again, well, we'll come back to that in a second, because this is the fight for P2 just now. Samuel Villa for Glitch Motorsport. Now, they've got a BMW just behind them. That is going to be Michael van der Meulen trying to get through on the outer loop, and oh, that's a little bit sketchy, but he gets it done. But yeah, where the hell has his pace come from? He's not in an Alpine, he's in a GT3 car. Look at the pace he's got there from Samuel Villa.
He is absolutely driving with full anger right now, but he is not driving off the track, and that is the biggest thing. Needs to keep it between the mayo and the mustard and on the track. You can see, honestly, the damage looks very minimal for that Alpine in terms of the scratches and paint damage. So really coming off lightly with a slight brush on the wall, it just kind of well, sent like I say, a little anger down him, and he is now on that charge. Igor, I think he has a new rival behind him, the likes of which he has not quite seen just yet. Of course, we saw earlier the lovely side-by-side action that they were putting on, and the back and forth, the positions that they were changing. Let's see if they can keep that up, David.
Very much looking forward to it. I'm totally here for all of the action. If you have just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome. This is the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals Round 2 here at Watkins Glen. It's Dave Christie in the commentary box alongside my good buddy Mike Nice, bringing you through all of the action just now. We are watching this GT4 fight just now for second position at the moment. Let's take you through all of the order at the moment while we're watching this, because at the lead of the race then is the Veloci Vex car. Grantis Caracas currently behind the wheel of that one. Unicorns of Love having 2 separate tech issues in the space of 30 minutes there. Bastian Richter and Lars Kesser respectively. They are in second position. Then it's Christian Duploy in third position for Genesis Esports. As side-by-side via tries to make the move coming into the inner loop, but that's always going to be Igor Simonov's corner there. Again, it's running through the outer loop here. What can be done? Learned the lesson has Samuel Villa from that one there. Tries to go around the outside. That's never going to happen. But in the leads of the GT4s, it's the 204 car that's in the lead of the GT4's Absolute Motorsport Acelin in the lead. And this is the battle for second place. It's straight into the path of a GT3 car. This is not going to end well for these two just now. Samuel Villa then gets ahead of Igor Simonov. And that was an unsighted move there. I'm stunned how that happened. Simonov, I think, just going far, far too deep into that left-hander there at Shoots. And, well, let's see if Samuel Villa can hold on to this.
Yeah, he capitalizes on the mistakes there of Igor Simonov very handedly, and we've seen these two go back and forth, but as I said, the pace is really there this time around. Although, saying that, they had dead even lap times just about. We had about 50,000 separating the two of them, so just about half a tenth. Very close margins, but I think, though, the Alpine, the Glitch Motorsports of Samuel Villa has managed to pull out some pace here and hold this position for P2. Going to be looking to chase down Matthias Zampedri, but I will say that's quite an ask, as they have about an entire pit stop advantage over these two as a result of the scrapping that has happened.
For sure. For sure, and again, it's just fascinating to see the comeback drive from Samuel Villa right now. The fact that he had that contact, that was very, very close with one of the GT3 cars, almost wiping him out and causing disaster right there. But again, it's all about this run to the line now. 2 hours left to go here, and again, you get the feeling that a lot of these battles are now coming to their natural conclusion. But saying that, have a look at Igor Simonov. Sends it up the inside there. Contact between the two of them. How the hell did Simonov come back at that? He had about 80 miles an hour closing speed difference there. What did I just see, Mike?
I have no idea how he managed to get that car stopped in time. Thankfully, these cars are light and have good brakes, because just about using another car for that braking advantage, but really getting awfully close. And I'd love to pop on board as well with Igor to see what it is like behind the wheel of that Alpine, just biting at the heels here of Samuel Villa. The 117 just charging through, it is to be said. In terms of positions gained, both of these drivers have done excellent so far. Samuel, he's up 5 positions from where he started, as well Igor up 3. So very good so far from these drivers. Of course, they have had to overtake had been overtaken by GT3s. Speaking of, there is the Valache, our P1, currently going to be overtaking us as we hop on board with Igor Simonov. We have to fall back just slightly, but don't worry. Of course, the bumper here, we're going to close right back up to the likes of Samuel in the final corner. You can see that pit lane. Very dangerous, of course, when it comes to that pit timing. If you're right behind someone, they decide to pit in. Very easy to make contact. There is that speed difference as well, the GT3 versus the GT4. The straight here, not that long, coming out into the first corner. Igor Simonov managing to make it happen very nicely, but biding his time and waiting, as he is just a patient blue flag. You can see in the middle of the screen there, right where the SOP and the other logo, the light speed is, the blue flag. And that is because you can see all of these GT3s making their way through. There is the Ukrainian driver getting by as well. And next up, now they can resume their action. Of course, Igor and Samueli, I think, actually, in the 117, but through the inner loop has made a bit of an advantage. So far, though, I'm going to say, only a wheel wrong for Samueli, but he has managed to make up for it. It's been very good to see on that charge, the one with a 155.1 last lap. Of course, up at the front as well, we're having a battle develop between P7, 6, and 5. Why I did it in that order, I'm not sure, but Florian Mock, Matteo De Campo, and Pavlo Palachuk all getting very, very close to each other as well. This could heat up to some nice margins, we'll see. For now, though, sticking with Samuel in P2. I'll be very happy with his drive so far. We'll see when he hands that over. Of course, they have about, let's take a look here, about 30 minutes left, or about 25 minutes left of driving time for the 117 before we do end up seeing them come in. And Igor Simonov, though, still going to be right behind. 7/10, keeping that 1 second margin with the slipstream to boot. Also, once again, massive shout out here to VCO and SimGrid for putting on this event. Of course, this hasn't just been 3 races. This has been another 6 races up to the point. There was 6 lead-ups with all 10 championships involved here, QRT. We have, let's see if I'll pull up the list of all of them. We'll go through them real quick. But all of the communities involved here which have managed to put this on, we have VGTR, SOP, FRL, Lightspeed Racing, SimRacer Collective, Trackalicious, QRT, JL, SimZone, and DC. All of these drivers all managing to take part and make this championship as amazing as it has been. So big shout out to all of those communities. Looking up here back at the front, our leader, Grantis Karakis. He has been dominating the field of the P1 qualifying. So far, he doesn't have the fastest lap. That actually belongs to Lars Kisser behind, who was gaining on him. It was about a 5-second gap last time we checked in. Now has margined out to about 12.5 seconds. The battling, though, behind for P5 still rife. You can see it maybe out of shot there. No, not good. I think that is them out of shot. No, most certainly not, because they are about a minute behind. But regardless, the field spread here getting spread out a bit at this stage, as you would expect in a 2-hour and a 6-hour race with 2 hours left. It will come back together when the pit strategies come to fruition. I think the next driver that we are going to see in, Ryan Woodrow, he'll start the chain, and then after that we are going to start to see some drivers who are slightly out of sequence start their pit stop. Of course, a 65-minute stint timer here in these races, unlimited sets of tires. They are able to push to their heart's content, and I would imagine every stop they are going to be taking that. But as we're seeing it here, Christopher Steppen in P29, that's going to be P6 battling here. David with Vargalno.
Yeah.
Apologies.
And the thing is that a step away for just a second, and god damn it, Unicorns Love get a 5-second penalty. They get a 5-second penalty for contact with the number 14 of, with the, I'll double check that actually. I literally said it and then realised they're the 14. It was a 501 they got the penalty for hitting with. That's the Forza Italia.ple Racing GT4 car. And, well, any chance of a comeback drive, you've got to say absolutely blown to smithereens with that one, because that 501 is the Maserati, Pavel Jarzabowski. And, oh, man, you hate to see it. Thankfully, it does mean that they're still going to stay in that third place, because to be 40 seconds ahead of third place with 2 hours left to go, I mean, that's still a hell of an achievement.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking here, also a battle that has gone up. I think we're side by side, Samuel Villa and Igor Simonov, if we can tab over to that. But those two drivers not letting up with each other. It is so exciting to see that the closeness, and as you mentioned earlier, David, the ability with sim racing, of course, these drivers maybe not quite the esports level just yet, but still able to find somebody that matches their pace out there. And it's so exciting to see, of course, these communities. They have a home for absolutely everybody.
Yeah, they really do. And again, another fight that we're seeing here, Matteo Campo, with Florian Macken just behind him, is that number 15 car, the Ukraine Digital Force car of Pavlo Polovchuk. This is another GT3 battle here, Mike, that's been absolutely raging.
Yeah, Pavlovchuk is very, very experienced behind the wheel of that Ukraine Digital Force. Of course, they are Ukraine Digital Force partnered up with Ballas Esports, who has a car out there as well. I'm not sure where they're sitting currently, but a nice little small Ukrainian community formed back in 2017 and grown up to be a nice esports level competitors. They've run in some SRO events as well and finished with a P2 in the silver category and a P10 overall. So big shout out there to the Ukrainian team for managing to put on such good results and such good drivers out into these fields.
Absolutely, and I think that BMW just thinking that patience is better part of valor here. Florian Mack moving behind that number 15 car, so that is down to 7th position, just over 2 hours left to go. We're going to see pit stops coming into the factor again very, very short as we just hit over 5 o'clock UK time just now. and again Vipperman Racing trying their very best to keep themselves into the healthy haul of points. As you mentioned there, Mike, Ryan Woodrow gets behind the wheel of the number 2 Simply Race Esports car. They're into the pits at the moment just now. Christopher Strepino for RCI Esports. This is the battle for 6th and 7th position, I believe, because Faragnolo is 0.2 of a second there. And what surprised me is another point you brought up there, Mike, is the fact that Igor Simonov is absolutely not letting Samuel Villa run away with this just now in that battle for 2nd place in GT4s right now. That gap is now 0.6 of a second, but it keeps kind of going down and then coming up, and then going up and then coming down again very, very shortly. As that is not going to work out too well. I swear to God, I thought that GT3 car was going to go straight into the barriers there.
Yeah. I'm lost for, I don't know how that didn't end up in a collision. That was on the edge of my seat right there. My goodness, Verstappen manages to place that car pixel perfect. I don't think you could have fit a credit card between them. You could fit a piece of paper though. But my goodness, that was very, very close. And you never like seeing that, to be honest, especially with 2 hours and 9 minutes left. Anything can happen in racing, and it normally does, and that is just a little too close for comfort. Jumping on now with P21 here, the number 79 car, in a pursuit of Payne. Payne going to be about a good half a lap up the road, a little bit more, in fact. So kind of in his own little window here is Dom Healy. And just trying to make, or is that actually, no, that's Patrick right behind, isn't it? Excuse me, apologies. Patrick right behind in the 23, biting at the heels of the Ferrari.
Yeah, I think he's just a little bit further behind, so he's just gotten past Payne just now in that 87 Porsche, I believe that is, that's just gone just now. So again, it's all about this recovery drive here for Wild Things Racing by Colex GG. At the moment, John Healy behind the wheel, and of course, Wild Things Racing, no stranger to the SimGrid and VCO events. Great to see them back behind the wheel. Patrick Surikai in the car, as well as Daryl Young. So again, they're doing as best as they can, and of course they are going to be racing on behalf of QRT Esports. Quite a few cars representing QRT at this community championship just now, and down there in P21 at the moment. Again, another fight for 16th and 17th, and instant between cars 67 and 62. It's a penalty for the 67 for causing a collision. So that is the Armentario torpedo attack car of Rafał Stachak. We saw them fighting in that GT4 battle a little bit further down, and unfortunately that car coming into issues there a little bit further on, as Dom Healy again getting past one of the GT4 cars. So with us coming into these final 2 hours now, here, Mike, I wanted to get your thoughts on, strategy and how this all works out, because the one thing that never fails to impress me is the fact that Lars Kisser, despite dropping all that time down to about 14 seconds, has again brought that gap under 10 seconds, and Grantas Caracas consistently lapping about a second and a half slower than the Unicorns of Love. What do we think that's going to happen there?
I've been trying to work that out myself for this past few laps, and to be honest, I really have no idea. It can be down to anything if Grantis makes a mistake, or any of the drivers afterwards. Of course, one thing I've been trying to pay a very, very close eye to is the amount of invalid laps that we're seeing. Now, Grantis currently is on an invalid lap. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have picked up a track limits penalty or a track limits warning, but here, I will say, it is quite easy to pick up some drive-through warnings, and of course they are accumulated not per driver, they're accumulated per car. So let's say, for example, Grantis in this stint picks up, or rather, let's say his teammate had picked up 3 penalties or 3 off-tracks in the first stint. Let's say Luke had done that and handed the car over to Grantis. It just takes one mistake from Grantis, one off-track advantage, to pick up a drive-through penalty from the stewards and have to make a trip in. And just like that, that could flip the race on its head, and really any one of these positions you can see that as well.
For sure. And again, it's all about consistency, and it's all about being able to really just put in those laps quietly and without hassle, without any issue, and navigating both the GT3 and the GT4 traffic respectively, and that's what we've seen time and time again. Another battle for position. This is for 16th position then, a little bit further down. And just ahead is the number 66 Vacuum Racing ORT car, and that is going to be just behind the wheel is going to be Gabriel Felipe, and just behind him is that number 500 Ferrari that you can see there in that beautiful white, red and green, dare I say almost an Italian livery that is on the front of that car. I can say that because that's the Forza Italia .ple racing machine, Lucian Pronica behind the wheel of that one. So the Italian stallion looking very, very fast indeed. Of course, I've got no idea if Lucian is actually Italian or not, and definitely probably wouldn't be appropriate to refer to him as a stallion, but we'll call the car that anyway because we can get away with that.
Of course, the Cavallina Rampanti, the prancing horse.
Oh, Mike, do your talents ever cease? What? Is that actually what it means?
Yes, Cavallina Rampanti. Yes, it's the prancing horse.
Yeah, but you're saying that to somebody that just says things. Oh my God! As a GT4 almost gets sent to the moon. You're saying that to somebody who just says things with confidence and usually works. So
well, there you go. You can have that one.
I will add that to my repertoire.
But the number 500 here definitely biting at the heels. The Italian pride running rampant in that prancing horse as Gabriel Felipe in front there. The Brazilian number 66, which is another thing I want to say. Just love to see the diversity out on the grid. Of course, the Brazilian team, the Vacuum Racing, Vacuum ORT, they qualified with Trackalicious. A very rapid team, it is to be said. Of course, some of the drivers out there, I think Skylar Lovering is on that team. Ryan Woodrow, no, not Ryan Woodrow, but Skylar Loverink I know is on that team. Of course, Gabriel Felipe, no slouch behind the wheel and showing that right now in P16. But really under a lot of pressure currently, and hopefully they can manage to keep it clean for now.
Through the right-hander at the outer loop then goes Lucian Pronica for Forza Italia.ple Racing. And again, I'm just looking at all of the different battles going on here, especially the fact that Igor Simirov now dropping 3.4 seconds behind Samuel Villa for that battle for second place. So again, the GT4 cars, you have to say they're big positions have kind of done and dusted at this stage in the race, and realistically for the podium, again for the GT3s, I think that's done. But again, that gap between our leader and second place here, Mike, I can't get past the fact that that's still about at least 7/10 of a second to a second and a half faster every single lap for Lars Kisser as we go on board with the number 500.
Yeah, as well, fastest lap currently, or at least fastest lap of this stint currently held with Lars Kisser. You can see, though, a lovely view of the bumper as we tuck to the inside of the inner loop. Backs out, though, smartly done there by the 500. Definitely patience there is going to pay off. And through now the inner loop, outer loop, a little bit of off camber. Of course, this track, very, very famous track, Watkins Glen, located north of New York. 3.4 miles, 11 corners, 6 to the left and 5 to the right, with 42 meters of elevation. There's loads of racing that happens on this from every single form of motorsports. A track, David, that just has so much history, and tonight is really showing itself as well.
It absolutely is, and it's just such an enjoyable circuit to drive. When you get it hooked up, when you get it right, it feels absolutely amazing, and that's exactly what we're seeing here for a lot of these drivers. They're really just enjoying hooking up with the circuit, hooking up with the rhythm and the rhythm of the cars as well, just to be able to take them round this time and time again here. But the battle of the Ferraris still going on strong here for P16 and P17, and again it just goes to show what I was saying about half an hour ago about it doesn't matter what skill level you are. You've always got somebody else to fight with. You've always got, you naturally find your people that you're going to be fighting with, and there's moments where you'll feel like you're an absolute idiot, and there's moments where you'll feel like you are just an absolute rock star, Mike. And for me, it's one of the biggest selling points in sim racing.
Almost certainly. It's for everybody. It's accessible to absolutely everybody, and barring disabilities as well, of course, it's going to be fairly forgiving to that. So it's just a community, or a very loving community in general, but also just something that if you guys are ever thinking about, and you have a gamepad, maybe, you know, a controller that you're thinking about getting into, there's still very much potential for that. Even driving on a controller in this game is doable, just to get yourself dipped into the water. And a load of these communities as well offer rookie level races, you know, entry level races. So check out any one of these communities on that list. I know Tracklicious in particular, we do have a rookie league, but all of these, you know, we're dedicated to helping people and want people to improve and enjoy this community that all of us are so passionate about.
Oh, 100%, 100%. So going back to yourself then, what was, for your sim racing career, what was your first memory of wheels and pedals?
For sim racing in particular? Well, actually, it was in a Tracklicious league. Oh, just in general. Okay, well, I've been racing various forms of quads, motorcycles, and karting since I was very, very young. But nothing ever at the high competitive level. But moving on into sim racing, yeah, I just sort of took that on at one point in time around like probably, I don't know, 2017, 2018. Caught the bug for it, joined the what was JAE at the time, eventually turned into Tracklicious, and drove for them for a few seasons, and then took a little bit of a break, came back and drove a little bit more, and then commentated, and here we are today. Though honestly, when it comes to the sim racing side, I haven't been into it for as long as some of the more dedicated people. Of course, I know a lot of people in this community have been around since the very, very beginning, you know, even back before I was even born.
Go into your real life experience, because obviously not everyone has the opportunity to go real life racing or have the extensive experience with that. Did you come from a motorsport family, or did you have ties with it to begin with?
Surprisingly, no. My uncle just kind of bought me a quad when I was younger. I come from a fairly, you know, fortunate family, luckily, not the wealthiest and not the poorest either, thankfully, you know, and able to have a nice little bit of property where I could ride and train up, and yeah, winning trophies back in the day that were bigger than me, and being in a magazine is pretty cool, you know. But of course, that's the past. That's past me, 5-year-old me. I've since grown up a few years, not too many, of course, but still, it's yeah, real life racing. One of the biggest things I gotta say about racing in general is the feel that you get from side-by-side racing, be it real life, be it in sim. It feels the same. It doesn't matter if you are behind the wheel of a, you know, multi-$1,000 race car, or if you're behind the wheel of your sim rig. When you are racing side-by-side with someone, it is the most intense and exciting feeling on the planet. I've jumped out of airplanes. I've done some exciting stuff, but I gotta say, racing, bar none, is my absolute favorite thing on this planet, and I think a lot of these drivers share that sentiment, and out here today, really proving it, and just hammering in the laps, out for 6 hours of driving, absolutely grueling. So yeah, big shout out to everybody involved in this event.
Yeah, no, I have to agree with you what you were saying about the real life racing and the sim racing. It's I think they complement each other so well. You get so hung up maybe a couple of years ago, the whole argument about, oh, you know, real life racing's better than sim racing's better, more accessible than real life racing. I'm like, why choose? Why not just have both if you want to be able to do that? What I would say is, from my experience, having started off in the early 2000s with sim racing and then only recently being able to jump over into real life and actually do real life racing, it's a strange one, because as a kid, all I could think about is like, I want to go and race cars. I want to get out there on track, and then having done it, there's part of me that actually prefers sim racing to actually being out there on a track. So for most of us, and I imagine, Mike, this is the same for yourself, you know, when you're having to foot the bill of the vehicle that you're driving, it's a completely different feeling. You drive differently than if it was somebody else's car that you were getting behind the wheel of. You drive much more carefully. You don't put the throttle down as much as you would as if it wasn't your own car that you're driving, or your own vehicle that you're driving. And also the physical fear factor is massive in real life racing as well. It's not something that I particularly feel when I'm behind the wheel of the sim. I don't particularly care if I'm going to go into the side of a car, but it does kind of happen quite a lot in real life racing, as that is. Oh, great strike! Well done. That was very happy. That was impressive. Oh dear God. Right. Okay. Well done. That was, whoever caused that, that was impressive, Mike. Very, very, that was a GT3 car playing pinball with some GT4s. My favourite game.
Yeah, that was not quite what you want to see, that's for sure. Definitely less than ideal. A little bit of a Pete Weber impression there from that GT3 car. Luckily, though, everyone, well, not unluckily, I guess, for other drivers involved, they're going to have to rejoin a little bit further down. Looking at this battle, though, between Ollie Raza and Growth in front here, the 211, these two have been at it for a while, and they're going to stick at it. I have a sneaking suspicion. Ollie, like I said, I had the pleasure of talking with him before I jumped into the booth, and he is pumped up and ready to go. He loves this track. He's been really feeling this car, and behind the wheel of that number 5, he is absolutely eager, I would imagine, to get by the likes here of the 211.
Certainly is, and again, we're watching how things unfold here. So just an awesome race that we've had so far. Just under 2 hours left to go here, so we're into the dying embers, the business end, so to speak, of this second round of the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals. And for a lot of drivers here, this is it now. This is their kind of last opportunity to make a mark ahead of the final round, for the end of the season, which really doesn't actually happen all too far away, because we've just got to wait until the 9th of December, so 2 weeks time, when we get that final round. So it's kind of now or never for a lot of these drivers and teams here.
Yeah, this is going to be really a 3-round championship. It really puts the pressure on these drivers early on in the rounds, and as you said earlier, those penalties that some of these drivers have accrued, it doesn't matter that much at the opening stages. It does, trust me. I mean, a second lost is a second lost. You're not getting it back. But at the end of the day, those add up slowly, and as a result, you have these drivers that are significantly out of position from where we would expect it, obviously with barring disconnects as well. It's very interesting to see, and it's a bit of a give and take here in the sim racing. Of course, we've seen a couple technical difficulties, cars stopping on track, but that happens in real life too. Those are things to be overlooked. Technical failure, mechanical failure. So far, though, it's been pretty good, I have to say. Still with 41 cars on track. Of course, we started with 50 here tonight, and a full jam-packed grid of GT3 and GT4 cars for the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals.
Yeah, certainly is. From what you've seen over the past hour then, Mike, what has kind of stood out to you at the moment? Obviously, we had that fantastic battle for the second and third place battle. Well, before actually I throw you under the bus with that one, let's have a look at the replays from the race so far, because as I said, it's been a cracking second race. Then we had the race start then, and it was your usual melee from all of the cars going down into turn 1. However, it was actually a remarkably well behaved field going into that first corner, down into the 90 for the first time of asking. There was a little bit of contact here. We're about to see that beautiful livery car just up in front there go bowling very shortly indeed. But again, coming up through into this front stretch here, and it was all very prim and proper, but it's usually when you go into the braking zone into the inside loop here where it all does tend to go wrong here. And you saw the DC Sim Racing 114 getting clipped not once but twice. Again, tries to rejoin and gets that done successfully. Back to the GT4s though, and again, this was a little bit more scrappy, shall we say. We saw second place getting rudely punted from behind there as a little bit of a fight with the 16 and the 111 trying to rejoin coming up through the track. It was chaos, and every man, woman, child, dog, anything for themselves as they went up through that back stretch here. This was going to be the theme of the race throughout the entirety of it. In fact, when I came to it about 3 hours ago, or 2 hours and a bit ago, it was a 3-wide battle along that front stretch here with the GT4 cars. But again, respect being the order of the day as we cut back to this number 40 Lamborghini from Box 3 Motorsports, and well, the less said about that the better. It was thankfully a very minor hit into the barrier. With the GT4s, they didn't escape some of the action as well. Synchronised contact here from the 111 car, who decided to end it and go straight into the barrier. The Forza Italia.pl car, the Italian stallion, as we just saw there, having a bit of a moment into turn 1, trying to collect another car, and then just sitting all by himself at the side of the track. Got rejoined, thankfully, without any issue. That was a slightly questionable moment. I saw that on the highlights earlier on. I'm pretty sure it looked like, if that is a Lamborghini, or it might be a Ferrari, it did deliberately turn left to the inside. Again, we didn't get any other replays on that. It was a Lamborghini, but it did look very, very sketchy indeed. Yeah, brown trousers moment there, unfortunately. When you come up over an unsighted hill, straight into the path of a car, it's never, ever fun indeed. Now, this was how second place got done. Genesis Esports got done dirty there by some GT4s that boxed them in. That allowed Unicorns of Love in the number 14 car to streak up into second position here. This was another battle further down the order there, as the car got exiting stage left there, and the Revolt car got left looking rather revolting indeed. That 800 car is still circulated at the moment, but looking rather wrecked at such an early stage in the race. This was in the first 2 hours, and they were in P5 when all of that happened. I believe this is when I started to have a look of when things were going on here. BMW and a GT4 conspicuously leaving the scene of the crime. Now, my favourite bit is when the GT4 and the BMW get going again, and there's a little bit of afters here. It's a little bit of a nudge, like, what are you playing at? And the BMW, yeah, it's a little bit of unspoken aggression. Now, this is where I started to catch on earlier. 3 wide coming down this front stretch into the inside loop there. Car gets caught massively off guard and ends up losing out. And then through that, then we moved into our number 3 of the race, and again, this will be my first time actually seeing most of these highlights here, because again, barely remember what happened 10 minutes ago, let alone this. Oh, remember this was 2 GT3 and a GT4 car, causing a 799 sandwich. That's a very expensive sandwich for the RCI GT3 esports car there, as more chaos and drama ensued. That was the number 11 of Ragoway Racing and Cube Controls. Got caught out of the outside loop. Again, this was the GT4 battle that we saw earlier on. It was a clip of the curb on the inside there that sent that car off into the barriers there, and that denied us what was an amazing second and third place battle, but it would still resolve itself nonetheless, as that is a GT3 car catching themselves out onto the brakes. We saw that just a couple of minutes ago there, into the pinball, and I hope Race Control absolutely hammer everyone involved there, because that was not very pleasant to watch. Christian Deploy into the pits. We've got a yellow flag on the start finish straight. I'm presuming that's the old bug where the car goes into pit lane and then decides to bring out yellow flag there. So Luke Whitehead in the car, so they must have taken their pit stop. Bastian Richter is back behind the wheel of the Unicorns of Love, so they'll be back into third position. But 1 hour 45 minutes left to go here, Mike, and now I get the feeling that, you know, with the exception of a couple of little battles here and there, we are kind of done and dusted. I'm also noticing that Christoph Verstappen has got third place in GT4s, but that excitement is short-lived as he's into the pits.
Yeah, definitely some position shakeups here currently as we are in that pit phase, of course, but it is looking fairly stale for a lot of these drivers in terms of positions, but not here for Gabriel Felipe. Gabriel Felipe on an absolute tear here. He does make a position in the pits there. That was going to be Pavlo in the pit lane, going to be coming out relatively soon. Gabriel Felipe, though, and Menno van der Molen very close indeed. The Ferrari 296 as well as the BMW M4. 10 seconds though for Van der Molen. That'll have to be served, of course, in the pit stop phase and remain stationary for 10 seconds before the air jacks will lift him up, and then the mechanics will be able to work on the car. But Gabriel Felipe falling back a little bit here. The number 66 car, interestingly, was keeping up with pace, but so far last time around actually was much quicker, 0.2 quicker in fact. Has dropped an entire second on this lap. Way wide though goes Menno van der Molen, and well says thank you very much does Gabriel Felipe, and just like that we have that position done and dusted. Gabriel Felipe up into P14, van der Molen relinquished to 15th on a mistake of his own. Now that though does not end the battle, as we have Luciana joining as well in P16.
Now, I'm also noticing there that Van der Molen has a 10-second penalty, presumably for contact. We'll double check. Yeah, that is the 1:12. In fact, that's not come up, so I'm not sure where they've got that 10-second penalty from. But the 67 and 62 on lap 115, they got a penalty. 67 got a penalty for that, and then the 1 and 117 getting a penalty for that as well. So, okay, I'm not sure where that's come about then, but either way, they keep going here. We're still showing us with yellow flags at the moment, but again, I think that is just a bit of a bug just now, and will clear itself once the cars are out of pit lane. Back in the fight then for 7th position, and this is between the 113, that's the F1 Memes Racing team car, as we go side by side. Leonardo Porco for Team Ballas Esports trying to go around the outside. I mean, that's a ballsy move. Eugene Goncharuk says no thank you very, very much. And the two of them then fighting for that 7th position here. But you get the feeling that McLaren really at the end of its tether, I don't know if it's burned through all of its tyres here, but that Lamborghini right now, absolutely on fire here, Mike.
Yeah, and they're on equal tires as well. Both of these drivers are presumably going to come into the pits this lap, if I had to guess. It's going to be a bit of a risk if they decide to stay out for one more. We're hopping now on board with a great view of that rear bumper. Not much more as well. This is pretty much all the driver is going to be seeing. Of course, needs to see the braking zone. Tucks to the inside. It's just a look. Keeping the driver honest in front. The 113 car not going to be falling for it, though, whatsoever. Leonardo, got to give him credit, though, for the attempt. Another look down the inside. That was a bit more of a committed look, but still not quite putting himself where he doesn't need to be, especially on over 1 hour old tires. I think at this stage we might see alternate strategies, but I think it'd be very risky. I think at this point we're just going to see both drivers come into the pits on this lap. No, we do in fact see alternate strategies. So Eugene going for the overcut.
Well, I'm wondering how fresh the tyres are for the Lamborghini there, because Goncharuk was absolutely washed on those tyres in the McLaren. He just had no grip whatsoever here, as we see Luke Whitehead getting past one of the GT3 Porsches. Let's have a look at a replay then at a previous incident. As up the inside, that's a contact between the 502 and the 112, and that DC Sim Racing car so very lucky not to get absolutely annihilated by more cars there. But Menno van der Molen then getting a penalty presumably for that. He's into the pits as well, so gets a 10-second penalty. But well, yeah, that is a frustrating incident. And again, with our second to last issues coming in, as we've got a penalty for the number 15 now. That's the Polovchuk car, Ukraine Digital Force, Pavlo Polovchuk. Incident between the 67 and the 303 as well. So that's a penalty for them for causing a collision. So again, final third of the race here, you just don't want to be having penalties.
Yeah, also on that note with the Ukrainian driver of Pavlo, I'm not sure he is going to be returning to track. He has been stationary for the past 8 minutes. We'll have further updates on that later.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you very much for updating that. But Luke Whitehead here, your race leader. Remember, we were excited because we were possibly seeing a little catch up there by Unicorns of Love, but as the pit stops come in and go, that gap now 18 seconds. Remember, it was a 5-second penalty to Unicorns of Love as it stood, so they've dropped back quite considerably. That gap now 15 seconds. There is Bastian Richter just getting past 18 seconds now, and again lap traffic now causing absolute havoc. And I think a lot of these drivers now surely on survival mode, they just want to get that position, get the points in. And certainly for Unicorns of Love, the difference between first and second place isn't worth wiping yourself out over.
No, most certainly not. But I will say, Cody Sherritt behind the wheel now of that P3 car. 46 seconds is the gap. However, last lap, a 144.7 to Bastian Richter's 145.8. An entire second, in fact, a second and a tenth difference between those two drivers. Now, with 1 hour, 41 minutes, and 15 seconds left in this race, we may actually see a change in the podium positions at the end. Now, obviously, Cody, he needs to keep that up throughout the entire stint and a little bit more. And especially, it's one thing to catch, it's another thing to overtake, especially here at Watkins Glen. Not really any slow speed corners to send it up down the inside every corner. Very, very quick.
Have a look as Cody shared then for Genesis Esports. Now again, it's a community that I'm very familiar with Genesis, not one that's part of the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals in terms of a qualifying community, but still as an outfit on their own right, Genesis Esports doing a amazing job. Very privileged to be part of their Kaizen Championship on a Wednesday night, and you get to see a lot of these drivers, even ones that are out here just now that are not part of Genesis Esports, actually competing, likes of Luke Whitehead, and it's just great to see that, you know, there's all these types of names and types of drivers kind of want to end up trying to stick together here.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with the likes on Genesis as well of Luke Addison, who you're not going to see out there tonight, but that's a name that obviously needs no introducing. Luke Addison, as well as Tariq Adam, for both very talented drivers. Luke actually secured a P1 in the SRO America Championship for one race, so fun little fact about Luke on that one. Of course, that was the same championship that Sherritt managed to win and take much more race wins in, so very talented team here for the likes of the 33.
For sure, and I think they're being rewarded with that third place just now. And again, fantastic that we get to see these teams and drivers week in, week out through loads of different championships, and we get to watch them progress and to develop as well. So with an hour and 40 minutes left to go in round 2, then it's still Luke Whitehead for Veloci, Vexed in the leads of the championship just now. Bastian Richter for Unicorns of Love in second place, 18.7 seconds behind in second place. Cody Sherritt is in third position for Genesis Esports in that 33 car, as Luke Whitehead comes up to some GT4 traffic there that doesn't want to move out of his way. And again, showing just how much time here, Mike, you can lose behind these cars, getting boxed in yet again here.
Yeah, you can really make or break it, but of course that is going to be every driver suffering the exact same woes that we are seeing here from Luke. Now, of course, that is going to be a bit frustrating, but Luke, he has a little bit of time to play with. 17 seconds, just about 18 seconds, in fact, to Bastian. Now, of course, needs to be careful. His biggest concern is keeping it between the mayo and the mustard, keeping it facing the right way as well. Those are going to be the only things he really needs to do at this stage. If he can manage that with this pace that he has, which is, by the way, blistering, a 1:43.9 last lap, one of the only drivers in there. I think there's only 2 drivers that I see currently in the 43s on this amount of fuel. Of course, they are on fresh fuel tanks as well, and it's very quick lap times. Of course, I think I'm more in the 45s, so definitely a bit of a difference there.
Try to think of what lap time I'd be on. I think you could count mine's in months. The time here at Watkins Glen. No, joking aside though, it's a track that I really enjoy driving at, especially the likes of multi-class endurance racing. Maybe not so much on ACC, mostly because I've not had recently tons and tons of experience with ACC. It's I do a lot of racing on VR, and it's just not been powerful enough in my rig to really do ACC any justice in VR. But it is a fun place to certainly throw some laps around here. But for me, I'm more of an LMP guy when it comes to Watkins Glen. But still, you get an idea of the closing speed between the GT3s and the GT4s, and the fact that, you know, they close down on them so very quickly indeed. And again, like you said, the traffic is the same for everyone. It's a great neutralising factor here.
Yeah, and also it's a great point as well with the speed differential. So let's just take a look here at the fastest GT4 versus the slowest straight line, but we're talking straight line speed here, by the way, not lap times, versus the slowest GT3. So the slowest GT3, we're at about 260 kph, which compared to our leader at 273. Our GT4s, we're a whopping 10 kph slower. In fact, that's going to be 20 kph slower than our leaders for the P1. The 303 Alpine going to be leading the timing chart, set that on lap 8 at 250 kph. So 23 k's difference for the, just for reference here, of course, that is different engine size, different aerodynamics, different suspension, different balance of performance altogether.
Yeah, and the thing is that doesn't sound a lot, but it doesn't always tell the full story, because while it might only be 23 kph difference top speed, the GT3 has access to its power a lot earlier and a lot faster than the GT4 does, which means getting out of corners, it is exceptionally fast. You see in the background there for our Genesis esports driver. We're watching though Vil Sinkeren here for PLR just now in the 303 Alpine just now, and that is around about P14 in that GT4 battle. Again, great to see a little bit of diversity, as the Alpine is obviously the kind of meta car to choose just now, but we're seeing the likes of the Maserati, the Mercedes, and one or two other cars still being chosen for that GT4 class. And you'd be forgiven for thinking that it's an Alpine Regional Cup race that we're taking part in, but thankfully it's not actually, with just over an hour and a half to go. It is just the way that the GT4s have done it just now. So now we have to think that we're into our second last, our penultimate pit stop of the race. We're going to be doing our final pit stops, I would imagine, around about the 45-minute, 50-minute mark. Mike, what do you think strategy-wise would be an idea for these drivers here?
You know, I think at this point, looking at some of these drivers, it's really interesting because they're actually making some pit stops now a little bit out of sequence, as you said, to get that window of that 45-minute mark. So obviously if you come in now, that's going to use the maximum amount of your tires, and you'll be able to have a good amount at the end. But here we're zooming side by side around the outside, down the back straight. The Brabham Esports not able to respond. Also an incredible livery, but it looks like there may be a little bit of damage on the front end of that Brabham. Not quite the aerodynamic, that the engineers had really intended for that car. Still though, 3 cars remaining battling for P33 here. But strategy-wise, it'd be very interesting. The undercut seems to, well, not really be working, and the overcut doesn't really seem to be working. So honestly, it's really down to the drivers and just keeping a consistent lap time and keeping where they are on track right now, I feel.
100%, and we've said, time and time again about consistency and how important that is going to be through the course of the race, and it's great to see that actually being vindicated. As someone who doesn't always get a lot of things right, it's nice every now and again, Mike, to get the odd occasional win, and I think that consistency coming into it is absolutely one of those things. But we're watching, this is a battle for P33 and 34 just now. We're watching the number 62 just behind there. That is of course the Brabham Esports powered by Eau Rouge, and Alexander Paulik behind the wheel of that one. So they've just lost that position to Vil Sinkeren in that PLR Esports 303 car. Of course, PLR, they qualified through Formula Racing League, and Brabham Esports powered by Eau Rouge, they qualified through the Sim Racing Collective channels, respectively, with a little bit of an undercut there, possibly by Alexander Paulik. And I'm a big fan of GT4 cars. I'm not sure what the resale value of that Brabham Esports Alpine is going to be at the end of this race.
No, definitely not quite showroom ready. Going to need to get the rubber mallets out before they head on back down to there. But for now, keeping up with the top speed of Vil in front, which is quite impressive. Of course, he has that Alpine in front punching a, well, I was going to say a massive hole in the air, but the Alpine, not necessarily the most massive car, so punching an Alpine-sized hole in the air in front of him. Of course, there is just out of shot Quinn Smith behind the wheel now of the Trackalicious number 5, and currently 6 seconds in front of Vil. Looking at the lap times as well, just about dead identical, so it'll be a bit of an effort for Vil to catch up there with Quinn. But as we round in here, definitely going to be focusing on Alexander Paulik behind.
Certainly are, and the thing for Paulik as well is that he is really pushing as hard as he can, but he's going to have to watch out, because not only that, he's now got, as you said, the 2S Esports car just behind him of Dominic Ilner. So it's a proper little three-way fight we've got going on for 33rd, 34th and 35th position, but crucially in position in class, that's like 12th, 13th and 14th position. So it's a difficult one because I was saying, you get to the final 2 hours of the race and then you just kind of hold on to what position you've got. Unlike this bit here, because everybody's still fighting properly hard right now. And if you're any one of these three drivers, you don't even think about taking your foot off the throttle. This is a full-on fight to the finish here, and with just 90 minutes left to go, it sounds silly, you're fighting for 32nd position, but you're not. You're fighting for 12th position, and you're fighting for the points that come with it.
Yeah, realistically, the top 10 is on the cards here for any of these drivers in their respective class. Now, Alexander Pawlik, he is slightly out of sequence when it comes to the pit stop phase. He's actually at 54 minutes into his stint when the drivers around him are only at 23. So, interesting. I don't know if he's going to repair that damage. At this point, he is going to be coming in for his penultimate stop, of course, relatively soon. Still needs to make that. A lot of the drivers, they already have. They're going to be good to go until they can get one more driver to the end at this point. But Alexander will be falling behind as a result, I think.
Yeah, potentially. And again, it's that whole swings and roundabouts thing. Momentum is so key at a circuit like this, where you have to keep hold of your pace. You have to keep hold of whatever, forward momentum that you have got going on. And when you stop doing that, when you get caught up in a fight, you lose out on that and you end up going backwards very, very quickly. And Pawlik, where he was, fighting with Sinkinen now, dropping back a second, you've got to say at this point in time, he's looking like he's going to be a bit of a sitting duck for Ilnur right now in that 252 machine. So he's going to hope that he can hold on, but I can't see where the pace of that car has completely dropped off it right now.
Yeah, and especially looking at their lap times, Dominic at a 154.6 to a 155.3, so quite the margin in terms of time, but still, it's one thing, as Murray Walker has said, it's one thing to catch, it's another thing to overtake. And Alexander is putting on a very valiant defense, even with that not-so-showroom-ready Alpine that is suffering as a result in straight-line speed by quite a margin. Now, blue flags being waved, we're going to have some GT3 traffic approaching. We'll see if that helps Dominic out. That can sometimes, we've seen earlier, the cars, of course, just going to follow that GT3 car through. At least that's going to be the ideal plan of attack. Now, of course, no plan survives first contact, especially with the enemy. We'll see if Dominic can manage anything here tonight as this GT3 is approached in the S's, and, well, pretty quickly done and dusted. So that was very, very quick there from the McLaren, in fact, to get that done. Nicely done.
Yeah, but it was the way that Brabham Esports car completely took the race in line there. I thought the McLaren was going to wipe him out. Thankfully, nothing happened with the two of them, but some major avoiding action having to be taken by that McLaren here as we've got the GT4s in. Look at the 2S Esports car of Dominic Ilnur. He wants this position so much, sends it coming round into the chute again. He's got another GT3 car on the inside here. Is that the Box 3 Motorsports car? Just getting ahead, I think it might be, but either way, this is a fascinating little scrap there as Dominic Ilnur sends it far too deep, coming into the boot of the circuit here at Watkins Glen. And again, we've got GT3 cars fighting each other in amongst all of this as well, and it's a real difficult thing here for the drivers to be able to concentrate on what they're doing. Say you're a GT4 car, right? You're in your own fight, and there's still loads and loads going on in front of you.
Yeah, and that is one of the biggest battles that these drivers have mentally with themselves as well as with the other drivers, is when do you let the GT3s go? Now, of course, the blue flag rules here in GT racing are quite a bit different than you would expect in Formula 1. Formula 1, of course, it's going to be within the first two marshal posts you're required to move over. That's not the case here in GT racing. It is going to be to move over at your earliest convenience and to not impede the car in front, ideally. That does not mean that you just have to hand the position over, and as a result, sometimes we see some drivers maybe holding on a bit too aggressively sometimes, and we've seen that a couple times tonight.
Yeah, we certainly have. The case is when, not if, you get the feeling with Dominic Ilnur here in this GT4 battle just now. Just to remind you, it is still Veloci Vext in the lead of this race overall. Luke Whitehead has got a 13.7 second gap, but here comes the move then from 2S Esports. It's going to be side by side. We've got a GT3 car going up the inside, and Dominic Ilnur like candy from a baby through the inside loop, and Brabham Esports gets sent down another position as they are going to be very, very frustrated to see that. But again, it was all done earlier on there. Is that a GT4 trying to fight with a McLaren GT3? I think I've now actually seen it all here, Mike.
As we were just talking about, in fact. Yes, a little bit maybe too eager of a defense on that one, but what a lovely overtake. Dominic capitalizing on that straight line speed. Of course, that Alpine not quite tested in the wind tunnel with the current model of that damage that he has picked up on the front end. Really going to affect straight line speed, and finally, Dominic Illiner has managed to line it up and send it and get it done. Don't count out, though, of course, the Brabham driver behind. Now, coming to that pit stop phase, though, as Alexander is going to have to do relatively soon, in fact, within the next 3 laps, there are going to have to come in, and that will put an end to that battle pretty much for good.
Yeah, for sure. And again, now that this battle has subsided, we can kind of have a look elsewhere with the, coming into the final dying embers of this race here. I do think, and I'm looking all the way around the circuit here, I'm not seeing too many cars that are within too much of a distance of each other just now, as that was a wild move from Alexander Paulek to try and take that position back. I think Dominic Illner is going to have it back as they go side by side up the hill. Lamborghini going to try and cut through the middle of them. Not like this. Not at this point. The circuit is far, far too dangerous. He's been boxed in. That's a Unicorns of Love car that gets caught out there. That was an opportunistic move by the McLaren, as this is starting to get a little bit harem-scarum right now as well. You've got a GT3 car coming up on the inside here. Here comes Alexander Paulek, who has to overspeed through the inner loop and then through the outer loop as well. Is it going to be a move to the inside? No, he has to stick to the outside here. This is sketchy, I think, to say the least.
Yeah, bold stuff we're seeing here on lap 140 or 150 for the leaders, 140 for the GT4 cars. That is really a good pace difference, or to show what the difference is over the course of 6 hours, how many laps completed. But nonetheless, these, very, very eager defense, I would say, from some of these GT4s. The GT3s also, none of those battles, by the way, were for position for the GT3s, so just trying to not waste any time and push through with an hour and 23 minutes and 53 seconds left to go. So plenty of time to, to waste a little bit is what I'm getting at here, is there's no reason to do that.
Again, it's just trying to figure out how this is going just now, because there's so many moving parts in this little fight as well. As we go back to our race leader, Luke Whitehead here for Veloce Esports just now. It does look, for the most part, and again, forgive me, there's absolutely no disrespect meant here in any way whatsoever, but it does look like a done deal for most of the drivers, barring any accidents or any technical failures or anything like that, that most of these battles, because it's been a 6-hour race, they naturally kind of stretch out and open themselves up here.
You know what I would love nothing more? I'd love to ride with a full onboard lap of Luke Whitehead, just to see the steering wheel and see the movements that he is putting behind that. And I think that'd just be a real pleasure for everybody involved, just to see what true excellence is, as Luke Whitehead so far has really not put a foot wrong this entire race. I'm pretty sure their team has the fastest lap. Actually, maybe not anymore. I think Bastian Richards' team might have actually taken that. But nonetheless, still yet to really put a foot wrong is this SOP Veloce Esports Lamborghini Evo 2. Very talented behind the wheel there is Luke Whitehead.
Yeah, the three of them have done so well in that Veloce Vex team. Aid Walsingham, Grantas Caracas and Luke Whitehead all sharing the honours in that one. The gap to Bastian Richter for Unicorns of Love, 17.3 seconds, and we've got just one more pit stop, I believe, left to go in this race for these drivers here. But across the start finish line again, we've got a yellow flag out on the circuit. Nobody's seen in pit lane, so that's been a lengthy one. I wonder if there is a car off in the background there. My Lifetime is certainly not showing anything at the moment, but again, spider senses are twitching, and this is the Alpine that's exited stage left. That looked like it did just look like it's bounced straight off the wall and straight into the path of another oncoming car there. And if I'm not mistaken, if that was P28, that would have been potentially Sandro van der Sande or maybe Albin Manson.
Yes, it was Sandro van der Sande.
Oof. That is a brutal way to go, Mike.
Was that Alexander Paulik that got caught up in that as well? No, Alexander Paulik is in the pits just on merit. That is off of his pit timing there required to come in this lap. So yeah, another driver getting caught up in that. Very unfortunate, as it looked like a hardware issue, potential wheel disconnect on that one, just straight line in the chicane. Definitely do not think that the driver meant to do that.
Oh no, that's 100%. When you consider how difficult it is getting the car in a straight line anyway, and that was a proper straight line across the hop though, and into the wall as Luke Whitehead comes through the final couple of corners just now. That's through into turn number 11. Into 12, but this is Bastian Richter here for Unicorns of Love again in that second position. So it's Unicorns of Love in P2 and then Genesis Esports into that third position just now with just 18 minutes left to go. Then for your GT4s, as we said, it's been a fantastic performance from GT4 so far. Michel Pereira behind the wheel of the 204 Absolute Motorsport Ace-led car that has just been flawless at the front there. Michael Romagnoli beside Mattia Zampedri, who has done a lot of the work today. Then in second place it is Samuel Villa after that fight there with the number 10, but Adam Spansky behind the wheel of the number 10, and Adam is another driver that I'm very familiar with his racing through the different championships that we see here at the SimGrid. But again, Bastian Richter, Mike, if you're Unicorns of Love right now, you're 15 to 18 seconds behind that car in front. Do you just settle for second place? Because, I mean, obviously, if you absolutely light it up every single lap, but yeah, I don't know if he's got anything in the tank with just 8 minutes left to go here.
Yeah, that'd be very risky if he was to go for that approach, as even with blistering fast lap times, lap after lap after lap, it would still be a struggle to catch Luke Whitehead, as I am almost assured that Luke Whitehead has more in the tank than he is putting on the table currently. His last lap, a 1:44.5, definitely in a bit of a fuel-saving mode. Of course, his best lap in this stint is a 1:43.8. So, in maintenance mode right now, he's not worried. Luke Whitehead definitely feeling comfortable. He's led races before. He knows how to win a race from here. And I think you're right, Bastian, he probably sees the writing on the wall to a certain extent. Now, of course, that doesn't mean he's going to let off. He's going to keep that gap to the best of his ability. And now, any error that Luke Whitehead makes, which we've, to be fair, yet to see, but anything can happen in racing, and it normally does. But we'll see. Bastian Richter, he's going to keep his hopes high. That was potentially a track cut as well. That was very wide and an invalid lap, and he kept his foot on it the entire time. That very well could be adding up towards those drive-through penalties. And David, that might be the difference that we see come the next hour of this race. That's a great point, actually, because track cuts are such a huge factor. We've seen them time and time again through different championships, and I wonder if they're going to rear their ugly heads in this one just now. But certainly, you were talking about Luke Whitehead and not putting a foot wrong. That is absolutely the case for that 55 team. They have just been on a different level. Grantis Caracas, Aidan Walsingham, and Luke Whitehead just now. They have done everything that they have needed to do to just get this finish, to get this performance that they've done. But given the high esteem that we hold them here in ACC, I guess, Mike, was that really ever any surprise? You know, how often we see them turn up and just demolish everything in sight? No, I think the Valache name needs no introduction in general. I think most people involved in the ACC community very familiar with that team just because of the pure caliber of drivers that they offer up onto the table. And Luke Whitehead is no exception to that. None of the drivers are, in fact, on the team tonight, for sure. They have gone through and they picked their best of the best for this race, and they've done a great job. Aidan Walsham, as well as Grantis Caracas, absolute legends in the sim racing community, and blisteringly quick pace, and looking to take this championship away. Of course, if they finish P1 in this race, they finished P1 in the previous, it's going to set them up very, very well for the championship win. In fact, it is going to put them quite far out of range of the Ukraine Digital Force, who's currently in P2. they have fallen down quite far. We also have an incident here between the number 87 and 147 on lap 136. 10 seconds being handed out to the 147 for causing a collision. That is going to be Erwin behind the wheel of the McLaren, and going to have to serve that at the next pit stop. Yep,
and again, you hate to say it, because that 10-second penalty there for the United Sim team there, Saradov, Sophia Ronwin and Luca Monroe, that is, at this stage of the race, that is going to be a huge, huge blow to their chances of pushing a little further up. Now, granted that Sophia Ronwin and Tom Healy are the only two on the same lap there, so it won't cost them as much as it would like earlier on, but still, it's not a position that you want to be putting yourself in. My other question, though, is about these track limits. Now, you brought it up a couple of seconds ago there, Mike, about how these drivers rattling up the track limits here. Now, just to explain for those who are new to ACC or new to Assetto Corsa Competizione, the way that it works, and again, correct me, because this is going off of my very limited previous memory of it, is you get 3 warnings for track cuts. And then it'll give you a penalty. Usually it's a drive-through penalty after you've exceeded that third and final warning, and it then resets and it kind of does it all over again. But in an endurance race like this, a drive-through penalty is going to be the best part of 90 seconds out of your lap, or maybe a little bit less, maybe 70 seconds. But either way, it's not something that you can afford to have.
Yeah, actually, here at Watkins Glen, it's a fairly forgiving pit lane for the drive-through penalties. You're actually looking at about 27 seconds, which is about 26% of your lap here at Watkins Glen. So it's not the end of the world for the drive-through, but it definitely, you never want to add 30 seconds. I mean, that's a 30-second penalty added on to your race there. But yeah, you hit it basically right on the head there. The biggest thing that I emphasized earlier when it comes to is, of course, 3 warnings. On that 4th one, you are going to be picking up a penalty, a drive-through penalty, and then it gets reset. But it is accumulated to the car, not the driver, and that is always the biggest thing here. Is, like I say, it can catch you off guard. You know, you get in this lull, you get in the loop, and the comfort of being lap after lap after lap. And these cars have done 161 laps here tonight of this 3.4 mile circuit. It can be a bit, you see the corners quite a few times, and all of a sudden it just takes one little mistake, run a little bit wide, pick up some time that you didn't expect, and the race stewards say, well, no, you're going to be coming into a pit lane and take 30 seconds.
And of course, because it's all automated as well, it's there's no appealing, there's no trying to cry about it. It's literally all that you can do about it. Now, this is what was asked for by yourself, Mike, here. An on-board cam will Luke Whitehead showing his inputs here, showing the pedals and the acceleration and the brake input here. So why don't you take us around the lap here at Watkins Glen?
Absolutely, it'd be my pleasure. As we head now into the first corner, it's going to be late on the brakes, super high speed, 90-degree right-hander, and now you're going to be approaching the uphill S's. This is where the 42 meters of elevation change comes in. It's not quite all of it, but you can see a little dip down, blind apex now as we approach the top of the corner. We saw a car stranded there earlier. It can definitely catch you off guard if that's the case. Now, onto the back straight, flat out most of the time, approaching that inner loop, looking for that 100 board off to the side or 200 board, chucks it in, slams it into the curbing. Very nicely done, maximizing the minimum speed through the chicane. Now into the outer loop, just trying to ease your way onto the throttle. Got to be so cautious as the back end really will just light up and pirouette you around so easily through that off-camber corner. Very nicely done through the chute, heading in towards the toe. This is one of the most tricky corners on the track. Very deceptive, as you can see, that off-camber uphill can carry much more speed than you expect, but it's so easy to overcook it right there, as you can see on the exit, and light up the tires. Gets by a back marker, very easily done. Now tucks to the racing line for the heel. Rounding the corner, a little bit on the table there, but still very smooth inputs. That's the whole key here, is we're not seeing really much scrubbing of the tires. We do a little bit here, a bit hot onto the penultimate corner, I think we are, or third to final corner. Now looking at that, just chucking it in, no brakes really required for that corner, just to lift the throttle. Now the final corner, trying to take it into that pit lane, wide onto the exit, carry the speed onto the start-finish straight, and that is going to be a lap here. 3.4 miles of Watkins Glen completed in 1:44.4 for Luke Whitehead.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And what we saw from the onboard camera, especially the pedal cam there, Mike, was how important it is to feather both pedals, both the accelerator and the brake. Neither of them at one point fully on or fully off immediately. It's more a case of these gradual rises in the acceleration and the brake pressure that's being applied here. And again, a technique that is literally the difference in seconds in your lap time here, being able to keep control of the car. And what you notice, maybe not so much in Assetto Corsa Competizione due to the way that the physics handle, but more like in real life and say in sims like iRacing, is the fact that a lot of drivers end up actually using the brake and the accelerator to turn corners. And that might sound like a strange concept, but the idea of, you know, feathering the throttle to actually use the body weight of the car, use the inertia of the car to actually get more grip and more turn round the corner and actually be much faster. So you see some of those concepts being done here in the Assetto Corsa Competizione, but as with all levels of esport, it's literally about driving to the platform and learning how the platform drives. A lot of people get hung up on, oh well, this isn't like in real life. It's like, well, if you're at the highest end, it doesn't matter what real life does, because it's all about being at the top end of this. It's all about driving to how the platform, how the sim wants you to drive, if that makes sense.
No, totally. And what you're saying especially is very important here at Watkins Glen. This is a very high-speed track. There are really no heavy braking zones, and that's part of the reason you see all of those fluctuations and all of the very the corrections. Is there? It's such a high-speed circuit. There's no hairpins really. I mean, there is kind of, but not really. Nothing that you're going down really even below 100 kph. It's a very, very quick track here, and through every single corner you're trying to maximize that slip angle and basically try to drift through the corner without actually drifting, as of course that's going to scrub your tires. Big curb usage there from the car that we're on board with. That is absolutely insane from the 204, it's to be said, but nicely done managing to carry it on for now.
Yep, and again, just watching the lap times coming in here, that was something that you brought to my attention as well. Just seeing that Bassi and Richter 144.1 last lap there for Luke Whitehead, 145.1, gap 14 seconds. But again, when you're that far out in front, I've got no doubt that it is just pace management at this point. It's just managing the gap that you've got, managing the tyres, managing the car. And with just over an hour left to go in the race here, managing the fuel, I would imagine, because remember, we're now going to be coming into the 2 minutes away from that final driver stint opening. So that'll be the first point in which drivers could get in. Now, realistically, you're not going to have cars going rounds for 65 minutes, but the point being that they could if they wanted to.
Yeah, and also a little bit of a development for P14 as well between Matteo Ferrari and Renato Dornales. This could be a nice, spicy one to keep an eye on. They're on lap 161 and battling it out for 14th. About half a second to boot. I'm sure we'll jump onto that momentarily. Looking, though, at our race leader currently for the GT4s, Michele Perea. Nicely done so far. The 204 has been very dominant. I think qualified in P1 and has led it the entire time. Also, Samuele Villa, incredible effort. That was, I know you were about to ask me the question earlier, is what was the highlight of the race so far? The battle between the 117 and the battle between the 10, or those two cars. That was so thrilling for lap after lap. I've got to admit, Samuele, as well as not Adam behind the wheel of the 10, or whoever it was at the time, just superb action between the two cars, and you really could never tell if there was going to be a massive collision or if one was going to walk away or if they were just going to be glued to each other for the rest of the race.
Well, that is what we're going to find out, because the thing is when you're driving that closely to the car in front, I don't know, Mike, if you're the same as myself, when you are in tough competition with someone and you're literally fighting door handle to door handle, like we're seeing here with Renato Dornales and Ferry here. I'm absolutely knackered at the end of it. I am just absolutely done in, because it's just so much effort, as we're seeing the number 28 GT4 car trying to get involved in a fight that he really doesn't want to get any part on here. But again, you know, when you're done with it, you're absolutely drenched, especially for me, because I do my racing or used to do my racing in VR. So again, the fatigue level is something absolutely astounding. Now, this is unfortunate. I've just noticed there that the number 2 Audi of Rui Nunes has gone into the pit lane, but that's 67 minutes or 66 minutes they went into the pits with. So they will 100% have to pit again, very, very close to the end of the race there.
Yeah, unless they cross the pit line, of course, at the... unless it's on entry, though, isn't it? No, it's on exit. But anyways, if they cross it after the minute, which is going to be the best bet, is to wait in the pit lane at this point until that minute passes and to exit, just due to the fact that, yeah, they won't have to take another pit stop that way, because that is devastating. But Rui Nunes is out, so it doesn't matter. They will have to make another pit stop by the end of this, and that is going to cost massively. It is also on the entry line, my apologies. But Renato Dornelles, to be said here, is our biggest gainer tonight in terms of positions. He actually started at the back of the GT4 pack and has managed to make his way all the way up here into P14. And that is, by the way, in case you were curious, 35 positions that he has managed to make up so far in this race. Now, of course, those were GT4 cars that he's passed, but still 35 positions and potentially one more to add on to it.
You can see the Trackalicious liveried car just behind us there. That is the 14th place Ferrari of Matteo Ferri, trying to catch up onto the back of Renato Dornelles. In fact, we're on board with Renato Dornelles, trying to get past Ferri. Slides it round the inside. No way that's going to work. Optimism though, bonus points for optimism, but tries to get it round again. Can't quite make it work here, but this is the battle for 13th and 14th position, because of course our time screen's not showing that Jimmy Tatui behind the wheel of that number 2 just now. But just over an hour left to go in the second rounds of the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals here, and Dave Christie here in the commentary box along with my good friend Mike Nice, bringing you all of the closing action here. It's been a thrilling race. We've had everything we could have possibly wanted to see, as Renato Dornelles has a cheeky little loop coming down into the 90, but there's absolutely nothing that he can do from so far back. Coming up through this front stretch though, however, here, Mike, this could be a completely different opportunity.
Yeah, he's going to try to carry the speed through the S's, riding along that bumper, trying to tuck now out to the outside. He's going to want the inside line, of course, for the chicane, but he needs to be far enough alongside, and he is not at entry. He's going to go for it regardless. Gets on the brakes, the Brazilian driver, washes to the outside. Going to have to leave enough space in the middle of the apex, and he gets it done. Renato Dornelles, the Brazilian driver. Incredible overtake on Matteo Ferri, excuse me.
I've got to be honest, I think that was very polite from Matteo Ferri there. He just, he sort of allowed that to happen. You've got to say Renato Dornelles absolutely away with it now. The gap now about 0.4 of a second there. So the Ferrari streaking off into the distance here, and you get the feeling that maybe Ferri was just deciding to do his own thing here in terms of the pace here. But as said, we're rapidly approaching just 1 hour left to go in this 6-hour race, and this has just been a scintillating race here at Watkins Glen, the 3.45 mile circuit in the heart of County Route 16 in America. Quintessential GT3 track. It's the staple of IMSA sports car racing in North America, and really has everything to show for it indeed. Luke Whitehead though back to a race leader, onto the back of the Brabham eSport car there, the GT4 car, just deciding to make life as hard as possible for the Veloci eSport car as it possibly can. Bastian Richter for Unicorns Love in P2. That gap, like 13.8 seconds, again we've seen it come up, we've seen it sort of go up and come down, but realistically, I mean, it's difficult to look at anywhere past Luke Whitehead for this race right now.
Yeah, as we've said, barring any incident, barring a drive-through penalty, which I think Luke Whitehead at most has 2 warnings, so still with 2 on the cards, I'm pretty sure they only have 1. Bastian Richter might actually be closer to 3 as well, so they could be reserved in that regard. But no way to tell, unfortunately, in ACC. That is one of the things that I really wish we had the control over, is to know how many warnings they have. But alas, we don't. We just have the predictions. And Bastion is gaining time, though, so pushing the car still. Behind, though, I know I made the prediction, Cody Sherritt. He was at about 45 seconds behind last time we checked on him. He's now 57 seconds behind Bastion Richter. So really, it's looking like P3 for Cody, as it's 57 seconds to the front, 46 seconds to Eric in the back. He's got a very lonely window for the rest of this race, I feel, does Cody Sherritt.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, because you like being racing, you like having somebody around you to fight with, and that's not quite what we're getting for Cody. But I'm sure his heart will bleed at taking third place. It's such a hardship, Mike, but I think that him and the guys at Genesis will be quite happy to jump on that one, as we see Eric Delfante behind the wheel of the 179 just now. So we're starting to see some more pit stops coming in. You've got Ignatius Butchek behind the wheel of the 799, and I think that in the next 10 minutes we're going to see pretty much everyone in for the final pit stop of this race.
Yep, most certainly we are getting to that window, and it's getting down to the wire here. The drivers have it all left to do with the final sprint race to go, basically. But of course, the race is quite spread apart. We have some battles, though. We're looking here at Bastion Richter. He is very far behind. Well, not very far, 12.6 seconds. Definitely don't count him out, as it just takes one bad pit stop. Luke Whitehead missing his pit box. That could be another 4 seconds gained. I still don't think Luke is going to put a foot wrong. Luke has just shown pure excellence here tonight, and he has been the driver out on track the most as well for the team. But still, do not count out any of the other drivers. We'll probably see Aiden back behind the wheel, as Grantis, he has had his, he was most recent behind the car. They seem to be sharing the love fairly fair for the team up in the front.
And again, watching Bastion Richter here in the Lamborghini trying to get past Eric Delfante. So this is putting a lap. I can't believe this. Everyone up to P4 has been lapped right now, so it's only the podium that are still on the same lap here now. What I would imagine is that will possibly sort itself out through pit stops here, but yeah, either way, that is damn impressive for everyone involved in this just now. And Bastion Richter just tucking behind that fourth place car just now, quite happy to not force the issue. But we're into the final hour of the race then, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for choosing to spend your Saturday afternoon enjoying round 2 of this fantastic competition. As there we go, round the inside goes Bastion Richter. And since we are partnered up with VCO with this, it would be a great time to remind you that the VCO, there's annual Sim Awards are open. Go and check them out on social medias. Get your nominations in for things like your favourite event, your favourite content creator, your favourite commentator, all that sort of stuff as well. It's a fantastic way to kind of reward the community and reward everything that we all do collectively, whether you're a driver, whether you produce community league streams, or whether you're a commentator as well, or whatever. It's a great way for the community to kind of get together once a year, and I use it as a great excuse, Mike, to open a couple of beers and have a couple of drinks.
Yeah, it's very fun. You know, we had a very similar event, SimGrid, putting that on just the other day, in fact, with a very nice community event, lots of YouTubers involved, 3 different races. So much fun, I gotta say. It's awesome to see. Whoa, Bastion Richter. Of a little bit of excited rear end there as he gets onto the throttle on the curbs, maybe a little too early. It shouldn't affect him too much. It'll affect that charge up to P1. But yeah, definitely take a look at that over on VCO. Big shout out to them as well as SimGrid, David Perel, of course, with Coach Dave Academy as well. I don't think, but yeah, awesome guys over there, and yeah, big shout out to SimGrid and VCO.
Just on that note, Pedro Gomez Sports Racing saying Hoyer in P12 is Michi from RF2. No, it's not Michi Hoyer. I'm sorry, it's Martin Hoyer. I can see why you were getting excited there, but it's not Michi Hoyer. So yeah, but nonetheless, doing a grand job in that number 40 Box 3 Motorsport. So doing the Hoyer name very well indeed here. But just over 55 minutes left to go here, Mike, and as I said, things starting to wind down here. And you know, from my experience in these endurance races, you know, there does come a noticeable point where it's almost like everybody has this unwritten agreement to where, right, that's it, we'll just will complete the race. We're not gonna challenge too much, and we're not gonna push. And I think that point is now, given that gaps are so massively spread out, that it's just about making sure now you want to get to the finish line. You're not going to win this race now, given that Luke Whitehead is in the lead. Maybe if you're Bastian Richter, but you get what I mean from the other cars' points of views. The most you're going to get is maybe one position out of the end of this. So surely now it's a case of just managing what you have and making sure you come home in one piece.
Yeah, almost certainly. These drivers are, especially up at the front, Luke Whitehead, he knows how to win a race. I mean, that entire team, I know that for a fact. They know how to win. They know how to lead. They've done it for, the past 5 hours they've led this race. So definitely not any slouch behind that. But Bastian Richter, I got to say, is closing. He's into the pits here for the undercut. So going for that fresh set of rubber earlier than Luke is, he's going to try to gain any bit of advantage. He had a great outlap, it is to be said, closing about a second off that time. He needs to keep that up. He needs to drive drive this car like he stole it pretty much for the next 55 minutes. I'm assuming we'll see somebody else behind the wheel, but as you were saying though, that fatigue element earlier, it's that, yes, the drivers, they have teammates and they've been switching it out, but it doesn't change the fact that still 2 hours of driving, which is what most of these drivers have done, some even 3, it's tiring. You get hot, you get sweaty. It's bathroom breaks are very tough to manage in that time. Hydration is tough. Just everything about it, the mental fatigue, it really can get to you.
It really, really can. And that's the enjoyable part of sim racing, is that it does replicate a lot of the stresses, a lot of the strains, a lot of the tension that gets put on you in real life endurance driving. And it's a fairly cost-effective way of enjoying that. Real-life GT3 teams spending upwards of tens of millions of pounds per season to take part in, the high-tier GT3 and GT4 events, and you get to do it all from the comfort of your own home for the cost of anywhere between, say, a couple of hundred. You can spend as little as you want. You can spend a couple of £100, or you can spend thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds on whatever your rig. But either way, you're still going to be spending about 100 to 1,000 times less than in real life, for I would say about 70-80% of the enjoyment. Would you say, Mike?
Yes, I would say almost certainly. It's a different element, as you said earlier. You're not pushing to the same boundaries. You don't have the ever-looming factor of death that is creeping over your shoulder if you crash your car, so that is great. It allows you to push just that little bit harder. But also, as you were saying, you don't have to spend, as we're looking here at Cody Sherritt behind the wheel of this Lamborghini, you don't have to spend $450,000 on this car to purchase it. Of course, 5.2 liter V10 behind this thing, Audi engine. And the gap here for Cody Sherritt, I do have to say, he has reeled in Lars Kisser quite a bit. Now, Cody, he does still need to make his stop, but this could be a nice little fight potentially here for a moment.
Fingers crossed. I can dream, damn it, Mike. I can dream. Let's get some action going on here. Thing is, Sherritt's absolutely chasing. Oh, come on, Cody, don't deny us like this. Come on. There's just... No, right, okay. So the pit stops also goes Rafael Malio for Rocket Simsport as Linkvar as well. And yeah, broadcast production whispering sweetly into our ears there, Mike, what we all knew. You jinxed that there.
Maybe a little bit.
Going back to your conversation, Mike, about the real life cars and stuff like that. What I will share with you, and I've given this story quite a few times, so it's not exactly new news, but it's the first time that I've ever cried in kind of public is behind the wheel of an actual car on the track, and that is because I was facing I just had my very first spin, and I was facing the wrong way at Silverstone with loads of these little Citroen C1s coming at me. It was like pitch black, 10 o'clock at night, and it's just a stream of lights coming at you. After Maggots and Beckett's, you're facing the wrong way on that straight, and yeah, after I got the car going the right way again, I was actually in tears. The shock and the fear and everything hitting you all at once. I've never had that from sim racing. I've never, and I don't think anybody would, maybe from joy or elation, but I've never had that abject fear. And I can't say that I would ever look at real life racing in the same way again.
Yeah, that the ever-looming factor, as I said, of death, it's quite the intimidating one, as I used to race motorcycles, and, well, there's a reason that I don't anymore.
I was going to say, you never told us that one.
Yeah, I did for a little bit until I crashed extremely hard. I didn't break anything, thankfully, but it was enough to, well, terrify me into never racing motorcycles again. So there's that.
Yeah, there's so I used to do commentary in real life at motorbike racing, and it's not something that I'd ever watched before. And as a car racing fan, watching motorbikes race for the first time and seeing the accidents that they have, you don't ever have a quiet one on a motorbike. You're going down, and you're going down hard, and it is. Yeah, well, I'm grateful to hear that you're here, Mike, to tell the tale of that one. What was it you were riding on? We've got 50 minutes, so we can have a very brief segue here. So, what were you on?
So I was on dirt bikes, actually, when I was riding. So yeah, not motorcycles and street bikes, but dirt bikes. And I was doing some TT, leading a race, and went over the whoops. I caught way too much air on the first whoop. And even when I did it, I felt it and was thinking to myself, wow, okay, that was a lot of air. And then I came down and I landed on the next jump perfectly. I absolutely nailed it, which as a result sent me even higher in the air. And now I'm kind of like, oh, all right, cool. I don't really know how to land this thing. And came down, and instead of landing, as you should, cased a jump and then landed on my face. And I remember every single second of that crash up until my helmet went face first into the dirt. Oh no, speaking of off, what has happened there? That was a Trackalicious car that was off. I saw the gradient livery there momentarily with a brief rejoin. But yes, not fun to have your face plummeted straight into the dirt. It's a good way to, get you out of that sport.
Certainly been better ways to spend your day. I can imagine as talk about face first into the dirt. That was a face first there. I think that was a McLaren that we saw there that was heavily damaged there, bringing out that yellow flag. And again, just showing even with an hour left to go, still anything can happen in this race. What won't be happening though is, if anything can help it, is Luke Whitehead losing the lead of this race right now. I am just touching every desk that I can so not to jinx it. As we see a replay here. Oh my lords, that is an unusual crash. That was a brutal hit there. And I get the feeling that was Pavlo Polovchuk as Luke Whitehead into the pits.
Yeah, it was the Ukraine Digital Force car there that made contact with the Trackalicious. Not sure what resulted in the GT4 car facing the wrong way on track, but nonetheless, that was a massive hit for the McLaren. And the McLaren is a car that does not like damage. And now that unfortunately has turned the Ukraine Digital Force race from bad even to worse. And they are P2 in the championship right now, so really not going to be helping their championship efforts whatsoever. The number 15 car drops all the way down to P20 in the pits for right now. Very unfortunate there. And as they'll come out, I'm sure, if they even do come out, I think they probably will at this point. Got to bring it to the end. You got 47 minutes, 53 seconds left. We're seeing here in the picture-in-picture our leader currently sitting in the pit lane. He is going to be coming back out. Now, where in relation to Lars Kisser is he going to be? That's the question. Lars is currently going to be heading towards that final corner right now, onto the start-finish straight. And Luke out onto track, now through the first corner. Going to be quite the advantage. And climbing. The timing charts have not decided what the gap is yet. About 10 plus seconds now. But that's only 10 seconds. In fact, it was 15 seconds before they came into the pits. So Lars closing that gap.
Yeah, very shortly indeed. So it'll be interesting to see how quickly that gap does come down. Of course, Lars on the warmer tyres here as well, but we are in firmly the final stages of pit stops here at Watkins Glen. A lot of the drivers now as the lights starting to fade. 6:20 in game time just now, very close to our real life UK time at the moment, just about 10 minutes off And again, it's all about these final 45 minutes of the race here. 176 laps are in the books. Grantis Caracas takes over behind the wheel of the number 55 car for Veloci. Lars Kisser in second place in the Unicorns of Love car, and then Eric Delfante showing us third place at the moment, but that is still because them and Nicolas Vasquez Rodriguez still need to pit at the moment. That will allow Tariq Adam back up into that third position for the final stint of the race. And again, you know, looking at Mattia Perea here, Mike, for that GT4 battle, again, they've just, we spoke about Veloci and how they've not put a foot wrong. Well, I mean, you've got to say the same for the Absolute Motorsport Ace-Lift Pro GT4 team. They have not put a damn foot wrong all day today in the lead at GT4 class, and they've just looked so good.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been very dominant from that GT4 team. 42 seconds is the gap, so a very, very controlling lead of this race. In fact, the top three are separated by about 2 minutes, which is really saying something. The only two drivers on that final lap are going to be Michele Perea as well as Adam Spansky in P1 and 2. But looking up at the top of the field, the Unicorns of Love, I think they have still some pace left in that wheel, but I still think, though, Grantis Caracas is really, that's the factors I'm not looking at, as I think he's still sandbagging the times. Of course, last time around, he's fresh out of the pits, so he is going to be one to keep an eye on here on his next lap. But our leader definitely going to be getting the heat up into the tires, going to be controlling the rest of this race for the next 45 minutes, as they have not put a tire wrong, really, this entire time.
Yeah. And again, with that as well, with the pace that they've got in that just now, and with the management that they're doing, it's such an interesting outcome to this race as well, because it's coming down, but then you get the feeling that it's artificial, if that makes sense. It's all about, you know, being able to hold on to that, and you know they've done this often enough. They know exactly how this all unfolds. And yeah, you know that they'll be able to just keep this under wraps here.
Yeah, most certainly. And looking at the GT4 leaders here, the Absolute Motorsport, as we were just talking about there, the 204, in a battle with the McLaren, not much of a battle, but still really been doing good so far. I think we've seen them brush the wall one time, so not quite a flawless race, but we won't knock on wood on that one and hope that nothing happens for it now. With
did you say we won't knock on wood for that one?
No. We will. You can knock. That's not somebody at your door. It's, yes, the American coming out in me, you would say, so fair enough. Apologies to the overseas.
You've got to love it. I love the fact that, unbeknownst to our viewers, we've got our fantastic broadcast team whispering abuse into our ears and trying deliberately to put us off. But a huge thank you as well, always, to our fantastic Stay Proudly behind the scenes, giving us all the information and giving us these beautiful pictures and camera angles that we see on screen. But as you see here, a little bit of love to our GT4 leader, Michelle Perea. Again, they've done a faultless job today, and as Cody Cosford tries to get the position from Brea, and that was for P5, I believe it was, in the GT4 class. Okay, do you remember when I said a couple of minutes ago how everybody was pretty much done and dusted with the fighting? I don't think that message got through to Cody Cosford there for Cool Shark Racing.
Now, there's still some drivers out there that want to have a little bit of fun. We also have Adam in P5. Definitely don't count them out, as they've closed some gaps. So the fights are going to be picking up here. And Cosford, he's actually on an absolute blistering lap currently down here in P27. So with some pace left in the wheel here, we may see some positions gained for this driver yet.
We certainly could, and he's certainly got plenty of time to do it. Of course, everyone's done their final stage of pit stops here, so it'll be fascinating to see how this all unfolds here. But 27th position overall, 5th position that they're fighting for at the moment. Straight into turn one, and that is a ballsy move into the 90 there for Cody Cosford to take P5 right now. He's got a GT3 car up his inside. but tries to go wide there, almost gets caught out. These GT4s, I think, struggling a little bit, Mike, potentially in these cooler conditions.
You know, this might be a little bit of an interesting one from Cody Crossford, something I'm looking at right now, and I don't know if my timings are correct, but I don't know why they wouldn't be. Cody Crossford's, he's gone above his 65-minute stint timer. And at 1 hour and 7 minutes into his stint currently, he still needs to make a stop, it looks like, here before he can go to the end. So the steward's potentially going to be taking a look at that as he continues the battle here with Philippe in P26.
That's a strange one. I wonder if that's a quirk with our timing screens, because I remember they were playing up earlier on. So if it was he went over his time and his stint timer, that would be an automatic penalty from the game. It wouldn't be a look at by the stewards. It would be an automatic either disqualification or a drive-through penalty. I can't remember which is which, but either way, yeah, that's. I think that might just be our timing screens playing up a little bit.
Interesting. Yeah, and he says he's down a pit as well. But yeah, I agree with you in that he should be where he is, I think. So, and you're right in the automatic penalty. We'll see. Of course, I think that is just,
GT4 leader at the pits, Mike.
Here we go. Interesting. So our leader now, Adam Spansky, who is currently coming around the final corner. Adam here, he still needs to make his stop as well. So that is on a merit, of course. We are probably going to see him come in this lap, maybe next lap, actually. He has time if he wants to play it for one more, but no, he doesn't. He decides, no, he does. Never, excuse me. Michelle, is it Michelle or McKelly? Michelle comes into the pits, and Adam, he stays out for another one, doing the opposite there of what our leader is trying to do. So going for a little bit of an overcut. We'll see if that works out.
You certainly will, but just 40 minutes left to go in this race, and this is a proper banger of a race to finish off with here in round 2. 40 minutes left to go, as we said, here at Watkins Glen for round 2 of the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals. And again, we're still watching Cody Cosford here for Cool Shark Racing.
Yeah, he's been doing an excellent job as well so far, but as we were saying, very interested on that pit thing and why the timing is there. But he's had some battles, definitely needs to hold on for right now. Nicely done though for the number 16, looking up towards Oscar Triangle in front. We'll see if he can catch. That's a bit of an ask. At 63 seconds, I think he has found his pace and currently just needs to be worried about the rear view mirror there of Philippe behind. Brayshaw is looking at very similar lap times as well, so this could really turn into anything at this point.
It absolutely can, and that's what I love about this championship as well, is that, you know, not only is it about the racing, but it's about celebrating, and I've said this, you know, almost ad nauseum here, it's about celebrating the wonderful communities that we've got here as part of the SimGrid and VCO as well. You know, the fact that we've got, or at least we're celebrating 10 of them that are out there: VGTR, SOP, Formula Racing League, Lightspeed Racing, Sim Racing Collective, Trackalicious, as you know, QRT Esports, JL Motorsports, SimZone, and DC Sim Racing. It's fantastic, not only that we get to have these drivers and these teams out here, Mike, and, you know, really having these battles and making it fun here, as I'll come back to that in a second, but that they get to, you know, really fly the flags for these communities here, as we've got side-by-side still for P5 and GT4s.
Yeah, as they go now into the S's, it's a good look, but the 16 holds on to it. The 796 on the charge. Bit of damage, though, on the front end. That'll compromise the straight line speed. You can see the slipstream there. Both cars tucking off onto the dirty line. Now, that's going to hurt them under braking, of course. Inside line being taken there for the number 16. Held on very nicely. Cosford stays ahead for now. Onto the inner loop. Very tight, as you can see the back end stepping out constantly. Might even be a little bit of lag, actually, that is causing that look to the outside. Trying to carry the speed for an around the outside pass. Switchback attempt here, trying to line it up. A lovely look through the front splitter onto the grass there. It's going to be a bit of a poor run now into the back.
And just watching as this unfolds, as we said, the GT4s look like they've in the middle of their final pit stop for the race here. So again, that would make more sense as to understanding why we had a GT4 pitting with just about 5 minutes to go till the hour. But 35 minutes left to go here. We're still fascinated by this final battle that we've got on track there. Oscar Tringali gets behind the wheel of the 117 for the final time just now, as we're watching Philippe Brea all over the back there of Cody Cosford. This is a brilliant run coming through the final couple of corners here, and you get the feeling that Cosford might have just peaked a little bit too early here, because Brea has got the bit between his teeth. He wants to get this position back.
Yes, he most certainly does. He's going to give it his absolute all. Tucking now to the inside once again. You can see so defensive from the car in front. Outside line being taken with the overspeed. Can he get the switch back here? This is going to be his best attempt that he's had in a while. A little bit wide goes the 16. The inside line being held. The nose is still there. The car on the outside needs to give respect and room. Now through the S's we go, side by side. The advantage here for the overspeed on for Philippe. Looks like they're going to resume it down, though, heading on to the back straight. Next up, of course, the inner loop, but it looks like the position is done and dusted before we even get there.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful stuff, but it's possibly going to try and cut back on the fight there, but Philippe Brea gets that position back, and in all intents and purposes did quite make it look quite easy, you've got to say there. But again, Brea is very, very happy to have that 26th position, but Cosford even wants to get that position back, and this isn't over. Mark my words, 35 minutes left to go, and this is probably the last little battle that we're going to have here. So the GT4s, we are going to enjoy every single bit that we possibly can. Mike, really didn't imagine that it was all going to get a little bit crazy here with half an hour left to go here. It was all looking very, very quiet, but yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah, we still have a potential few more battles on track too. I'm very interested to see up at the front. I noticed, unfortunately we didn't quite catch it, but Tarek, I think it is, made an overtake on Noah Sully Vasquez Rodriguez for P3, but then Noah, of course, had to come into the pits, so it was a little bit of a off-merit pass, but still a good one nonetheless. So some battles still to be had here tonight, and as we follow along, Philippe Brea, as well as the car behind, they are going to give it their best bet. And now, of course, I know you mentioned before, this is not for P26, what you might think. This is actually a battle for P4 overall in terms of the class. Now, of course, the overall standings, they both GT4s and GT3, but that is the wonder of multi-class, I must say. It's such a fun element to have, having both GT3s and GT4s on track, because it challenges these drivers to boundaries in which some of them haven't really been pushed before.
And the thing is, as well, with Brea trying to make this move as they come to the end of the straight into the inner loop, again, I think that barring a mistake, Brea has just got, as Cosford goes rally crossing over the inside of the curb there. I think that Brea has done everything that he needs to do. Yes, Cosford wants to get that position back, but unless there's a mistake, I just can't see how that's going to happen here.
Yeah, but we just saw a mistake. Now, of course, that wasn't from Philippe, but that was still quite the scare. Definitely a new pair of trousers going to be required before they head on into the post-race celebrations. But back up at the front, our race leader, and has been the entire time, the Valache Esports of Grantis Karakis, now looking down into P19. We have a battle heating up. This is going to be Luca Murno in front of Patrick in the number 79 here. Sodiet? Apologies.
And it's usually me that gets the names wrong. So I normally pronounce it Sodicat, but I'm almost always wrong. But Luca Monroe here coming under huge pressure here from the prancing Ferrari that is the number 79 just now. And yeah, this is just incredible scenes here right round the outside. Like, that car wasn't even standing there. That was an impressive performance there from the Wild Things Racing by Colex.gg car.
I have a sneaking suspicion that Luca didn't want much of a part in that one. That looked like a very early braking zone picked there for the 147, and allowing Patrick through very handedly, or very easily, is just going to try to stick with him in that slipstream. Doesn't really have too much of a worry from the car behind in P20, so just want to get a nice little tow to the end with 32 minutes and 10 seconds left. I think that's a very doable prospect. And Grantis Caracas here back up at the front in the Lamborghini. Gotta say, the Lamborghini has looked dominant here tonight. I know the McLaren is arguably, depends on the track, of course, car choice, but the Lamborghini tonight showing its strides, and the Lithuanian driver of Grantis Caracas is truly dominant behind it. It must be said. All of the drivers, in fact, they all got their turn in the car. All three drivers getting 2 hours, so a very equal distribution of driver's seat time for the Veloce Esports team.
It's wondering what effect, Mike, that has, in terms of strategy. Because, as commentators, right, we love to absolutely tear everything apart and, what does this mean? Is this a benefit? Are they going to suffer because they've done X, Y, and Z? And I always wonder. So, and I remember you talking about it earlier and saying, how you like to do your stints. And for me, I'm the same. I love to do it. Like, if I've got 2 hours total that I've got to do, I want to do that as one chunk. I want to do them both those hours back to back and get it out of the way. I'll happily stay and support the team, but I want to get it done and dusted. But in the meantime, other drivers, they might do it at swapping every single stint. What do you prefer?
I personally have never done the swapping every stint thing because I personally prefer having double stint. It just makes more sense to me. You're staying behind the wheel. You don't have to hit the driver change button 2 times. You just got to do it once. And it just simplifies things. Also, it depends, right? A lot of the times you like to plan to go in for a double stint. Let's say you don't have the greatest first stint. Well, that's all right. You park it up, hand it over to the next teammate. That's what they're for. You go in, take some breaths, cool down, and then head back out the next time around and tackle the track, try to get what you can done. And that's, it really is just down to the preference of the drivers and the teams at the end of the day. Is there a real optimal strategy? Well, I don't really know, to be honest, and I don't think anyone does, and that really is the excitement of racing.
Yeah, and the thing with that is that it makes it so enjoyable. With you saying it makes it a really enjoyable race, it makes it a really enjoyable spectacle, I would imagine, for the spectators at home as well. He's done so well to get up into the position that he has. The problem is, for me, I'm watching Lars Kisser just now, and you might agree with me, Mike, or you might disagree, but that whole thing of the gap coming down, I've got no doubt that he's a seasoned professional, and that he'll be just driving his own race anyway. But with that gap coming down, there's probably a little part of you that is just like, yeah, I can get this. I can push. I can make this happen.
I definitely still think it can, but the only thing that I'm looking at right now is the lap times, right? And I'm seeing Lars smashing the lap boards, 1:43.8 last time around, absolutely blisteringly quick. But the issue with that is you're wearing your tires. And by the time you catch up that 10 seconds, are you going to have any rubber left to overtake Grantis Caracas, who's lapping in the 144s? All he is doing right now, he is lifting and coasting through the corners a little bit, saving the tires, saving the fuel, and saving just the stress of pushing the car. And really, that is going to benefit him more long-term. So with the pace behind the wheel, I think even if Lars does catch up, I don't think he will have the rubber left to make the overtake happen.
I mean, we can dream. Nonetheless,
we can dream.
We can hope that it happens. But either way, listen, they've given us plenty of value for money nonetheless today. Grantis Caracas, Veloce. And the thing is, as well, is I guess that goes to just speak volumes on how dominant Veloce have been, how much they've had a stranglehold on this race, and effectively on this championship, 2 out of 2 back-to-back here as we go into the final race here. And again, I'm watching this Lamborghini. Maybe this is the only way you can drive this right now, but I can't be the only one, Mike, watching Lars just literally throwing this car around here and getting a little bit nervous.
Yeah, wincing a little bit as he did absolutely go 110% there through the inner loop, but that really is the Lamborghini. It's a car that you have to drive on a knife's edge, and especially when it comes to the setup, you need to have it where basically when you put that throttle down, your back end, it wants to step out, but it just doesn't, and it's... personally, I could never get to grips with the Lamborghini as it doesn't suit my driving style. I like a car with oversteer, but I don't like the Lamborghini's level of oversteer. It takes it to more of it's just an extreme level. This car will put you into the barrier at any point in time, but gotta say, over 6 hours. I personally would not choose it. These guys, though, very clearly the car of choice and able to handle that. But watching Grantis Karakis or Kisser, they have the same approach, that aggressive, just chuck it in and full send the entire time. And it really is, as you say, scary, but it's quite thrilling as well.
Yeah, and the thing with that as well is that it just so damn enjoyable to watch, and that's what we really like to see on these streams. It makes our job a little bit easier. Going back to the Lamborghini and Oversteer, I don't know what your thoughts were originally back on the original Audi. See, everything that you described there with Lambo, I thought that was how the Audi used to be. It was almost schizophrenic, as what the hell is going on here? Good lord! GT3s and GT4s. Oh my, this is the battle for GT4 for P2, I believe this is. So this is Oscar Tringali and then Chris Warner. So this is a huge battle developing in the final 25 minutes. We'll come back to any sort of chat about Audi in just a second. But where did this little fight come from?
Seemingly out of nowhere, but I think that this was just slow in the making. Chris Warner has had nothing but improved lap times over Tringali. Looking at it now, outside line being taken to the inner loop. Now this is bold. Chris Warner gonna have to go late on the brakes. He doesn't. He backs out. Side's better of it. Gonna try next time around. Has some blue flags approaching. That is a slam on the brakes there mid-corner for that 488, or for the 296, the number, whatever. But regardless, that was very dangerous, and when it comes to catching lap traffic, that was probably one of the worst spots you could have ever had that happen.
I'm still a little bit lost for words as to what the heck I just saw there. A huge fight going on between the two of them. Tringali and Warner still battling lumps out of each other. This is all for second place in the GT4s right now. Warner then in third place, fighting to hold back and get back into that second position. We've got a McLaren moving up the inside there, but again coming through the final couple of corners here. Just 25 minutes left to go, and who would have thought it here, Mike? 25 minutes left to go in a 6-hour race, and we've got an amazing fight for the final two steps on the podium. Bit of a mistake there from Chris Warner for Apex 1, but you've got to say for the 117 Glitch Motorsport team of Samuel Villa and Simone De Nicola, I mean, they have just, they'll be shouting into their screens, I can imagine right now, giving all the support to they possibly can to Oscar Tringali, mostly as well to the number 10 Apex 1 team of Krzysztof Miskowski, Chris Warner and Adam Swansky.
Yeah, they're going to need it as well, as Chris Warner, he has a lot to do still. Of course, with 24 minutes, just getting the overtake isn't going to be enough. He needs to defend it. And as he bides his time and waits, falling back here about a half a second now through the S's, he has a little bit of time, of course. It's not often, or rather sometimes, of course, here in GT racing, it depends, but at least in Formula One and whatnot, of course, the leader of the race doesn't necessarily, that's not where you want to be a lot of the times, and especially on these high-speed circuits where there's a large amount of slipstream involved. Sometimes it comes down to that last lap send where the drivers get very, very antsy, and we may see some bumping and we may see some banging, and I certainly hope we do.
I think that is absolutely guaranteed between these two. Rubbing is racing, as they say, and that's exactly what we've had by the bucket load through this race. But 23 minutes left to go, and again, I've got no idea how this one is going to go in GT4s. GT3s, thankfully, a little bit more predictable, but yeah, for GT4s, any thought, any remnants that I said about these drivers just want to take it easy for the final hour, yeah, I think you can safely throw that out the window. I can't imagine Chris Warner going, yeah, that's fine, Oscar, you can just have that second place.
I don't think you could tell any racing driver that, to be fair. But yeah, also up in the P15, Renato Dornales biting at the heels of Pellegrino. So there are some battles developing here in these closing stages. Now, of course, after 6 hours of racing, the fact here we started with 50 cars, now down to 39, so we have had a few bits of contact. We've had a few disconnects, unfortunately, which has resulted in quite a few drivers out of position. But nonetheless, when it comes to this championship, Grantis Karakis up at the front, as well as our leader for the GT4 is Michele Pereira, extremely dominant so far.
They really, really are, and again, showing exactly why they are at the cutting edge of the field just now. But again, huge points change on offer for the championship. That is what's going to be really, really interesting when all the dust settles on this championship just now, because remember, let's not forget, coming into this championship just now, the GT4s, for instance, it was absolutely Motorsport Acelith who came in on top, so they carry on that winning tradition going back to back. But it was actually the 333 virtual drivers by TX3 who took second place, and then RCI Esports GT4 that were in that third place. So again, that's all change at the moment with the GT4s. I mean, obviously the 796 will be in fourth position, but still it's going to be the 117 and the 10. They'll get some valuable points out of this. So Apex One currently in fourth position in the championship, so it'll be great to see them moving up. And then Glitch Motorsport are down in 10, so it literally throws everything onto its head for that final round. I think it's safe to say that Absolute Motorsport Acelith Pro GT4 in just a stellar position for that final round in the championship just now.
Yeah, most certainly. Both of our P1s looking awfully strong for the championship. A bit of a, shame for the P2s, I will say, of course. They're going to be looking to take that down. But that's just true dominance at its finest right there. And of course, the driver that, earns it, deserves it. And these guys have done so hand over fist, to be said, in both races here at Watkinsville tonight. Of course, the next track on the 9th, which is yet to be decided. Votes for that will be up eventually. It is going to certainly be I cannot wait. This championship has shown to be so close, especially, like I say, over the 6 hours, we're still seeing side-by-side action. And it's just a testament watching Renato Dornales try to take little bites here out of Patrick Pellegrino, Grino, yes, in P15. It's really anyone's game for these middle ground positions. And up at the top, the championship may be decided, but in the middle, as you said, it is really anyone's guess of what's going to happen.
Yeah, 100%. And the thing with that as well is the fact that Pellegrino is going to have to watch out, because he's fighting this position from Renato Dornelles with 20 minutes left to go in the race, and he's got that 5-second penalty. So if it's me, I'd just be given that position anyway and just take it as much pace as you possibly can, because on track you're going to lose that position anyway, surely, Mike.
Yeah, very good point. You're really just kind of adding risk to a otherwise what should be a riskless situation, as the reward just isn't there. But of course, for Renato Dornales, he wants that position nonetheless. He does not care. But also, I think Renato, as much as I like to say, so Renato Dornales, I've had the pleasure, the Vacuum Racing team in general, commentating over at Trackalicious. They're the Brazilian-based team. Let's just say I personally, I love Brazilians. We have a massive Brazilian fan base over at Trackalicious. Oh my goodness, that was our race leader, was it not? No, that was P3. That was Oscar
Tringale.
Tringale. That just got hit off, lost a position to Chris Warner as a result.
Wow, that is a huge moment there for the championship and for the race as well. I've got no doubt that Tringale will try and get back up, but it's a question surely, Mike, now of whether there's any damage to that car.
Definitely looked like a bit of a brush of the barrier, but it seems as Oscar, he has, had that not that exact same crash, but a very similar one earlier, so picking up some sideswipe damage just onto the other side of the car this time. Balancing it out, I suppose, but hopefully he can manage to recover from that and make up that position back onto Chris Warner. He does retain, though, the podium positions as we pull up here a replay of this incident. So we're currently here watching Oscar. Oscar ahead there, maybe getting a bit too elbows out with his defense. Now that could be, obviously the steward's going to be having a look at that. The McLaren, it is typically it's the fault of the overtaking car. But, obviously there's different situations for different things, and that one looked not quite clear cut.
Yeah, 100%. I think he's going to get absolutely sent to the moon by race control when that all unveils itself. However, back to saner and quieter things, and that would be Grantas Caracas behind the wheel of the Veloci Vex team in the lead of the race just now. As we cut back to Renato Dornelles, then this is the fight for 15th and 16th position here, as you've got that Glitch Motorsport GT4 car just up in front. and Pellegrino in fact, sorry, excuse me, the Glitch Motorsports GT3, because it's Pellegrino that's just in front there. I got confused when I saw Glitch Motorsport and immediately went back to the GT4s that we saw, but of course that is the 348 Ferrari that we see just in front of us. And again, 15 minutes left to go now. This is kind of, if you've got a battle, go for it, but if not, then it's just a case of just get to the finish. Renato Dornelso looks to the inside, has to go early onto the brakes there. And the thing is that I always get so confused here at the inner loop, Mike, that, you know, if you go onto the brakes earlier and fire that car, you know, you move to the right much earlier, you're going to have a better run through the corner. But it doesn't happen, because as soon as you clip that curb on the inside, it really takes away any speed from your car.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, quite frankly, but here we go. 3 wide momentarily with a GT4 back marker. Renato Dornelles. One of the points that I was trying to put on earlier, he is a Brazilian driver, and I love the Brazilians, but one thing about them is they are fiery. Now, he knows he has this position. He knows that Pellegrino in front has a 5-second penalty, but he does not care. That is the thing, is it is a purely on-track position. This is all about fun here for Renato. And big shout out to them, the Vacuum Racing boys, because they are so passionate about their sim racing, and they are going to keep this charge on, I have no doubt.
100%, and we are here for it. We are here for every single damn moment of this, because my goodness me, this is entertainment at its finest. So 15 minutes left to go in Vacuum Racing's Renato Dornelles all over the back of the 348s there that we're seeing there of Patrick Pellegrino, like a rash as they go down into the 90 then for what must be, I can only imagine, lap number 177, I think it is, for these GT4s. It is, sorry, for the GT3s actually, it's 187 to 192. That's how wide the spread is for these GT3 cars just now. But here comes Renato Dornelles in. It's very, very defensive early on for Pellegrino, makes him go the long way round here at Watkins Glen onto the brakes, and this is just, it's anyone's guess how this is going to end up.
Yeah, most certainly, as we see Pellegrino just going extremely defensive. Now, of course, these two drivers, once again, they know the penalty is there, both of them, but it's all about fun. Of course, if they give this up, well, that's enough of the battling, so they just want to have a good time out on track. Also, one thing that could be, you know, another point is, well, maybe Patrick Pellegrino and the team don't feel that penalty is warranted, and they might actually try to submit a claim against that. It could be removed at the end. Now, this is all speculation, of course. We'll see, but in terms of the penalty, typically if the stewards have dished it, it's more than likely going to stay. But it's just another point, so that is a good reason for Patrick to put up this fight.
I'll tell you what, it'd be a very long 6 hours here, Mike, if we didn't speculate. That's half the fun with everything that goes on here. But Dornelles absolutely harassing Patrick Pellegrino here for Glitch Motorsport. This is just awesome to watch. And the thing is that, you know, this takes a lot of ability for Patrick Pellegrino to be able to shoulder all this pressure right now. It's a lot of strain, it's a lot of pressure. And the thing is that if anything goes wrong with him and Dornelles, yes, he's 34 seconds ahead of Thiessen in that BMW for 17th position, but again, he could be sent into the barrier, he could be sent spinning and losing himself an awful lot of time here as we go back to our race leader, Grantis Caracas.
Also, one thing developing in front of the battle that we were just watching, actually 15 seconds up the road just about, Anthony Anderson has found the back of Jamie Tatui. Now, this is some in-class back marker action. In fact, that's Renato Dornelles. Wait, no, it's not. That's his sister car, is it not? Or is it Renato? Regardless, getting lapped by... Oh, we're back to Patrick. My apologies. Didn't see that we switched. Yes, Patrick here. He is under pressure still from Renato behind. These two, no love lost whatsoever.
Yeah, just going to your point there, that's an interesting development there. Tatui under pressure from Anderson, and also have a look at the fight between Filippi and Daly, 8th and 9th, 7th and... No, I was right, 8th and 9th position. So again, we're having all these battles that have just appeared out of absolutely nowhere. Talk about value for money.
Absolutely. We're approaching lap 200. We're on lap currently. Grantis Caracas, 196. Our race leader for the GT4s, 179. I'll let you do the math, of course, chat. We're here at a 3.4 or 3.5 mile circuit. Ty, you can do the math. And that is how many miles that we have covered here tonight. And very, very tight. And any chance that they catch P14, asks Huffman in chat, assuming for Anthony Anderson, or for Patrick, towards Anthony. No, I don't think there's any way Patrick is going to reach the back of Anthony. But Anthony, though, is currently all over the back of Jamie, just like we're seeing here with Renato and Pellegrino.
Ooh, now, this is awkward. You were asking about the distance we've travelled, 196 times 3.4. That's how long we've got here at Watkins Glen. Is 666.
Wow.
I'm not sure what to make of that. Thankfully, we'll already have gone well past that, but that's an interesting milestone nonetheless. As Patrick Pellegrino having to make the world's largest Ferrari right now, coming under pressure from Dornells. Again, battle for P15 right now. Battle for 13th is hotting up very, very much as well here. So again, our broadcast director, oh, that's a bit of a jig to the inside there, not able to make a move there from Dornells. Again, just a little bit of mind games going on between the two of them just now here as we go to that battle with 13th and 14th position. Now this is very, very feisty indeed.
Yes, as we see the Audi that is going defensive, it's lovely to see an Audi out on the grid as well. Some diversity there. Been seeing a lot of McLarens and a lot of Lamborghinis, a lot of Ferraris. Here though, one 5.2 liter V8 side by side with the McLaren now, but that's not the position. Of course, the position is going to be the driver behind. That is Anthony Anderson. Jamie Tatui, what does he have in the tank there? The number 2 Simply Race Esports, of course, the Jensen Button team, previous Formula 1 World Championship that runs that team, has the likes of the Box 3 Esports breathing down the neck as they come into the first corner. The Audi, though, far enough ahead for right now.
Absolutely fascinating stuff going on in the final 10 minutes of this race here. We've got picture in picture. You've got that fight there for P15 and 16 as the Box 3 Motorsport car of Anderson has a look to the outside. Again, this is all mind games here coming up this back stretch here just now. Late onto the brakes there for Jamie Tatui, but it's a great run through for Anderson. Not quite good enough as they come through the inside loop. We've got side by side again with Patrick Pellegrino and Dornells. Dornells going to try and take it around the outside, but Pellegrino knows exactly again, Mike, where to put that car and just make it so wide.
Yeah, as you were saying before, just not going for the attack into the outer loop, trying to set it up through the inner loop into the outer loop, I think is the much better way to go. Just trying to get that exit and try to maximize it and then send it down the inside, but it's not going to matter. There's a back marker hindering the legs. There's big contact. Both cars are involved. Patrick is into the barrier. Renato Dornells somehow remains on track, but that is going to be the end of that battle, no doubt.
That car's done. You saw it crabbing all over the place there. Dornells gets the position from Pellegrino, and the thing is you can flash your your lights at the GT4 cars. That is absolutely nothing to do with them. They are on track, they are at a fixed position. It's not like they're weaving on the track. It's the faster car's responsibility to navigate round them in a safe manner. You cannot expect them to jump off the racing line. They are racing their own race, and I'm sorry, that is on the GT3s every day of the week. That is the best of multi-class racing. So he comes off there. Let's see what happens. Yeah. So that's absolutely nothing to do with the GT4 anyway. That was the GT3 car, and if anything, that might actually be a penalty for the 348.
That's sort of what I was thinking. It might, I don't know. That's a tough one, to be honest. The stewards are going to have their time with that one, no doubt, as I could see a penalty really going either way. But resuming with the action here, Anthony Anderson and Jamie Tatui. That's going to be the Audi on the inside. Jamie holds it for now, but the pressure isn't going to be building here, as of course it just takes one little mistake. That's all it takes. Anthony Anderson is no slouch as well, a very talented driver. Now hopping on board the first person perspective, looking at the rear end of that Audi, brake lights lighting up. As we get later on into the night here, the track temp has plummeted. We started off at around 27 degrees track temp. We're all the way down to 19. Now that's just about to the optimal track temp in what the fastest laps possible are going to be set on.
I'll be honest with you, Mike, I was expecting a far quieter end to this race. I was expecting a nice chilled sort of calm into things. We could have just sort of floated through the final hour, but no, everyone here decides that they're going to knock lumps out of each other, and I'll be honest, I'm quite excited by it all. Anthony Anderson onto the back there of Jamie Tatui here. This is the fight for P13 right now. Anderson in that Lamborghini seems to have the measure pace-wise on that Audi, but again, it's one thing catching up, but it doesn't mean you're going to get past here. Washes out slightly wide on the final corner. We've got more GT4 cars than you can shake a stick at coming up very shortly, as we've got just about 3 laps left to go here.
And it looked like maybe a tap of the wall at the end there for Anthony Anderson. I've seen some drivers have some very close calls and some even tap the wall onto the exit there to the start-finish straight. Now tucking back in though, no, even if you did, it wouldn't cost much damage. But through the S's now onto the back straight, we're going to be trying to line this up once again. Now Anderson, is he going to go for the over-under, or is he going to go for it straight up into the chicane on that slipstream? The inside being covered by the Audi. Lovely diffuser cam there, or splitter cam. And it is going to be the advantage to Jamie Tatui. 4 now, box 3. Setting it up down the inside of the inner loop. No, too far back.
Yeah, he's not really close enough to make anything of that just now, but he's still within contention here. And again, you might think, oh, but it's only for 13th position. Every single position matters for these drivers, for these teams, and for these communities as well. Remember, it's about doing your community proud. It's not just about doing your team proud, and it's not about your ego. It's not about just doing yourself proud as well. It's all about being able to represent your community in the final 5 minutes of this race here. The SimGrid VCO Grand Finals then. Let's have a little replay of what happened with P5 then. So this is the McLaren there, again coming through that inner loop there, and oh, that's a sketchy moment. I think he just, although he has a spin there in that 34, Noah Sully Vasquez Rodriguez, I think, gets out of jail free with that little moment.
I think I saw a light tap of the barrier with the rear end, but it was the side panel in the rear end, so we should be able to get away with that for the next 5 minutes. Of course, the McLaren is one of those beasts that if you damage that diffuser, your race really, I mean, it can make a massive difference. Your car basically will not turn. Now back on here with Anthony Anderson, though, in the Lamborghini. This is a very similar feel, but of course this car 100% showroom ready, and ready for the overtake as well, potentially. As this track, though, just doesn't warrant it. There's no heavy lunging zones really to go for, and we see a lot of drivers trying to make the best of a bad situation onto this back straight, going side by side into the chicane. We've seen a couple successful moves, but we've also seen a couple cars end up straight into that solid barrier, which it doesn't look solid, but I assure you, in ACC, if you go into any of those orange little pylons, you will become dead stopped quicker than you can speak.
It's a huge moment there for both the cars there, as Jamie Tatui and Anthony Anderson both having to take emergency avoiding action over the GT4s that were getting in their way just now. But it looks like Tatui throwing that car around. I'll be honest with you, I'm watching Jamie Tatui right now here, Mike, and I just think he's pushing that car a little bit too hard here. It's a little bit aggressive for my liking, but 4 minutes left to go. So I think we're going to have 2 more laps left of this race here. We'll get the next one will be our penultimate, and then we'll go on to our final lap here. But Grantas Caracas for Veloci Vex. Mike, what can you say about that team that we haven't already said just now?
They're quick. I think we've already covered that one, though. But no, in all honesty, just haven't put a foot wrong. Literally, as I've said before, I hit it on the head. Qualified P1. Started the race P1. Still, 6 hours later in P1. True testament to the skill of these drivers. And not only are they in just P1, they're in P1 by 10 seconds over Lars Kisser. And Lars Kisser is 87 seconds ahead of Tarek Adam in P3. So they are actually the only 2 drivers on the final lap, which that just is a true testament to the talent and skill that is behind the wheel of that Veloce esports car.
Certainly is. 3 minutes left to go in the race, though. Grantas Caracas in the lead, in charge and out front just now. We're still watching the fight for 23rd just now. This is Perea that is in the lead of the GT4 class. So a little bit of false advertising there. That is the class leader. There's no fight there about it, because Perea 27 seconds ahead of Chris Warner right now, although Chris Warner is only a second ahead of Oscar Tringali just now. But your race leader comes across the line with 2.5 minutes left to go. So I might have oversold you. This should be the penultimate lap now that we are going on. We will still have one more lap after this just now, but Michel Pereira coming across just round that hairpin left-hander with just a couple of corners left to go, and that is one of the GT4 cars that is going to be getting put a lap down. I wonder, is that Oscar Tringali actually just ahead in the GT4? I'll get an ID on that one in just a second. No, that's actually that's Katie Cosford in the 27th position car. But again, it's all been about Veloce Vexed just now in the 55. Back-to-back race wins on the cards for them just now. Lars Kisser 10 seconds behind in second place, and then Genesis Esports in that third position.
An absolutely incredible drive from Grantis Karakis and co, of course, the Lithuanian driver, with the likes of Luke Whitehead as well as Aiden Walshingham. Apologies on that, Aiden. But behind the wheel of this Veloce, yeah, it's just as you said. What is there else to say at this point? They have been through and through dominant, an absolute masterclass. Race one. Gonna bring it home probably for race two. Now, of course, still one lap to go, 10 seconds. Anything can happen, but it's looking good. Grantis Karakis, I have full confidence that he will bring it home. Now, once again, knock on wood, as it seems that I can curse anyone tonight. So we'll see.
Let's make sure that happens then. 10 seconds is the gap to second place. We've got a lapped Porsche getting out of the way, and dear God, I would be taking off the throttle if I was Grantis Karakis there, because that is a lot of lap traffic to get through on the final lap of your race. With Veloce VXT in the lead just now, out front and in charge. It's then Acelith Motorsport in the 204 in the lead. Absolute Motorsport Acelith, Michel Pereira out in front of the GT4 battle. Again, it's been a fairly orderly affair for the GT4, certainly in the lead of it just now. But through the inside loop for the final time, as the battle between 13th and 14th still raging on. Jamie Tatui and Anthony Anderson as blue flags wave. But this is essentially a parade lap for Grantis Karakis. The gap still stays at exactly the same position between them and Unicorns of Love in second position. The lights starting to go down here at Watkins Glen. All the cars know now that they're on the final lap of this race, and it's just been a stellar performance from that number 55 team. Aidan Walsingham, Grantis Karakis and Luke Whitehead.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Also, some battles happening still on the podium for the GT4 field, so they actually have not decided yet who is going to finish in P2 and who is going to finish in P3. We may be able to get a camera shot of that, but for now, we'll stick here with Grantis Karakis, number 55 Lamborghini Evo 2, as he rounds into Sector 3 just now. Going to be, as you said, his parade lap, taking it about 20% of the pace that he probably normally would, and is going to be very handy. In fact, the gap has come down 2 seconds over this lap to Lars Kisser behind. But nonetheless, it does not matter as we come to the line. Grantis Karakis, the number 55 Veloce Esports car, takes the win. Lars Kisser behind in the Unicorns of Love takes P2.
Fantastic performance. Tariq Adam, though, and Genesis Esports, they've just started their final lap here, around about 35 seconds behind Lars Kisser just now. It's going to be a class window for Michel Pereira as they come round into the final couple of corners just now. You've got some GT3s that are fighting their way around as well. They're having their own battle. But it's been a lights to flag finish for Absolute Motorsport Acelith to make it 2 out of 2 in that GT4 class. Michel Pereira sharing the car with Michael Romagnoli and Mattia Zampedri. It's been a flawless performance, and it's a GT4 back-to-back win here at round 2 of the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals for Absolute Motorsport Acelith. It's then going to be a fantastic second place in the Alpines for Chris Warner in that number 10 car for Apex One, sharing the car with Christoph Miskowski and Adam Spansky. And then in third position is the 117 car, the Glitch Motorsport GT4 of Oscar Tringali and Samuel Villa, with Simone De, Nicola in the car as well. But there we go, Mike. What a race That was thoroughly enjoyable.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, did Oscar Tringali get that overtake at the very end on Chris Warner? I think he did. I think at the end there, Tringali managed to pull that through. So what an effort there from the 117 car, managing to bring it home at the end. But what a race. 6 hours here, SimGrid VCO Grand Finals. Of course, this has been race 2. The Veloce Esports absolutely dominant through and throughout, as well as Michele Pereira, as well as the Italians in the race win there for the number 204. And just overall, though, so good.
Really was. Really enjoyable. Loved every single second of the race. Remember, we are going to be doing this all over again in just a couple of weeks' time, 2 weeks' time, where we do our third and final race of the season. It's the 3 hours of question mark. Keep an eye out on the social medias, and we will be doing a public vote for your favourite track, and you can help decide the fate of the SimGrid VCO Grand Finals in just a couple of weeks. But as we said, for the classes, it is very tough to call, because Veloci Vex taking 2 championship wins out of the 3 races. Difficult to see how anybody can catch them. Same with Absolute Motorsport Acelith just now on that one. So a fantastic race nonetheless here at Watkins Glen. And again, looking at the tracks that we've got here, I'd be very interested to see what the thoughts would be for our final track. We've had Silverstone, we've had Watkins Glen. Mike, if you could decide, what would be your final track to decide this championship on?
Well, now, I'm going to be honest. I think that one of the best tracks you can ever finish a season on in anything is going to be Suzuka. That's where my personal vote goes, is towards Suzuka. I love that track. Of course, the only figure 8 track in ACC, or really one of the most popular figure 8s in the world. There's been so many championships decided. Of course, the famous Alain Prost, Ayrton Senna. And why not have a championship decided there in this league as well?
Well, it looks like we have got some drivers in to have a chat with us. Let's have a word with our championship, or our class winning drivers. Thank you very much for that, Luke. That was amazing timing on that. I'd love to do that all the way through. Yeah, Luke, what was that? Come on, you got to tell us.
I don't even know. It wasn't even me that played anything. But was it the Quack?
Yes.
Oh yeah. So whenever I join a sound, like a voice chat, I have like a join sound, and yeah, it's like been a running joke for ages. Whenever something funny happens, we just go whack, and that's the soundboard. So I mean, play it again if you like.
It's fine. I think we'll pass.
There you go.
Right, guys. Obviously, we've had to immediately revoke your soundboard privileges. But look, talk us through that race, because the 3 of you were absolutely untouchable today.
Yeah. Well, first off, good evening, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. It's good to be back in here again. Good to hear your lovely voices as well. Yeah, it was really good. Obviously, qualifying was the start of it all, put us in the best position for the race. And yeah, quality wasn't perfect, but it was good enough for pole. And then obviously then it was just about maintaining the lead, being careful with back markers, trying to get lucky with them. Unfortunately, we had a couple of stints where we just got really unlucky with back markers, losing a lot more time than we should have done. Our pace was better than what we were able to show. But nonetheless, we kept out of trouble, didn't make any mistakes, didn't make any collisions, and came home with the win. So it was we all did our job perfectly. So very happy with the team, very happy with everyone. So.
And Grantus, coming to yourself, obviously a fantastic partnership that you've got between the 3 of you. That's now back-to-back wins for yourselves and Aidan Walsingham as well. We're turning our attention to that 3rd round, or rather round 4 or round 3 of the actual championship in a couple of weeks' time. What track would you choose? What's your favourite track that you would choose, Grantus, for the finale?
Probably for now, I think the best track would be, and as well my favourite track, would be Mount Panorama. I like, this really tricky track for racing, and for the final round would be really a lot of thrill for everyone, and it'll be a really fun last round to end the season.
a really interesting question I have for you guys as well. It's a battle I know that a lot of these drivers and, well, every one of the drivers has to contend with, but stint timers. I noticed you guys had a perfect distribution. Each one of you guys had 2 stints. Now, I'm assuming, obviously, these are all planned in advance, but no plan survives first contact. How did your strategy end up tonight?
Yeah, so obviously Aiden, I'm not sure if you're aware, there's a 24-hour race going on Bathurst currently, and Aiden is subbed into that lineup for Yasheed, and so he had to get his sort of stints done for the first 2 hours. We were kind of planning to alternate everyone's stint, kind of like what Unicorns did initially, but obviously with Aiden doing the first 2 stints, then it was just left myself and Grantus to alternate, and of course, if there's a huge, one of us that struggles hugely for pace, and obviously one of us would do one more or one less stint. But luckily, we're all really strong on pace. We were already consistent, and there was no reason to swap anyone else out for the final stint. So it was all went to plan.
Awesome stuff. Well, listen, guys, congratulations on yet another win, back to back here as we look forward to the season finale. Is there anybody or anyone that you want to say thanks to tonight?
Go on, Grantus.
I obviously want to thank my teammates Luke and Aiden. They drove really amazing today, and I want to thank the organizers for organizing this event. It's a really fun and enjoyable one. And I guess we'll see you in 2 weeks' time then.
Some stuff. Well, listen, guys, congratulations to everyone at Veloce, and we'll see you in 2 weeks' time.
See ya.
Excellent stuff. So, Mike, I guess all we've got left to do now is chat to our GT4 winners, and it's a very warm welcome to none other than the man, the myth, the legend in the 204 car, the Absolute Motorsport Acelith Pro GT4. We've got Michele Perea to have a chat with us. Michele, good evening. A brilliant second win for you in the championship tonight.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, it was really a good race for us. We built our gap lap by lap. So very different situation considering that last time it was more about a good strategy. This time it was more about the pace that we had all race long, which was really the most important thing.
I was just about to say, Michele, again, it was another faultless display. You didn't really have anything anyone to worry about. I guess the biggest thing was the traffic, GT4s, and the swarms of GT3 traffic.
Yeah, that was definitely the hardest part, because especially GT3s in some parts of the track were much faster than us, and in the GT4s, and so it was quite a challenge to not crash, honestly, because the speed difference was really an important part, and wasn't really that easy to manage, and that was probably.
You say the pace wasn't easy to manage, but to be fair, you guys ended up finishing about 40 seconds ahead there of the rest of the field. It was quite the dominant drive from you guys, and I'm going to ask the same question that I asked Luke and Grantus. When it comes to strategy, how do you plan that? For a 6-hour race, it takes a lot. It takes a lot of planning. It takes a lot between you and your teammates, and a lot of commitment. I mean, you have to be there for a lot of the drivers are there for the entirety of the 6 hours, even if they're not driving. So how does that feel for you, Michele, when it comes to that?
Yeah, that is a really important part, to always be there one for the other. Especially in managing traffic, helping the driver to let him know which car are coming at which turn. It was really the thing that helped us the most, to be there for the other when it was needed. In considering that here on this track, almost every corner is at high speed, and so you cannot afford any mistake. It can be really a costly one if you have an accident.
Well, listen, hearty congratulations to everybody at Absolute Motorsport Acelith for another stellar performance, Michele. Is there anybody that you want to say thank you to tonight?
Yeah, I would like to say thank you especially to our spotter Vincenzo, which was really helpful. He was there especially for spotting us, for spotting faster cars, since we knew this track was really challenging. And so I would like to thank the team, everyone at the team, my teammates, and yeah, everyone inside the team.
Excellent stuff. Well, listen, congratulations there, Michele. Enjoy the night. Look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks' time for our final.
Thank you. Good evening.
Excellent stuff. Well, there we go, Michele Perea there from our GT4 winning a 204 team, the Absolute Motorsport Ace-Lift team. I guess that's it then. Mike, thank you so much for joining me in the commentary box. What an amazing race we had here today.
Absolutely, of course, brought to you by the SimGrid and the VCO, the Grand Finals. This is round 2 of 3. Join us in 2 weeks for an unannounced track just yet. Of course, you guys will be voting on that, the community, and I love this. All 10 communities, massive shout out to all of you involved and for putting on the qualifiers to lead up to this event. I've been Mike Noss. Thank you so much, David.
Absolute pleasure. I've been David Christie. Huge thank you to Kian Butler and to Zach Sweeney for opening the show up and getting us underway with the racing. A huge thank you to Steve Proudley behind the scenes for these wonderful, wonderful pictures. And a huge thank you to all of you at home for watching. We say goodbye for just now. We'll be back in 2 weeks' time with the wonderful SimGrid VCO Grand Finals race number 3. Keep it locked and we'll see you back very, very soon.